Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Jia Ming almost fainted as soon as he was thrown out of the window, but his body did not continue to fall. A figure grabbed Jia Ming in midair. I didn't expect Brother Muhan to actually take action. Su Shui, wearing her standard uniform, was already ready 2 floors below the window. She had a safety rope fixed around her waist, ready to catch Jia Ming when he was thrown out. She can also be considered a combatant, although only at chaos level, but it is too easy for her to catch someone in midair. This man looks so familiar. He seems to be the young master of the Jia family. Why does Brother Muhan always provoke people from these big families? Although she complained, Su Shui still climbed to the roof with Jia Ming's unconscious body using the retractable rope. After throwing Jia Ming's unconscious body to the roof, Su Shui stretched. "This is my reward for saving me at the orphanage last time, Brother Muhan." At this moment, in the private room on the top floor of the Dihua Hotel, everyone was stunned. The first person to scream was Tang Man. She pointed at Li Muhan and cried at the top of her lungs. "Murder! Murder! Murder!" Then the girls started screaming, and the men looked terrified. Li Muhan looked back at them, sneered, and pointed at Luo Yang. "Why didn't you guys scream when that idiot was trying to kill Luo Yang? Now you're screaming at me so happily. Brother Jia was just joking. We are classmates. He won't kill Luo Yang. But you just killed someone." Tang Man's face was distorted. She had hoped to seduce Jia Ming this time. Even if he could only be a bed toy, she could still get a lot of benefits. But now the man in front of him ruined everything. "Joke!" Li Muhan walked to Gu Ruoshi and pulled her up from the ground. "You call this a joke? This is what you call a classmate." Gu Ruoshi was trembling all over and naked at this time. Li Muhan took off his coat and threw it to Gu Ruoshi and ignored her. Everyone witnessed how terrifying Li Muhan's skills were just now, and no one except Tang Man dared to say a word to Li Muhan. They watched as Li Muhan helped Luo Yang up from the ground and slowly walked towards the door. When she walked to Xia Yu's side, Xia Yu, who had not made a move, winked behind Li Muhan. Li Muhan turned around and saw Gu Ruoshi following him tremblingly. "Can I go with you?" Her voice was trembling. The shock she had just received was a bit too great for her. She was almost our ****D by her junior high school classmate in front of everyone at the class reunion. At this time, Gu Ruoshi's carefully dressed hair was a little messy and her makeup was smudged. She wanted to show her best self to Li Muhan, but now what appeared in front of Li Muhan was just a poor girl who was almost our ****D. "Come on." Li Muhan didn't say much, but Xia Yu took the initiative to walk over and support Gu Ruoshi, who could hardly stand. Thank you." Gu Ruoshi didn't expect that it was Xia Yu who came to help her. She said thank you with a trembling voice and didn't say anything else. Chen Sahan also quickly grabbed her confiscated mobile phone and bag and followed the others out of the private room. When they walked into the elevator, they saw Xia Yu had just taken the initiative to help Gu Ruoshi up, and Li Muhan was watching her with interest. But Xia Yu glared at him. "What are you looking at?" "It's okay. I just think you're a nice person. I'll talk to you when we get back." I don't know what Xia Yu meant by this, but Li Muhan felt that she was a little unhappy. Watching the intimate interaction between the two, Gu Ruoshi slowly lowered her head, a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Chen Sahan saw it and could only sigh and pat Gu Ruoshi on the back. At this time, at the entrance of the Dihua Hotel, Hattie was sitting in a sports car and recalling the scene he had just seen. In fact, when Li Muhan and Xia Yu were kissing, she was in the Ferris wheel cabin at the back. After seeing that scene, she was stunned. At first, I just thought it was fun and wanted to see how Xia Yu would date someone. But the last scene suddenly made her feel a little envious. Envy? With a human? What a joke. But she immediately denied her previous thought. She had approached Li Muhan just to tease Xia Yu, but now she was getting more and more confused. Why would a vampire who has walked the world for thousands of years without looking for a partner fall in love with a short-lived creature in such a short time? The lifespan of human beings is just a passing cloud to them. Even if there are demons in their bodies, they cannot escape the cycle of reincarnation. Li Muhan is destined to appear only in a part of Xia Yu's long life. Since we can't make it to the end, why should we pursue it like this? You are really becoming more and more like a human, little moon. Although he said this, a smile appeared on Hattie's face. She leaned back in the driver's seat, looking at the starry sky and the bright moon through the open skylight. I hate the moon. Hattie, who was chasing the moon, seemed to be born to devour the moon, but she could never catch up with the girl who was as white as the moonlight. At this moment, Li Muhan and others appeared at the door of Dihua Hotel. Seeing that Li Muhan had brought out several people, she smiled bitterly and said, "There's no room left. You take them both home. I'll take my friend to the hospital." Li Muhan looked at Chun Sahan and Guruashi and said, "Get in the car. Isn't this car a limited edition overseas? They say you can't buy it even if you have money." Chun Sahan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw Hattie's car. Hattie looked at Chun Sahan with interest. "You have good taste, so I'll let you experience it today." Chun Sahan got in the car excitedly. After Xia Yu helped Guruashi into the car, Guruashi grabbed Xia Yu's sleeve. "Won't. What?" Xia Yu looked at Guruashi in confusion. Guruashi raised her head slightly, looked into Xia Yu's eyes, and spoke in a soft voice. "I won't give him to you. He is mine. He was mine when we were young. He is mine now, and he will be mine forever." Xia Yu looked at Guruashi and suddenly smiled. "But now it's mine." Snap! Xia Yu closed the car door. Watching the car drive away, Li Muhan asked, "What did you just say? Do you care about her?" Xia Yu turned to look at Li Muhan, with something in her eyes that Li Muhan couldn't understand. "Well, not really. I'm just a little curious. Let's send Lao Luo to the hospital first, and then we'll talk about it when we get home." Li Muhan replied sheepishly, having a bad feeling. It was strange. Everything was fine during our date today, but why did Xia Yu seem a little off now? After sending Luo Yang to the hospital and waiting for his parents to arrive, Li Muhan and Xia Yu also returned home. Li Muhan couldn't help it as soon as he entered the house. He turned around and held Xia Yu's shoulders. Wait, what are you going to do?" Xia Yu still had a tense expression, but she was obviously a little nervous, with a slight blush on her cheeks. "If I did something wrong, just tell me." Xia Yu looked at Li Muhan with a puzzled expression, and after a long silence, she spoke softly. "Can you tell me? Of course, what's wrong with you? I have a lot of things in my heart that make me uncomfortable, but I've never felt this way before. I don't know if I should say it." The beautiful girl grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands. Her eyes lowered as she stared at the ground, her voice getting lower and lower until it sounded like crying. F***K. Li Muhan was shocked. The last time Xia Yu cried was because Hattie had made trouble and left his scent on him. Why was she crying this time? The little vampire's tears dropped to the ground. Xia Yu cried so hard that her body was shaking, catching Li Muhan off guard. Li Muhan quickly pulled Xia Yu to sit on a chair in the living room and said while wiping her tears, "Don't cry. Just tell me if you have anything to say. I told you, won't you be angry? Will you? Will you think I'm troublesome? Will you not want me? I told you to watch less TV. What's going on? Tell me first." Hearing Li Muhan still blaming her for watching TV, Xia Yu's tears welled up again. Li Muhan had no choice but to hold Xia Yu in his arms and gently stroke her head while speaking. I was wrong, don't cry. Although I don't know what she did, but in this situation with a girl, don't take it too seriously. Just apologize and it's all over. Female vampires are also girls. Where did you go wrong?" The girl buried her face in Li Muhan's chest and asked in a muffled voice, "You really did watch the TV series?" Li Muhan's mouth twitched, but the most important thing now was to figure out what happened to Xia Yu. "Can you tell me what happened?" "Ferris wheel." Sure enough, it was related to that time. But Li Muhan still didn't know what he did wrong with the Ferris wheel. "You haven't responded to me." Xia Yu wiped her tears on Li Muhan's clothes and spoke in a somewhat aggrieved and awkward tone. Humans say that when faced with a confession, not responding is a subtle rejection, and it's just a way of pretending not to hear for the sake of both parties' sake. So that's how it is, Li Muhan understood. At that time, It seemed that Xiaoyu confessed to him first and kissed him, but he did not respond at all. I deserve to die. Li Muhan wanted to go back a few hours and slap himself in the face. He quickly responded to Xiaoyu's confession by holding his head. He quickly grabbed the girl's shoulders and looked her in the eyes seriously. It's not what you think. There was an accident, and I was rushing to save people, so I didn't find the opportunity to tell you later. Li Muhan paused and continued somewhat embarrassedly. And if you had said it even a second later, I would have been the one to confess. Really, really? Xiaoyu's eyes, still filled with tears, flickered, and she looked at Li Muhan with a bit of expectation and disbelief. But it's not too late now. Xiaoyu, even though we've only known each other for a short time, and the timing of our meeting was terrible, we were both at a low point back then. But then everything we went through, everything, made me feel like I had fallen in love with you. Xiaoyu's eyes gradually widened, and her rosy little mouth opened in slight surprise. This time, it was Li Muhan who kissed her. He hugged the girl tightly, as if he was afraid that this petite body would slip away from his hands. The girl raised her hands and hugged Li Muhan tightly. In a long night, the two injured beasts huddled together, licking each other's wounds. But their future is just like that unresolved tarot card, full of unknowns and confusion. The next morning, Li Muhan received a call from Lindsay. Lindsay sounded a little angry and asked him if he had caused any trouble last night. Li Muhan told Lindsay what happened last night. Lindsay sighed and said, "If you get into trouble next time, tell me immediately. You are an outlier under supervision now, so please give me, the deputy director, some face." "I'm sorry, Director Lin. I thought it was a private matter. I won't do it again next time. Your attack on humans is a very sensitive matter now. There are more than one pair of eyes watching you in the Special Management Bureau. But you handled it well, and no one was killed. The child has grown up. Thanks to the organization and leadership for their concern. I understand." After hanging up the phone, Li Muhan stretched and looked at the girl who was still sleeping beside him. He couldn't help but want to pinch the girl's cheek with his hand. But in the end, I held back. Xiaoyu is very grumpy when she wakes up. If I wake her up, I won't be able to go to school today. As for Xiaoyu, she said she didn't seem to have classes today. Li Muhan got out of bed quietly, made breakfast, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out. When he reached the door, he heard the lazy voice of a girl behind him. "Are you going to school? Did it wake you?" Li Muhan saw the girl in pajamas, rubbing her eyes with sleepy eyes, obviously not fully awake. "Fine, then I'm going out. I'll order takeout for you at noon." "Good." Xiaoyu yawned. After last night, Li Muhan felt that the distance between them had shortened a lot. He even felt that Xiaoyu's personality had changed a little. No longer the cold attitude as before. Maybe this would be a good start. Li Muhan. Just as Li Muhan was about to open the door, Xiaoyu called him. "Do you want to bring anything?" "No, you're not coming back?" On TV, some men, after winning a woman's love, will leave her the next morning. I told you to watch less TV. Watch less TV, especially those melodramatic dramas Qi Yuan recommended to you. They're ruining your brain." Li Muhan was speechless and hit Xiaoyu hard on the head. "Well, I believe you. Come back soon." After closing the door, the villain in Li Muhan's heart bit his handkerchief and burst into tears. How could he be so worthy that he actually had such a beautiful girlfriend waiting for him to come home? If he didn't go home earlier, he would really deserve retribution. At the same time, in the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, the Engineering Corps is holding a joint department meeting with the Personnel Management Section. The meeting was chaired by Director Chang Yu, but he obviously had no interest in this kind of academic conference. If he hadn't been the host of the conference, he would have slipped away long ago. The 35th topic. Chang Yu listlessly pulled out one of the documents from the stack, but when he saw the topic of the document, he became a little more energetic. Regarding the long-standing conflicts in the underground alien living quarters. Damn it, it's this issue again. How could the staff allow such an issue to be brought up at the meeting? They're so careless. Chang Yu glanced at everyone present with great displeasure. Everyone present looked at Chang Yu with disdain. If you say you're not serious about your work, You are second to Lord Chong in the Special Management Bureau. You dare not admit that you're the first. The chief captain of the engineering corps was a girl who looked about 17 years old. She wore clothes and had a ponytail. Although she was not very beautiful, she was very attractive. The head of the Human Resources Management Department is a middle-aged man with a goatee. All right, who's the reckless one causing trouble in the alien zone this time? Chong Yu sneered, pulled out the agenda list, shook it in the air, and the paper suddenly ignited with black flames. The goateed man smiled and raised his hand. Director Chong, I was the one who brought this up. I can't say I'm causing trouble. It's just a commonplace issue. And as you know, those two, our personnel management department alone can't handle it. Chong Yu showed an impatient expression. Don't give me any nonsense. You just want support, right? Fine. I'll give you everything except my deputy director. Chong Yu just wanted to end the meeting quickly. He was addicted to games, and the words XX start kept echoing in his mind. The man with the goatee combed his mustache and gave a sly smile, then looked at Chong Yu and said, I do have a perfect candidate, Chief. Today can be said to be the most ordinary day for Li Muhan in the past few months. When he was in school, due to assignments, his attendance rate was terrible, so he was called to the office by the class teacher and given a severe lecture. This kind of thing, which seems very unlucky to others, is now extremely precious to Li Muhan. He is no longer a human being and has joined a state agency. I just don't know whether this Special Management Bureau is a stable job. If it weren't for the fact that I'd missed so many classes, I'd be unemployed right after graduating from university. Shit, it's scary to think about it. With only a high school diploma, I can only work in a factory, getting up early and working late every day to screw screws, and I have to use the money I earn to buy milk powder for my children, etc. My wife should be Xiaoyu. She said she liked me last time. Damn, she likes me. Li Muhan couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. Li Muhan, I'm talking to you about serious matters. You missed so many classes. What are you thinking? What are you laughing at? The teacher in front of him had no idea what Li Muhan was thinking. But Li Muhan's fantasy has not stopped yet. What kind of thing could Xiaoyu and I give birth to? A vampire-human hybrid? Or a vampire-demon hybrid? Holy shit, that's kind of exciting. Hybrids are the strongest, after all. She must be a lovely daughter. I wonder if she will be bullied at school because her father is incompetent and can't make money. Such a lovely daughter is being bullied, and my wife will definitely become the subject of gossip among neighbors because she has no money. It can be said that Li Muhan has a very divergent mind. He is already thinking about where the money will come from to buy his daughter a suit when she gets married. As he thought about it, he moved himself. He was laughing just now, but now he started to shed little pearls. Seeing Li Muhan laughing and crying, the teacher was a little scared. Classmate Li Muhan, let me take you to see a doctor. I know a psychiatrist, a psychologist, and he's quite good. After school, Li Muhan went to visit Luo Yang again. This guy was beaten up for standing up for himself. Li Muhan bought a lot of things, and when he delivered them to Luo Yang's room, he found that there was a girl there. This girl is none other than Chin Sahan. I just feel that since I organized this class reunion, I'm also responsible for Luo Yang being beaten. Chin Sahan felt a little embarrassed when she saw Li Muhan coming. Luo Yang cast an unhappy look at Li Muhan. You really know how to pick the right time. Why don't you come earlier or later? Li Muhan placed a pile of comfort items on the bedside and said with a deliberately cold expression, What? If I had come a few minutes later, you would have finished? What the hell? How is that possible? 1 hour is enough. It's okay. 1 minute is impressive. After hearing the conversation between the two, Chun Sahan's face turned red to her ears. Okay, you two can chat. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Luo Yang, you can have a good rest. After saying that, Chun Sahan stood up and left the ward. When passing by Li Muhan, he gave Li Muhan a blank look. Li Muhan responded with a smile that said, I understand. You're such a nice guy. You would rather die than bow your head. Li Muhan sat beside Luo Yang's bed. Although it was a joke, Luo Yang's injuries were really serious, and one of his ribs was broken. It's pretty scary now that I think about it. Old Li, do you think Jiaming will take revenge on me? Don't worry, I won't. Li Muhan said as he peeled an apple for Luo Yang. How can you be so sure? Because the special department of the Special Management Bureau has already taken action. Li Muhan was worried at first. He inquired about Jiang Ming's family background and found that he was a well-known figure in Tianhai City. Although not as exaggerated as the Zhao family, it would be no problem to deal with Luo Yang or Guruashi. So Li Muhan contacted Lin Zhe when she was at school. Lin Zhe said that the problem had been solved and asked her to remember to report to her as soon as possible if there was anything in the future. He didn't know what means Lin Zhe used, but since the Special Management Bureau didn't even take the Zhao family seriously, let alone Jiang Ming. You seem to be in a good mood today, Luo Yang said, while eating an apple and looking at Li Muhan. Really? Are you dating Xiaoyu? Luo Yang's words caught Li Muhan off guard, but he didn't explain too much and just nodded lightly. You kid, you can do it. Xiaoyu has a very bad reputation now. How dare you be with her? Do you think she's that kind of person? Li Muhan looked up at Luo Yang. Luo Yang smiled disdainfully. I used to just listen to her for fun, but now after interacting with that girl, I just think she's a cold, aloof person. As for those things that are spread around school, I don't believe a single word of them anymore. Thank you, good brother. But I have a piece of advice for you, buddy. If possible, you'd better find out who started the rumor about Xiaoyu in the first place. She might not care, but it's not good to carry such a reputation. Li Muhan also thought so. He had never paid much attention to it before, but now he thought that the person who spread these words in the beginning must have used some tricks. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this rumor to be spread so realistically about a freshman. Then you completely ignored Guruashi? Why mention her? It's not like I dumped her. Indeed, she has never taken you seriously. I even advised you before that a lickspittle will not have a good end. Now that you have suddenly turned back, I am a little uncomfortable with it. I still like you to be a lickspittle. Get out of here. After chatting with Luo Yang until his parents arrived, Li Muhan did not disturb Luo Yang's rest too much. After telling Luo Yang to take good care of himself and that his brothers would be waiting for him, Li Muhan went straight home. He is in a good mood. It was not only because today's life allowed him to regain a rare peace of mind, but also because he received a text message from Xiaoyu in the afternoon. Xiaoyu, come back early today. Cute kitten expression. Li Muhan. Is the emoji correct this time? Xiaoyu, do you have any objections? Angry kitten expression. Li Muhan. No, it suits you very well. Xiaoyu. Anyway, come back early. I'll cook dinner tonight. Li Muhan had never seen Xiaoyu's cooking skills, but after all, she was a vampire who had lived for so long, so cooking should not be a problem for her. At this time, Li Muhan was overwhelmed by love, completely forgetting Xiaoyu's previous feelings about human food. So when he sat at the dining table and stuffed that piece of coke in his mouth, his heart and stomach were almost bleeding. Xiaoyu was wearing casual home clothes and an apron tied around her waist. At this moment, she was looking at Li Muhan nervously. Is it tasty? Li Muhan even felt that as soon as this thing entered his stomach, every cell in his body expressed resistance. Yummy, delicious. He almost used up all his energy to force a smile and said this. Really? Well, although this thing looks burnt, it's incredibly tender inside. The meat is delicious and melts in your mouth. It's truly top quality. Li Muhan had begun to ramble gibberish. His eyes were starting to get dizzy, and his stomach was growling. His stomach was protesting violently and forcing Li Muhan to vomit out the poisonous substance quickly. Is it really that delicious? Let me try it too. No. Li Muhan quickly picked up the plate. If she took a bite, she would immediately understand how outrageous what she had just said was. These are the first times you made them for me. They're all mine. Not even a bite. Xiaoyu stretched out her chopsticks to pick up a piece, but at the critical moment, Li Muhan made up his mind to die. He poured the food on the plate into his mouth, almost upside down. It's mine. All mine. At this moment, Li Muhan's body is undergoing a revolution. He even heard Ball calling him an idiot in his trance. Stingy, since you like it so much, I will do it every day from now on. I'll cook from now on. Li Muhan almost blurted out, and then he saw Xiaoyu's expression slowly become gloomy. I made it awful, didn't I? No, it's delicious. Then I'll cook from now on. It tastes terrible, doesn't it? Tasty. Li Muhan was on the verge of tears, so he quickly started racking his brains, try to find words to make amends. At this moment, he saw many band-aids on Xia Yu's hand holding the chopsticks. Show me your hand. He turned from defense to offense and stared at Xia Yu seriously. Now it was Xia Yu who became a little nervous, and she quickly hid her hands behind her back. Hand, take out. Under Li Muhan's forced request, the girl slowly stretched out her hand, like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting to be spanked by the teacher. Xia Yu has small hands, slender fingers, and fair skin. Even without nail polish, her nails have a hint of light pink, which is very pleasing. But now these hands are covered with band-aids, and the rest of the body is covered with burns and blisters. I originally just wanted to find an excuse to deal with Xia Yu's questioning. But now, Li Muhan feels a little distressed. Did you make it while cooking? Li Muhan asked. Xia Yu turned her face away and did not answer. Her recovery ability is very strong, and her hand should be in a partially recovered state now. It's hard to imagine how horrifying these wounds must have been when they first appeared. Does it hurt? Xia Yu shook her head, and Li Muhan's eyes became more serious. To be honest, the girl nodded slightly. The kitchen is very dangerous for beginners. If you really want to learn how to cook, you must follow my instructions next time. Sorry, I don't mean to blame you. This is probably your first time cooking, so failure is normal. Thank God you didn't blow up the kitchen. So until you completely conquer the kitchen, let me cook. This house is rented and can't withstand any more trouble. Xia Yu nodded. Suddenly, the girl seemed to realize something. She took the initiative again and grabbed Li Muhan's wrist. Wait, you just said, failure? You mean I failed? Did I say that? Sure enough, it tastes terrible, doesn't it? You lied to me? You actually lied to me. Xia Yu dragged Li Muhan onto the bed and pressed down on him tightly. Wait a minute, Xia Yu. I'm trying to encourage you. Seriously, it's not that bad. Still lying to me. The girl said nothing more and bit Li Muhan's neck directly. Li Muhan wanted to cry. His stomach was still crying, and his blood was being sucked roughly at this time. To be honest, he missed the comfortable feeling when Xia Yu sucked his blood for the first time. It was like going to heaven. And now, he just felt that he was really going to heaven in the physical sense. Late at night, Li Muhan kept running back and forth between the toilet and the bedroom, making Xia Yu very unhappy. How about you sleep in the bathroom tonight? Faced with Xia Yu's proposal, Li Muhan felt the difference between before and after marriage. After being woken up again by Li Muhan getting out of bed, Xia Yu started browsing her phone. Yesterday, Qi Yuan installed a short video software for her, and she immediately became addicted to the various cute animals in the short videos. I have to say that the era of big data is indeed amazing. Xia Yu's short video recommendations contain almost no other random things except various animals. Of course, it was almost. For example, now, she swiped her finger and a girl appeared in front of her, showing her legs and various stockings. Xia Yu frowned and clicked on the comments section. Without exception, all the comments were from men, and they were all full of praise. Why do men like legs and stockings so much? Looking back, when I first met Li Muhan, I seemed to be wearing black stockings, but that was the clothes Lin Zhe bought for me. Xia Yu had never bought any clothes for herself during this era. The pair of black stockings were completely unwearable because I had been wandering around for a few days, and it seemed that Li Muhan threw them away later. Later, Li Muhan also bought herself stockings, but she rarely wore them. Compared with skirts and stockings, Xia Yu preferred to wear slim-fitting pants so that it would be more convenient for her to move around. Now that I think about it, when we first met, Li Muhan seemed to look at my legs the most. She lifted the covers and looked at her legs. Although Xia Yu is only 1.6 meters tall, her legs are particularly long and slender, just like the kind of cartoon legs that otakus love the most. Even the girl with the long legs special effect in the short video is still a little inferior to Xia Yu's legs. At this moment, Li Muhan returned to the bedroom, holding her stomach. Seeing Xia Yu lifting her legs, he was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? How do you like it? Xia Yu looked at Li Muhan with an indifferent expression, and the latter stared at Xia Yu's legs. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? I see. What did you understand? Don't worry about it. I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Xiaoyu put down her legs, looked at the girl wearing stockings in the video, and nodded silently. Although he didn't know what Xiaoyu was talking about, Li Muhan just wanted to rest quickly. Although he didn't have classes at the university tomorrow, the Special Management Bureau wanted him to attend a meeting tomorrow, and he also had to make a summary report on the previous missions at the meeting. Lindsay said that this meeting was very important. In addition to her, Director Chang Yu would also attend and would give him a grade based on his report. Li Muhan is now not only an outlier in the supervision period, but also the captain of the 7th team. He has handled several cases and is considered a well-known figure. But even so, there are still a lot of rumors in the Bureau. If he does a good job in reporting this meeting, he will be able to dispel these doubts. So Li Muhan specifically borrowed a laptop from Luo Yang and spent almost a week at home making a PPT document that he was very satisfied with, intending to give a good performance at the Special Management Bureau tomorrow. Xiaoyu lay on the bed with an expressionless face and continued to watch short videos. Gradually, her short video content recommendations also changed from pets to various beauty, matching, and fashion columns. Looking at Li Muhan, who was gradually falling asleep beside him, he whispered, "Sure enough, stockings are still necessary to attract men." Early the next morning, Li Muhan prepared breakfast for Xiaoyu and quietly went out. The moment the door closed, Xiaoyu opened her eyes. She turned on her cell phone. There were only 4 people in the address book, so she dialed the number of the last person. "Well, I'm Xiaoyu, and I have something to ask of you." At the same time, Li Muhan, wearing a suit, came to the Special Management Bureau. Now he felt the tension of reporting his work in front of his superiors. Chang Yu patted him on the back. "Why are you panicking? Just report what you've done." Although Chang Yu said so, this was a report to be made in front of all the departments of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. If he didn't do well, it would be a slap in Lindsay's face. After all, it was she who recommended him to be the captain. He had faintly heard some voices saying that he was the devil's agent and could not be trusted, or someone related to Lindsay. What's even more outrageous is that some people say he is Lindsay's gigolo. This report is your chance to prove yourself. Li Muhan clenched his fists, made up his mind, and then walked into the meeting room. This conference room is ridiculously large and includes almost all departments. Lindsay and Chang Yu sat on the main stage. The girl still maintained her calm smile, while Chang Yu was playing games on his mobile phone. It was not until Lindsay elbowed him that Chang Yu calmed down a little. In addition to the director and deputy director, there are many familiar faces. Huang Zizai and Qi Yuan from the Supernatural Management Department. Lin Ziyu and Yin Qi from the headquarters 7th team, but Li Muhan was a little confused because Su Shui was not there. The girl who came to the Special Management Bureau for the first time to help Li Muhan with the level assessment was also there. After seeing Li Muhan, she waved to him slightly. Li Muhan found a place to sit down, and suddenly he felt someone staring at him. Looking back, he saw a man in a black coat, a goatee, and a black top hat looking at him from the place where there was a sign for the Personnel Management Department. When he noticed Li Muhan looking at him, the man took off his hat and nodded slightly to Li Muhan. Li Muhan also smiled and nodded at him, but he felt that the man seemed to have an indescribable feeling when he looked at him, which made Li Muhan feel as if he was completely seen through by him. "Watch out for that man's eyes." A girl's voice came from beside me. Li Muhan looked at the person who was speaking and found that it was a cute girl wearing a baseball cap and work clothes. "I?" Li Muhan asked doubtfully. The girl glanced at Li Muhan slightly and said with a sneer, "That man is the head of the Personnel Management section of the Special Management Bureau. If he targets you, you'll be in big trouble." Li Muhan finally understood. He was originally from the Human Resources Department and had heard that HR was the person who controlled the lives of most employees in a company. Now it seems that this feeling really does exist. The way he looked at himself just now was as if he was making a value assessment. "Thank you. May I ask who you are?" The girl pointed at the sign on the table and said unhappily, "You're sitting in our department seat, and you're still asking who I am?" Li Muhan quickly looked at the sign in front of him. Engineering core, oh, sorry, I couldn't find my seat, so I just found an empty seat and sat down. Huh, are you saying that our engineering department is short on people? We can't even fill the meeting seats. The girl raised her eyebrows and showed a dissatisfied expression. No, that's not what I meant. I'm really sorry. Seeing that Li Muhan was anxious, several people from the engineering department around him quickly said with a smile, "The minister was just joking with you. Don't worry, kid. Hee, this is also fate. How about you join our engineering corps? God will punish you for trying to persuade others to study engineering." Minister? Li Muhan looked at the girl with a ponytail beside him with a look of surprise and suspicion. The girl's eyes suddenly became sharp under the brim of her hat. Why? I don't look like a minister. It certainly doesn't look like it. Li Muhan cried out in his heart. This girl is very cute and looks only 17 or 18 years old. Yet she has become a minister? Boy, don't underestimate our minister. Although she is young and small, 10 top engineers can't compare to her in terms of engineering attainments. Our minister is a world-famous genius girl. Who said I was small? You don't want to live anymore, do you? During the fight among the engineering corps, Li Muhan learned that the girl's name was Mo Chiao. She was only 17 years old, but she already had both foreign and domestic doctoral degrees, as well as a top engineer license. He has also participated in many famous domestic and international projects that even ordinary people like Li Muhan have heard of. She is a truly talented and beautiful girl. Anyway, that man seems to have set his sights on you, so be careful. Li Muhan didn't understand why he was being targeted. He had never met anyone from the personnel department before, but he still thanked Mo Chiao. At this time, someone in the front row stood up and waved to Li Muhan. Captain, why are you sitting there? Come here quickly. Our place is here. Li Muhan quickly stood up after discovering that the person was Lin Ziyu. So you are the new leader of Team 7, the demon agent? Mo Chiao looked at Li Muhan and said with a sneer, No wonder that man targeted you. Be careful. After Li Muhan thanked the people from the engineering department, he bent down and ran quickly to the front of the headquarters where the 7th team sat down. Captain, although I know you're popular, the director of the engineering department is a minor. Please don't attack her. As soon as Lin Ziyu sat down, he looked at Li Muhan with a look of curiosity. Scumbag. Inchi also said coldly. Misunderstanding. I just didn't notice where you were when I came in, so I just found a random seat. By the way, where's Su Shui? Lin Ziyu thought for a moment and then replied. She seemed to say she couldn't come because of something. After all, she's the eldest daughter of the Su group, so it's understandable that she has some special circumstances. Li Muhan had also heard of the Su group, which was said to be a powerful chaebol that was not inferior to the Zhao family. Suddenly, he felt that the distance between him and Amelia Su was even greater. Seeing that most people had arrived, Lin Zhe coughed a few times, but Chang Yu didn't react at all. Lin Zhe turned around and saw that this guy was actually sleeping with his eyes open. Lin Zhe kicked Chang Yu directly on the leg, and Chang Yu almost turned around in his chair. Well, I didn't sleep. Hurry and get started. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes at him. Chang Yu then announced the start of the meeting. This was the Special Management Bureau's quarterly reporting meeting, and every department had to report on their work. It was only then that Li Muhan realized that in addition to the 7th Squad and several other combat squads, there was another Special Operations Squad. They have no names or numbers and are independent of all departments. Although they are affiliated with the headquarters, they only obey the dispatches of Director Chang Yu. It's just that they didn't attend this meeting, and Li Muhan didn't ask for the specific reason. Lin Ziyu said sarcastically, They are elites. They follow orders, not announcements. After listening to reports from other departments, Li Muhan also had a general understanding of the division of labor among each department. Qi Yuan was the one who reported to the Supernatural Management Department. Although Qi Yuan was a little shy, he was still able to do a good job of reporting. It wasn't until she glanced at Li Muhan in the audience that her face suddenly turned red and her tone became stammering. During the subsequent process, she gave the report in a trembling voice, looking at Li Muhan in the audience from time to time. Huang Zizai was not in a hurry at all in the audience and was still playing with his mobile phone. The result was that Lin Zhe criticized Huang Zizai by name and warned him that if he played with his mobile phone in the meeting room again, his salary for 1 year would be deducted. The head of the Science Council was a middle-aged man wearing a white researcher's coat and thick glasses, which was consistent with Li Muhan's impression of a scientist. The Science Council also mentioned the demon suppressor during their report, and Li Muhan felt that many eyes in the meeting hall were focused on him at this moment. Next was the Magical Spells Research Department. Their report was like a magic show. The entire venue became their stage, and they even received a lot of applause in the end. The Engineering Corps can be said to be the most normal department. Because Mo Qiao is relatively short, he has to stand on a small platform to reach the table. Even so, only her head could be seen from the back. But if anyone dared to laugh, they would be greeted by the roar of the engineering troops. Although the Engineering Corps members often laugh at their captain for being short, these strong engineering men will really fight to the death if anyone dares to bully their captain. The momentum is no less than that of a combat team. It turns out that civil engineering is not easy. After several departments, it was the headquarters' turn. After the previous teams reported, it was the turn of the 7th team at the bottom of the headquarters. "Captain, it's your turn." Lin Ziyu patted Li Muhan's shoulder, but In Chi said nothing. Li Muhan swallowed, took a deep breath, stood up as if he was going to the execution ground, and walked towards the main stage. Afterwards, he connected the projector to the screen with his mobile phone and displayed the PPT he had made. "Isn't this Team 7 the execution unit? When did they make such a good PPT? Is this the Devil's Agent? He doesn't look that remarkable. He's quite handsome. I'm a little moved. What are you thinking? This is a demon. And do you know who her guarantor is? Natural disaster Xiaolia. Do you dare to compete with her for a man? That's really interesting. I've never heard that Xiaolia is interested in matters between men and women." People's talk and stares made Li Muhan feel more and more nervous. Seeing him like this, some people even started to sneer. Just as the crowd's questioning voices were growing louder, a short figure suddenly stood up, pulled out 2 pistols, pointed them at the back row, and said coldly, "Our captain is speaking. Everyone, please be quiet." Her eyes swept across everyone present like cold arrows, and she didn't even take those ministers and section chiefs of high status seriously. Everyone's voices fell silent at this moment. It was not because they were afraid of the 2 guns. Even the bullets specially made by the Special Management Bureau were child's play for those of them who could use the power of the realm or the aliens. The key point is that the person who spoke was actually In Chi, the scout of the 7th team who has always had little presence. Li Muhan was also stunned. He never dreamed that the first person to stand up for him would be In Chi. Chang Yu nodded with great appreciation, but Lin Zhe could only sigh helplessly and said to everyone in the audience, "All right, everyone, please be quiet. Li Muhan is new to the Special Management Bureau, but he's also the new captain of Team 7. This is his first time attending a meeting, so I hope everyone will show him some respect." After Lin Zhe finished speaking, everyone looked at Li Muhan on the stage in silence. In Chi put away the gun and sat back in the chair, and Lin Ziyu quickly said, F***K, F***K. In Chi, you are so awesome. You, shut up. But all he got was a glare from Yoongi, until the whole audience was silent, with only gazes remaining. Li Muhan began his report. "Good morning, everyone. I'm the newcomer, Li Muhan, and the captain of Team 7. Is this demon a stutter? No, I spoke to him. He's quite clear. Isn't this nonsense? I'm only a freshman, and I'm giving a work report in front of so many big shots." Li Muhan complained in his heart. The more nervous he became, the more clumsy he became. Finally, Chang Yu coughed and said to him, "Boy, try treating everyone below as an alien." Li Muhan looked at him doubtfully, but still did as he was told. He gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Just when everyone was wondering what he was going to do, Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes. Now, in his opinion, this is within the realm, and all the people here are aliens. Once he had this thought in mind, Li Muhan was no longer nervous. Instead, He glanced at these people provocatively and started his speech again. Starting from the first rescue of the young hostage girl and the heroic sacrifice of Captain Huatian, Li Muhan made a detailed report and accompanied it with some data compiled by himself, as well as his personal evaluation of the mission and the analysis of its shortcomings. Some people who didn't know much about the situation became awestruck after hearing that Huatian had independently killed a cholera-level alien at the chaos level. The level assessment of outliers is very rigorous, and crossing levels is almost a dimensionality reduction attack. But when someone pays tribute, there will be someone who questions it. Please wait a moment, Captain Li. A proud woman's voice sounded from the hall, and then Li Muhan saw a young woman in uniform with long, light golden hair standing up. He has a delicate appearance, but gives people a feeling of keeping strangers away, and he exudes a majestic aura from head to toe. I have a few questions about this matter. The woman looked Li Muhan straight in the eyes and said aggressively, "Did Huatian, the former captain of Team 7, really kill a cholera monster single-handedly?" Li Muhan nodded. "Regarding this point, I made it clear in the report. It was indeed Captain Huatian. You wrote the report, and you're the only witness. Do you have any other proof?" Li Muhan, whose speech was interrupted, seemed to understand that the person in front of him had bad intentions, and he asked with narrowed eyes, "What do you mean?" The woman sneered and bowed gracefully to Li Muhan, her every move filled with aristocratic aura. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin, the executive director of the supervisory office of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau." Supervisory Commission. Li Muhan had a bad feeling when he heard about this department. If the Human Resources Department can control the promotion channels of department personnel to a certain extent, the Supervisory Commission can be said to be a department that even the leaders would have a headache about. What they hold is the real power of life and death. According to my investigation, there is insufficient evidence to prove that Captain Huatian killed the alien. Not only that, my investigation shows that Captain Huatian deliberately concealed his team members and faced the alien alone. What do you know? The captain is trying to keep us safe. Lin Ziyu couldn't help it anymore. He stood up and said to Yin Yu, "So, in other words, the rest of you Team 7 members are babies who need the captain's protection?" This sentence completely infuriated Yin Shi and Lin Ziyu. Li Muhan believed that if Su Shui was present, even she would not be able to tolerate this. But he knew very well that he was the captain now and must not act on impulse, but he would also never allow others to insult his teammates. If the Overwatch Council has any questions about this matter, I will accept the investigation and will fully cooperate. However, if you continue to belittle my team members, our Team 7 will definitely not be afraid of anyone. Mo Qiao looked at Li Muhan with a hint of approval in her eyes. This guy is pretty good, neither humble nor overbearing. He's very suitable to be our minister's boyfriend. Minister, we all think this guy is good. Let's take him down. Shut up. Mo Qiao couldn't stand it any longer and yelled at her teammates. But this sound seemed extremely loud at this moment, and everyone in the supervisory office turned their heads and looked at the engineering department. Why? The engineering department also has an opinion on this matter. Mo Qiao originally didn't intend to speak, but now it seems there is no way. She sneered and stood up. Although it made no difference whether she stood up or not, the rest of the people in the engineering department also stood up. This made things interesting. What? The supervisory council only wants to pick on a newcomer now? He's just doing his work report, and you suddenly jump up and speak ill of his former captain. You don't even allow others to be angry. Yin Yu, you have such a big face. Now the other people in the supervisory commission were fed up and stood up and pointed at the engineering department and started cursing. Try to curse at me again? Damn it. A bunch of office workers are challenging us dirt smugglers. We carry wrenches with us. Try pointing your finger at our minister again. I'll cut your finger off. Just like that, the Ministry of Engineering and the Supervisory Commission started cursing directly. Then there is Team 9 of the Supernatural Management Department. Qi Yuan changed his shyness and started to curse directly, and then it was Huang Zizai's turn. He was not standing up for Li Muhan, but it seemed that it was because the people from the supervisory council had raided his illegal internet cafe before. Now venting here, the scene suddenly became chaotic. On the contrary, Li Muhan on the stage is now in a daze. Fight! Fight! Meetings are for communication and discussion. Chang Yu was still fanning the flames, and Lin Zhe was already at his wit's end. The realm unfolds, silence. Swish! The sudden expansion of the field startled everyone, and all the quarrels stopped at this moment because they could no longer make any sound. Then everyone saw the man in the top hat from the personnel management department stand up slightly, bow to everyone, and speak with a gentle smile on his face. Everyone, we are all colleagues. There's no need to be so confrontational. How about calming down for a moment? Then he looked at Lin Zhe and Chang Yu on the main stage. Director Lin, Director Chang, I apologize for using the power of the realm without permission, but I feel that my power is best suited to handle the situation right now. TSK, there was no fight. Chang Yu still felt a little unsatisfied. Lin Zhe nodded and said, no problem. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. All departments involved in the dispute today will be punished, and the person in charge will have 1 month's salary docked and will be required to write a self-criticism. Obviously, Lin Zhe and Chang Yu were not affected by the men's realm at all. Li Muhan wanted to speak at this time, but found that his throat was blocked and he could not make any sound at all. In fact, not only the sound, but all the movements disappeared, the sound of the chair, the sound of the documents on the table, and even the sound of his heartbeat could not be heard. All right, everyone. Captain Li's report isn't over yet. Please take a seat. The group of people also regained their composure. After returning to his seat and seeing that everyone was seated, the man bowed to them again to express his apology and then released the boundary. Li Muhan, you continue. Lin Zhe said to Li Muhan. Despite this incident, Li Muhan regained his composure and continued his work report. It can be said that Li Muhan almost single-handedly made the style of this reporting meeting normal. Those who were skeptical or even sarcastic at first gradually became serious after hearing Li Muhan's report, especially after hearing Li Muhan's accurate analysis of the situation within the Special Management Bureau. They felt that this demon agent seemed to have something special. Even Yin, you didn't say anything else. Lin Zhe's expression became more relaxed, while Chang Yu looked as if it was a matter of course, as if he had known that Li Muhan would be fine. Lin Ziyu in the audience was even more proud. After all, he was their captain. In fact, Li Muhan really put a lot of thought into this report and even went through several volumes of the Special Management Bureau's mission history files and regulations. The incident just now actually made him completely less nervous, and his condition became better and better. He was even able to interact with the people in the audience, making the atmosphere in the whole venue quite lively. If this guy hadn't come to the Special Management Bureau, he would definitely have been a leader in the future. Lin Zhe said with a smile, "What's so good about being a leader? It's better to be my apprentice." Chang Yu said, "Seriously? You're taking in a disciple? That's fake. I won't do such a troublesome thing." Just when Li Muhan was reporting on his most recent mission, which was to escort Chief Zhang of the Cultural Relics Management Section of the Provincial Special Management Bureau to hand over cultural relics, a message suddenly came in on his cell phone. Li Muhan was so excited that he clicked on the picture on his phone subconsciously, but he realized it after he opened it. Oh shit, my phone is connected to the projector now, and whatever I click on will be projected. Then he heard an uproar from the audience. People looked at Li Muhan with complicated expressions. What's going on? Li Muhan glanced down at his phone. Oh my god. Just this one glance scared Li Muhan so much that he almost dropped his phone on the ground. The person who sent the message was Xiaoyu, and she sent a picture. Xiaoyu was sitting on the edge of the bed, wearing a cute maid outfit with her legs slightly crossed. Her slender legs were wearing a pair of white stockings. The little feet, wrapped in stockings and slightly pink, are extremely tempting at this moment. Li Muhan's sweat fell like a waterfall. Everyone in the audience began to whisper to each other. What the hell? What's going on? Who is this? What a beautiful girl, his girlfriend. No, look carefully, this is that vampire. Shalia. Huh. How could this Li Muhan let that cold vampire send her a photo like this? Li Muhan was stunned, having completely failed to anticipate what was happening. Ding dong. Xiaoyu sent another photo. This time, it was a photo of Xiaoyu wearing cat ears and a school uniform, kneeling on the ground and making a cute pose. Oh my god, I never realized before, but this Charlene is so cute. Is this some kind of play? Are we part of their play? Just as Li Muhan was about to turn off his phone with trembling hands, a video call came in and he accidentally pressed the answer button. Master, do you like this? In the video, Xiaoyu was sitting on the bed in a black maid outfit, trying hard to force a smile. Xiaoyu, do I have a grudge against you? A tear trace flashed across Li Muhan's eyes. At this time, many people in the audience had already started laughing, while Emo Xiao was tightly gripping the wrench at his waist. I almost got into a fight with someone just now because of this brat. The members of the engineering department behind him patted their minister on the shoulder. Some were cheering. Buyer, are you afraid of a hammer? If you dress up and wear stockings, wouldn't you be very charming? Some are comforting. Oh, minister, forget it. This kid is really out of control. You can't control him. Others are gloating. Ha! This is the first time our minister has fallen in love with a man, and he ended up meeting a pervert. I'm dying of laughter. And Mo Xiao couldn't bear it any longer. So he took out a wrench and went straight to the people behind him. On the other side, Yin Yu from the Supervisory Council's face flushed red at this moment. It's simply outrageous. In such a formal occasion, now she has completely lost her previous majesty. She looks like a ripe apple, and her pupils are even starting to flicker. What's wrong? You don't like it? Don't you know what I'm doing now? Li Muhan said to Xiaoyu on the other side of the video with tears in her eyes. Yeah, I know. You're in the Special Management Bureau. The captain is in the Special Management Bureau? Wait, could it be that he's attending that quarterly report meeting? Another familiar voice was heard in the video, and then the camera turned over and Su Shue's terrified face appeared in the camera. Brother Muhan, are you in a meeting now? Sister Shue, I'm not only in a meeting right now, I'm also reporting on my work. Everything you just posted has been projected onto the big screen. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot. I'll cut it off right away. What's wrong? Doesn't he like it? Damn, men are so hard to please. Stop talking, Miss Xiaoyu. Turn off the video immediately. Beep, beep, beep. The video link was disconnected, but the people in the audience were almost injured from laughing so hard. At this time, Lin Ziyu had already lowered his head and huddled under the chair, and In Shi had quietly left the scene without knowing when. She really couldn't bear to stay in this shabby place. Huang Zizai on the side applauded instead. Okay. The report just now was so boring. Now it's so exciting. More reports. It's interesting. I love it. Leadership material? Lindsay turned his head and looked at Changyu with a smile. Changyu had already covered his face, as if he had experienced something as embarrassing as Li Muhan. From that day on, Li Muhan's fame grew. It's not just because he made the little lowly from the engineering department and Shi Yuan from the 9th team fight for him at the Special Management Bureau's quarterly report meeting, but also because he could actually establish that kind of relationship with a disaster-level vampire, and even let that vampire give her this kind of benefit. This is simply unbelievable and unheard of. It really makes people envious and jealous to death. This is what these people really think. After receiving criticism and education from Lindsay, Li Muhan left the Special Management Bureau under Chang Yu's sympathetic gaze. On the way home, Li Muhan decided that he must teach Xiaoyu a lesson. It would be fine if she acted recklessly at other times, but she actually went so far at this critical moment. This concerns the reputation of the 7th team. We must not be soft-hearted. But when he arrived at the door, he opened it and saw Xiaoyu with messy hair. She had taken off her maid outfit and changed into a sweatshirt, but was still wearing black stockings. The words of sermon he had prepared could not be uttered. Xiaoyu stood there blankly, like a child who had done something wrong, clutching the corners of her sweatshirt tightly with both hands, looking very scared. Did I do something wrong? She raised her head slightly and immediately lowered it again after seeing Li Muhan's gaze. Li Muhan sighed, walked to Xiaoyu, and slowly held her in his arms. Never mind, it's okay. But Su Shui said that I embarrassed you. Shameful? No. They'll just be jealous that I have such a good-looking roommate. But how did you suddenly think of wearing those clothes? Did Su Shui teach you? That's not right, Li Muhan thought. Sister Shui's usual dressing style is very ladylike. Although she also wears stockings and other things, they're all matched appropriately. She wouldn't be so romantic. Li Muhan originally wanted to ask, how do you know my interests and hobbies, especially legs and stockings? But that's a bit too perverted. So he changed his statement. Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone and opened the short video software, which showed a girl dressed sexy. Don't bother learning these things because you're much prettier than them. You don't need to wear them at all. Li Muhan gently touched Xiaoyu's hair. But I want you to pay more attention to me. There was a hint of grievance in Xiaoyu's tone. I'm keeping an eye on you. Li Muhan held up Xiaoyu's face, then leaned closer and spoke. I'll always keep an eye on you. Well, I won't wear it anymore. No, you can wear it. Wear it more. I like it. In the end, Li Muhan couldn't help shouting out his inner thoughts, but in return he received a look of contempt from Xiaoyu. At the same time, in the office of the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, Lindsay was reading a report about the third-level alien area. Why? Are those two making trouble again? She looked at Changyu and said, Isn't it? I've said it many times, but it's no use. It seems that this time I really have to go and talk to them personally. Lindsay shook his head and said, You're not fit to go. Why? Don't forget that I was the one who captured them. Their legs start shaking when they see me. Lindsay sighed. This man was so stubborn. It was really hard to talk to him. It's precisely because you personally suppressed and detained them that seeing you will only make them even angrier, and then this matter will be unresolved. What should we do? Let them make a fuss. Lindsay rubbed his temple and said, What can we do? We've negotiated with the Eastern European Special Administrative Region many times, but they simply won't extradite him. It's obvious he's going to rot in our hands. Chanya got angry when the Eastern European Special Management Bureau was mentioned, and he slammed the table and said, These bastards, foreigners, didn't take care of their own stuff and came to run wild on our Huawei land. I caught them, but these bastards still don't want to take it. What the hell is this? It's not so bad. These two didn't act wildly. It's just that their mere existence is a big problem. Chanyu suddenly remembered something and said to Lindsay, By the way, Tsin Lin from the Human Resources Management Department suggested at the meeting that Li Muhan be the one to handle this issue. Lindsay was slightly stunned. Li Muhan, let him go. Chanyu nodded. It's better to let him go. He is the devil's agent and has a devil living inside him. It should be easier for him to communicate with those two. There was no moment to mourn the lost winter vacation. Soon to arrive on the battlefield are the new jobs assigned by the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan had originally planned to take Xiaoyu on a trip, but the previous trip with Section Chief Zhang was a bit perfunctory. Moreover, the Northwest Gobi Desert seems quite novel at first, but after looking at it for a long time, I feel a bit aesthetically fatigued. But just when the two of them were choosing a travel destination on Luo Yang's notebook, Lindsay suddenly called. Come to the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu looked at each other. Xiaoyu seemed to realize something, and her expression gradually became cold. Well, the trip is ruined now. An hour later, Li Muhan sat in Lindsay's office. I'm still a student. I should have the right to enjoy my winter break. Li Muhan protested. You're already a mature office worker. You should learn to be self-sufficient. Don't waste my breath on this. This is the briefing for this mission. Now Lindsay was almost too lazy to even say a few words of comfort to Li Muhan. But to be honest, the salaries in the Special Management Bureau are really high. Among the other members of the 7th team, Lin Ziyu is a technical talent, and with various subsidies, his salary is 38,000 yuan a month. In Chi and Su Shui's is 32,000. Li Muhan is the team leader and has extra allowances, but because he is an outlier in the supervision period, his actual salary is only 20,000. It turns out that he, the captain, has become the last one in the team. But this is already very good. In the past few months, I took my salary, paid the rent, and bought a lot of clothes for Xiaoyu. Now, I still have tens of thousands of yuan in savings. He is already looking for a new place to live. Although he and Xia Yu no longer need to rent a double room due to their relationship, the living environment of their current place is indeed poor. For the sake of these wages, he has to grit his teeth and endure it. He picked up the report and took a look at it, feeling somewhat puzzled. Mediate a dispute between two aliens in the alien zone on the 3rd underground floor. He looked at Lin Zhe speechlessly. Director Lin, am I a neighborhood committee lady? What happened to the promise that Team 7 would only fight tough battles? Who told you that mediation isn't a tough battle? Unexpectedly, Lin Zhe asked Li Muhan a question in return. Have to. Indeed, mediation is also an art. You know, the ability of the aunties in the neighborhood committee to observe people's words and expressions is not much worse than those of psychological experts. Moreover, the object of this mediation is an alien. The 3rd underground floor of the Special Management Bureau is the alien area, with each alien having their own area. Except for some aliens who must be locked up, they're all relatively free. So Li Muhan began to read the report in detail. When he found out the name of the person who needed adjustment, Li Muhan raised his head again and looked at Lin Zhe with despair. Director Lin, are you sure you're not mistaken? About what? The subject of mediation. Li Muhan pointed to the 2 names on the document and said, Anomaly file number 750 and number 751, Thanatos, the god of death, and his sister, Hypnos, the goddess of dreams. You're right, it's them. Li Muhan almost vomited blood. It's not a big deal if you act as a neighborhood committee lady and mediate conflicts yourself. But this is a contradiction for God. This is a huge problem. At the same time, in the personnel management department, Lin was also having a hard time. Ever since he took over the 2 foreign gods, these 2 had basically been restless. According to mythology, they are both children of Nyx, the goddess of night, so they should have a good relationship. But these 2 people had a small quarrel every 3 days and a big quarrel every 5 days, causing chaos on the 3rd underground floor of the Special Management Bureau. Lin has reported this many times, requesting that the 2 be sent back to the Eastern European Special Management Bureau, but negotiations with the National Special Management Bureau seem to have been unsuccessful. The Eastern European side has been playing it safe, and in order to prevent these 2 troublemakers from going back, they even sent several experienced members to the Huaxia Special Management Bureau to assist in the work. I heard that the tarot reader of the 9th team is from the Eastern European Special Management Bureau. Section Chief, those 2 are arguing again. A staff member pushed the door open and walked into the office and shouted. At the same time, the whole office began to tremble. Why is there such a big commotion this time? Lin sighed. If it weren't for his domain that had always covered the entire 3rd underground floor, Tianhai City would have been destroyed by the earthquake long ago. His realm, silence, not only prevents those within it from making any sound, but also prevents any damage or vibration from spreading to the outside world. It may be lacking in combat power, but it is extremely useful as a support. At this moment, the office door was pushed open again. When Lin saw this person, his eyes suddenly lit up. Captain Li, you are finally here. Come and sit down. This was Li Muhan's first time going down to the 3rd underground floor. It was different from the one above. The Special Management Bureau on the 2nd underground floor was like an underground city. Then this place is more like a beehive-like office space. Chief Tsen, why do you insist on entrusting me to handle this matter? Li Muhan asked his doubts. Lin said, as he made tea for Li Muhan. Because, Captain Li, you are the most suitable person to solve this matter. Li Muhan was full of questions. You are the devil's agent. It can be said that there is no one more suitable than you in this bureau. Is there no one else in the Special Management Bureau who can handle this matter? Not really. Lin picked up the teacup elegantly and was about to drink when there was another vibration. His hand shook and the tea spilled directly onto the crotch of his suit pants. You have to know that this is freshly brewed tea, the heat. Lin stood up quickly, and Li Muhan felt a pain in his crotch just by looking at his expression. Li Muhan quickly tore off a few pieces of paper, but felt it was inappropriate to help him wipe that area, so he handed the paper over. Sorry, I have to excuse myself for a moment. But Lin just stood up and walked quickly to the inner room of the office. After waiting for about 2 minutes, he came out again wearing the same pair of suit pants. Were these two responsible for this commotion? Li Muhan asked. Lin nodded helplessly. How about this, Captain Li, you and I go take a look. He stood up and gestured to Li Muhan to come in. Because this mission was rather special and was an assisting mission like the one with the 9th Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan gave the other members of Team 7 a holiday. Although Lin Ziyu and others wanted to carry out the mission with Li Muhan, Lin Zhe said that ordinary members were not allowed to enter the 3rd underground floor. Li Muhan was allowed to enter the 3rd underground floor because he had an assisting mission. They could only watch as Li Muhan boarded the elevator to the 3rd underground floor. At this time, Li Muhan followed Lin out of the office and walked towards the other end of the corridor. This place looks like an office building. Can they really fight in a place like this? Lin said as he pinched the specially shaped small house. Don't worry, Captain Li. You'll know soon. During the time we were walking, there were several more tremors. But all the staff seemed to be used to it. 10 minutes later, they reached a door at the end. There's an iris verification device at the door. Lin raised his hand, pressed a button, and said something. Please help me connect to the location of file number 750 and file number 751. Then a voice that sounded familiar to Li Muhan came from inside. Verify first, then apply. Don't mix up the order. This voice seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Lin was also confused for a moment, and then suddenly said with a smile, Isn't this Director M.O. from the engineering department? Why are you on duty in person today? Most of the children in the engineering department are on winter vacation, so I'll give them a few days off so they can go back and spend time with their families. This voice sounded so familiar. It turned out to be the engineering director, Mo Chiao, who spoke for him during the meeting. Why? Is there someone else with you? Mo Chiao asked, as if she heard some other noise. Lin quickly explained. Minister Mo, this is Li Muhan, the captain of the 7th team, who is here to help our personnel department solve the problem. You also know him. Hello, Minister Mo. Thank you for your hard work. When Li Muhan's voice was heard, there was silence for a while, and then the voice became much colder. Oh, it's you. Li Muhan actually expected Mo Chiao's indifference. After all, that kind of thing happened at the meeting, and everyone saw the benefits Xiaoyu gave herself. I guess everyone thinks he is a pervert now. Okay, it's connected. Go in quickly and don't disturb me. After saying that, the sound of a wrench turning came from Mo Chiao's side. Minister Mo does everything himself, doesn't he? Li Muhan asked after making sure there was no sound from the other side. Yes, she's made an indelible contribution to the fact that Minister Mo's engineering unit has become the backbone of the Special Management Bureau. Sometimes I'm curious about how such a huge amount of energy can be hidden in that tiny body. I even secretly went to the identification department to ask if she was an anomaly. While waiting for the door to open, Lin also started chatting with Li Muhan. It seems like she treats her subordinates very well. Li Muhan said, Well, everyone in the engineering corps treats her like a younger sister. After all, no matter how great Minister Mo is, he's still just a 17-year-old kid. Captain Li, if you have time, go see if there's anything you can help with in the engineering department. Okay, I'll do my best. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Mo Chiao's voice suddenly came from the other side. No need. The door is open. Get out of here. Li Muhan and Lin looked at each other and shut up. Just at this moment, the door slowly opened with a click. The scene that appeared behind the door made Li Muhan scream out loud. I knock. What's going on? What was now unfolding before him was a vast expanse of heaven and earth. The sky was burning with blazing flames. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. The wind was howling, and thunder and lightning were flashing, like a scene from the end of the world. It is both magnificent and daunting. Li Muhan was stunned and couldn't help but want to take a step forward. At this step, he suddenly missed a step and was about to fall down. Fortunately, Lin was quick enough to grab Li Muhan's collar and pull him back. Li Muhan then saw that there was a cliff under his feet, and the stone he had just stepped on was rolling down the cliff. Minister Imo has chosen this strange location again. Sun Lin couldn't help but sigh. Li Muhan, still in shock, grabbed Sun Lin and asked, W, what's going on? W, where is this place? If Captain Li is asking about our current location, it's the third underground floor of the Special Management Bureau. 3 underground floors. Then what are this sky, this earth, and this sea? Li Muhan was already somewhat incoherent. Sun Lin said with a smile, pinching his goatee. This is space technology created with the help of some alien species. You won't understand, even if I explain it to you. Okay, let's go down first. Go down. How to go down? This cliff. Before Li Muhan finished speaking, Sun Lin raised his hand and whistled. Then, with a sharp cry, a giant bird with golden wings flew over. The golden bird hovered in front of the door, with its wings spread out, its eyes moving back and forth between Li Muhan and Sun Lin. Good morning, ma'am. Sun Lin, you'd better find a way to resolve the fight between those two this time, or else change my room. The golden bird said to Sun Lin with great dissatisfaction. Don't worry, it will work this time. Sun Lin took off his hat and said to Jin Yao with a smile. The golden bird let out a sharp cry and then turned around. Sun Lin quickly pulled Li Muhan. Let's go, why are you standing there? Before Li Muhan could react, Sun Lin pulled him onto the back of the golden bird. The divine bird spread its wings and soared away, directly into the clouds raging with strong winds and lightning. Only after seeing through the clouds did Li Muhan truly see what was happening. 2 figures, a man and a woman, were engaged in a fierce battle above the clouds, a battle that shook the world. Behind them were terrifying incarnations. The incarnation was like a mountain, emitting a blazing light, and it seemed that even the flames in the sky were eclipsed by their brilliance. Every time their powers collided with each other, it triggered a raging energy wave, enough to make the stars tremble. This is Thanatos and Hypnos. He muttered to himself, already too stunned to open his mouth by the battle between the 2 gods before him. Do they fight like this every day? Because it was too noisy here, Li Muhan had to shout at the top of his lungs so that Sun Lin could hear him. They weren't so noisy before, but these past few days, I don't know why. These 2 are like crazy, fighting every day, every day. The one who answered Li Muhan was the golden bird under his seat. It circled around the 2 gods, and Sun Lin's expression didn't look good either. He looked at Li Muhan beside him and asked, Captain Li, is there any way to stop their fight? If they keep fighting like this space won't last long. Li Muhan was feeling very confused at this moment. Me? He felt like the toad spirit in Journey to the West, where his boss suddenly told him to kill Sun Wukong, which was as magical as that. You're the only one here who has this ability. Captain Li, their fighting is getting more and more intense. They're almost revealing their true forms. If this continues, space will collapse. Then, the entire Tianhai city will experience a terrible earthquake. Actually, I know a very powerful vampire. I can call her over with just one phone call. I can assist her. Li Muhan had already taken out his phone, but was stopped by Sun Lin. No. These 2 suffered 2 defeats right after arriving in Huaxia. The first was at the hands of Xiaolia. Although they were even that time, a 2-on-1 tie is a huge humiliation for them. If they see Xiaolia again, I'm afraid they will go all out to fight to the death. Li Muhan realized the seriousness of the problem. Does this mean I have to take responsibility for this mess? He didn't believe that no one in the Special Management Bureau was better than him except the director and deputy director. In fact, from what Li Muhan and Huang Zizai learned privately, there are many hidden talents in the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, especially the unit without a name or number. Captain Li, there's no one else left now. It's you. Show your magical powers. Sun Lin urged again. Li Muhan gritted his teeth and looked at the shadows of the 2 gods and their respective incarnations. The girl's incarnation was a giant winged lion, while the man's incarnation was a black god of death holding a huge scythe. The 2 men fought fiercely, neither of them willing to give in. He was silently calculating in his mind. Now Ball has recovered 50% of his soul, and he has never really used the power of the incarnation of the realm. Now is an opportunity to test your strength. Although my opponent is a god, I am also the devil's agent. If someone dies, their D***K will go up in the air. If the ball is dead, it's dead. What's there to be afraid of? And since you took so much money from the Special Management Bureau, you should do your job. If Lin Zhe heard Li Muhan's thoughts, he would definitely be very happy. Because this silly kid finally learned how to pua himself. Can you come closer? Li Muhan half knelt on the back of the golden bird, untied the backpack behind him, and took out the Fu Jiang Zhan Mo. Are you crazy? Am I going to get killed if they're fighting like that? Then fly higher, fly above them. Li Muhan said, Sun Lin, is this person you found reliable? However, Jin Yao did not seem to trust Li Muhan until Sun Lin pinched his mustache and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll vouch for him. Without another word, the golden bird rose to a higher altitude and leaped into the sky above where the two gods were fighting. This height is the limit. No more going up or down. The golden bird said. Li Muhan drew out the Fujiang Jinmo, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. That's enough. He slowly stood up, stood on the edge of the bird's back, looked at the magnificent battlefield below, and swallowed. Chieftain, if I can come back this time. Pa. If you don't come back, Xia Lia will tear down the Special Management Bureau. You must come back. I knocked. It turned out that he was not worried about my life or death, but worried that Xia Yu would cause trouble. The wind whistles and the Yi River is cold, brave man. Li Muhan began to sing with tears in his eyes. The giant golden bird couldn't stand it anymore and turned around suddenly. Go quickly. Ouch! Li Muhan fell straight down. Sun Lin was almost thrown off, but fortunately he grabbed the golden bird's feathers at the last moment. How come you almost sent me away too? I'm warning you, Sun Lin, if he can't solve it, you have to change rooms for me. Oh, my aunt, now is not the time to talk about this. Sun Lin climbed back onto the golden bird's back and quickly looked down. Li Muhan fell between the two gods like a meteorite. His body was starting to catch fire as he fell faster and faster. Golden bird, have you ever heard of a palm technique that can descend from the sky? Sun Lin said. Shut up. At the same time, Li Muhan slowly closed his eyes and stood in front of Ball. This was the first time he used the power of the incarnation. When he fought with the ghost general on the battlefield before, he only summoned Baal's afterimage. And now, he is about to summon Ball himself. Even though I only have 50% of the energy, I have no choice but to take a gamble now. Realm, thundering abyss, unfold. Boom! Thunder began to roar, and countless lightning bolts gathered. Li Muhan himself was also wrapped in golden lightning. From a distance, it looked like a golden meteor wrapped in lightning and storms rushing towards the two gods. Such a scene still couldn't stop the two gods. They continued to fight. The giant lion opened its huge mouth, and the god of death swung his scythe, as if gathering all his strength to make a final blow. If these two strikes collide, this space will shatter instantly, and Tianhai City will suffer immeasurable damage. Ball, show yourself. When Li Muhan opened his eyes, the necklace on his chest suddenly turned into a mask covering the lower half of his face. Then the skin all over his body began to turn as black as ink, as if it had been dyed by the night. Golden runes appeared on his skin, emitting a brilliant golden light. His original black hair had turned snow white, and the demon-suppressing sword in his hand had also been transformed into a long-handled blade, which was now flashing with a sharp light. At this moment, the attacks of the two gods were almost on the verge of colliding, and the power seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth and exterminate all living beings. But Li Muhan showed no fear at all. The golden light in his eyes shone brightly, and the long sword in his hand carried the power of tens of thousands of thunders as he rushed towards the true bodies of the two gods. The long sword came roaring with tens of thousands of thunders, instantly separating the two incarnations of the gods. At that moment, lightning flashed, storms raged, flames danced, and wind and snow filled the sky. Li Muhan, no, it should be said that it was Ball who stood in the middle of the raging storm, with a long sword raised high above his head, and head-on withstood the attacks of the two gods. When all the lightning and storms, flames and snow dissipated, the two gods also turned their eyes for the first time to the uninvited guest who suddenly broke into the battlefield. "Who is coming?" the man said in a cold voice. His voice seemed to have its own reverberation, making it intimidating. "Human? No. Demon? That's not right either. What on earth are you?" The woman looked at Li Muhan with a look full of doubt. Li Muhan's golden pupils first looked at the man, then at the woman, and finally he suddenly pushed with both hands, and a huge force spread out instantly. Both gods had to use their incarnations to protect themselves, so that they were not intimidated by this power. But they were not afraid. Instead, they prepared to fight against the uninvited guest. Facing one against two, and two Greek gods at that, Li Muhan showed no fear at all, and even a strange smile appeared behind the mask. Just when the three were about to start another earth-shattering battle, Sinlin's voice suddenly came from above their heads. You two, stop it. Put away your magical powers." At this time, he came riding on the golden crow. "If you keep fighting, I'm afraid this space will be torn apart by you. If that happens, and it affects human cities, things will be very difficult to deal with." The two gods turned their heads and glanced at the person who spoke. "If you want us to cease fire, that's easy. You can do as I said before and exchange a piece of land for me. Same here, as long as I don't stay with this guy." The golden bird also has something to say. "What the hell are you two doing? I'm the one who wants to move. This place used to be beautiful, but ever since you two arrived, there's been earthquakes every other day. How many times has my internet cable been cut off by you? And now you're trying to destroy the world." Li Muhan, who was holding a long sword, gradually released the power of the realm and incarnation after seeing that both sides had no intention of starting a war for the time being. Unexpectedly, he started falling as soon as he released his incarnation. In the end, the woman grabbed Li Muhan's collar and lifted him up in the air. "What a human! So you are the devil's agent." "Hello." Li Muhan was lifted in the air and greeted the woman awkwardly. And this beautiful girl with short platinum hair is actually the legendary god of sleep, Hypnos. "You two, we can discuss this, but since you're both true gods, creating space for you requires a lot of preparation. We've already had the engineering department start construction as quickly as possible, but it'll take at least a week. Can you be patient for a moment?" Sinlin smiled and negotiated with the two, but was firmly rejected by both. "Impossible," the two said in unison, and then glared at each other. "Don't imitate me." "Well, then at least don't fight today. How about I go and discuss it with the higher-ups?" Even Li Muhan could see Sinlin's helplessness. The two gods were not completely unreasonable. They looked at Sinlin and nodded. "Let's stop here today. If you don't find me a new world tomorrow, I will let this world collapse forever." After saying that, the man turned around and turned into a ball of black air and dissipated in the smoke and dust along with the huge incarnation of the god of death. "I'll give you one day." The woman didn't stay long. After she finished speaking, she grew a pair of wings and flew away. When Li Muhan and Sinlin returned to the ground on the golden bird, the sky had returned to its original splendor. The sun shone on the earth again, and the landforms destroyed by the two gods began to heal slowly. Li Muhan looked at these magnificent views and thought that this place must not be destroyed, because if it was destroyed, Tianhai City would be in great crisis. "Chieftain, I will do my best to help you, so you must." But when he turned around, he saw Sinlin kneeling on the ground and writing his resignation letter. "I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this crappy job. I want to quit." "Chieftain, don't get excited." The golden bird was making things worse. "Change my room before you leave." "Sinlin, you promised me." After confirming that the two gods would not fight again today, Sinlin decided to leave here first and report the matter. "But you just said it would take at least a week to build the new venue. Will reporting it be effective?" Li Muhan asked somewhat uneasily. Sinlin said as he looked at the sky with a look of despair. "Captain Li, some things must be reported. You can't let them rot in your hands. If you can't handle it, if you report it, it will be the leader's business. But if you don't report it, You will be held responsible if something goes wrong. It seems that Lin came from a large company and is well versed in the ways of the workplace. So Li Muhan didn't say anything else. The golden bird was still following them, constantly muttering about changing places. They both need to rebuild their room. I don't need it. Can I change now? Can I change now? Hey, Jinwoo, please wait a moment. Let me deal with those two first. No, 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 no. Then the divine bird golden crow began to make noises in the ears of the two. Finally, they arrived at the edge of the cliff, but Li Muhan and Lin were dumbfounded. Because the door is gone. The door that was originally hanging on the edge of the cliff has now completely disappeared, and there is still endless sky and earth behind it. Chieftain, it's probably not what I thought. Don't worry, Captain Lee, I'll contact Miss Mo right away. He took out his communicator and called the engineering unit. Hey, engineering team, we're not on duty today. If you need anything repaired, fill out the form and bring it over to wait in line. Mo Chiao's voice came from the other end of the phone, still with that cold attitude. It seems that people working in the engineering field probably have a bad temper. Minister Mo, it's me. Lin. Upon hearing Lin's voice, Mo Chiao on the other end of the phone became even more exhausted. What? This door is gone. Minister Mo, the door back is gone. Mo Chiao smacked his lips unhappily, and then the sound of typing on the keyboard came from the other side. What are you doing? How come you smashed the locator directly? Just now. The fight was a bit intense. Excuse me, Minister Mo, is there any way for us to get out now? Mo Chiao sighed. You'll have to wait. I'll go over and do the repairs right away, but there are only 2 other people and I on duty in the engineering department right now. The earliest we can fix it is tomorrow morning. After hearing this, Li Muhan and Lin felt like they were struck by a bolt of lightning. Those two said they would only give us 1 day. Li Muhan reminded in a low voice. Minister Mo, can you please hurry up? We have an urgent matter. There's no point in being anxious. The sound of tools being packed up came from Mo Chiao's side. If it were an ordinary alien space, it would be fine. But your space is specially made. Not only are 2 natural disaster-level gods imprisoned, but there is also an annihilation-level divine bird, the golden crow. If this locator is broken, it will not be repaired in a short time. Then she sneered and said, I'm not exaggerating, but luckily I'm here now. If someone else had come, you'd probably have to stay there for more than 3 days. Okay, that's it. I'm hanging up now. Beep, beep, beep. There was a dead tone on the communicator. No. Lin suddenly knelt on the ground, opened his arms, and roared to the sky. Why do you treat me like this? Li Muhan originally thought that Lin from the Personnel Management Department was a cunning and treacherous person. But now it seems that he is just a bad guy. Forget it, Chieftain. Minister Mo will definitely do his best. Let's just figure out how to get through the day here. He squatted down and patted Lin on the back. Then another slender hand patted Lin on the back. That's right. Don't be like this. Cheer up and help me change rooms. Li Muhan looked along the white arm and saw an extremely cute girl with short golden hair. What the hell? Who are you? Li Muhan was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The girl looked at Li Muhan angrily and said, I just carried you guys for so long, and you've already forgotten me? Listen up. I'm the divine bird golden crow, descendants of. Lin added. Then he sighed and stood up. There's no other way now. Let's find a place to live first. Looking for a place to live? Li Muhan was stunned, and then asked tentatively, Isn't there a special residence for our Special Management Bureau staff here? Lin looked up at the sky and smiled bitterly, and then Li Muhan saw a crystal tear running down the corner of his eye. Shaoli, you're still too naive. Just find a cave and spend the night there. Cave? Then what are we going to eat? You won't starve to death if you don't eat for 1 night. Just as the 2 of them were walking forward dejectedly and aimlessly, the short-haired girl behind them suddenly spoke. If you have no place to stay, you can come to my house. The 2 of them turned around almost at the same time. This scared Jinwoo. What are you looking at? Wait, I just feel sorry for you. No, I pity you. After all, I'm a descendant of the 3-legged golden crow, so what are you doing? Don't come over here. Hey, I'm a divine bird. Just as Jinwoo covered her body and stepped back, Li Muhan and Lin suddenly grabbed her hands and said with tears in their eyes, "Thank you so much, Ms. Jinwoo. Then please take care of dinner tonight, too." The golden crow's big, round eyes gradually became dull, as if it felt a sense of speechlessness and disdain towards the two humans in front of it. Finally, under the leadership of Jinwoo, the two crossed mountains and rivers, entered the forest, climbed over cliffs, and walked through swamps. The mud along the way could not stop the two of them because they just wanted to go to the warm room, drink a bowl of hot soup, eat a bowl of rice, and find a bed to have a good sleep. After finally climbing up a steep slope, it was already dark when we were about to reach our destination. At this time, Li Muhan suddenly thought of something. He lay on the edge of the steep slope and turned back to ask Lin, "Chieftain, I have a question." "What?" Lin's health was obviously not as good as Li Muhan's. He asked breathlessly, "Why not let the golden crow turn into a bird and fly us to our destination?" Lin was silent, then looked at Li Muhan and said with a smile, "Sorry, I forgot. F***K. Li Muhan got so excited that he slipped and rolled down the steep slope. After much trouble, they finally arrived at Jinwoo's residence. A warm cave. Why is it still a cave? And it's such a dark and simple cave. Li Muhan and Lin howled in pain, but were kicked into the cave by Jinwoo one by one. "Stop whining in front of someone else's door. You have no manners, you human." This cave looks simple, but it actually hides a mystery. When Li Muhan and Lin were kicked in, they discovered that there was another door inside. Jinwoo snorted coldly, walked around the two people who were still lying on the ground, and opened a room. As soon as the door opened, the view was suddenly bright. It was a clean, tidy, and warm small apartment. Li Muhan was stunned. "Section Chieftain, did we repair this?" Lin scratched his head. I don't know." Jinwoo turned around and looked at the two people at the door and said, "What are you still doing outside? Come in quickly." The two of them rolled and crawled into the house. After entering, Li Muhan looked at the room in detail and said it was not small, at least 60 square meters. There are not only common furniture, such as TV and computer. There was even a treadmill and a pull-up bar. As for the posters, dolls, cosmetics, and other things in the girls' room, there are countless of them. "Don't you use flying? You need to exercise too?" Li Muhan couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Jinwoo answered his question directly with her actions. She suddenly spread a pair of golden wings and then hooked the wings on the horizontal bar, pulling her body up and down. "Any more questions?" "Awesome." Li Muhan gave a thumbs up. At this moment, Lin suddenly pulled Li Muhan's sleeve and pointed to a certain place for him to look. Li Muhan looked over and saw that it was the corner of the room, where some broken dishes and furniture were placed. "See? This is why I have to change places." Jinwoo pointed at the pile of broken things and said with great dissatisfaction, "I finally asked Sister Chiyuan to bring me cosmetics, toys, and my favorite bowls, but they keep breaking every few days. How can I live like this?" Li Muhan felt deeply sympathetic and could no longer joke. On the way to Jinwoo's house, he heard Lin talk about this annihilation-level alien. She is a descendant of the mythical bird three-legged golden crow, and originally she did not need to be supervised, but her characteristics would cause the surface temperature to rise sharply. It also increases the exposure to the sun's ultraviolet rays. Back then, her mother and her 8 other sisters were playing around in the human world. Their passive skills made humans miserable. Finally, the great god appeared and shot and killed 8 of them. Only Jinwoo's mother was left, but Lin told Li Muhan that there were actually discrepancies in the legend. The golden crow is not the sun. It is just their own characteristics that make the temperature rise. In the past, he wanted to shoot the golden crow's mother together with her, but because the three-legged golden crow was pregnant at that time, the great god, he let her go. But the condition is that she must live underground forever, in a space similar to the one that exists now. Be good. Li Muhan suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the great god, is also a member of the Special Management Bureau? Lin smiled and waved his hand. I don't know if he was from the Special Management Bureau, but there definitely wasn't such a concept back then. It was just some humans with the power of the realm who were responsible for cleaning up the aliens that were causing trouble in the world. Of course, the relationship between humans and aliens back then wasn't as harmonious as it is now. Having said that, Jinwoo turned around and glared at the two of them. Why? Are you talking about my mother? Why not tell me where my mother is imprisoned? Sun Lin took off his hat with a wry smile and showed an apologetic expression. Don't worry. Once the Special Management Bureau find a way to weaken this characteristic of yours, we will definitely reunite you and your daughter. Snort. Jinwoo looked incredulous. I've been hearing this since your last term, and looking at Jinwoo's pouting face, Li Muhan felt that these aliens were actually quite pitiful. They didn't want to have that kind of passive skill, but it was true that it would bring disaster to the world. Who should I blame? Blame Tokiomi. Now that we have a place to live, the next step is to eat. Fortunately, Jinwoo did not bring them a large bowl of bug from the refrigerator, as Li Muhan had guessed. That would be a buzzer beater. The food that appeared in Jinwoo's refrigerator were all ordinary foods, but they were instant foods that only needed to be heated in a microwave. What are you doing? What do you think I usually eat? As if seeing Li Muhan's relieved look, Jinwoo was very dissatisfied. No, it's just that you guys live here and get food, which is nice. The three of them started chatting while eating. Before, there was no food. I had to ask Sister Chi-Yuan and Director Lin to bring food in for me. But after Sister Lin Zhe came, she started bringing food to us aliens living on the 3rd floor underground. This home of mine was also built for me by Sister Lin Zhe. She's quite nice, but it's amazing that she, the person in charge of the 3rd underground floor, didn't even know about this. Li Muhan said to Sun Lin in a mocking tone. Sun Lin was eating and almost choked. I'm sorry, I was indeed negligent in this regard. Originally, I should have brought up these matters and asked the engineering department to handle them. I didn't expect that Director Lin had already done it. I'm really ashamed. It's nothing. Uncle, you're quite nice. You've tried your best to meet our needs since you came here. But you really have to move to another place. I can't live here anymore. Sure enough, this problem cannot be avoided. Li Muhan and Sun Lin looked at each other, and Sun Lin smiled and said to Jinwoo, Don't worry, if their problem can't be solved, I will definitely transfer you out first. Since things have come to this, Li Muhan simply turned the topic to the two gods, Thanatos and Hypnos. He originally came here just for these two great gods. A pair of foreign gods, clearly captured in Huaxia's territory, yet they're still showing off like this. Sun Lin said angrily. Li Muhan sneered. Do you dare to say to their faces? Ahem. Captain Li, stop joking. I still want to live to collect my pension. I'm just a civilian responsible for personnel arrangements. In fact, Sun Lin is much better at fighting than Section Chief Zhang. At least he can use the realm. Section Chief Zhang is the one who truly fits the image of a civil servant in Li Muhan's mind. What are we still discussing? Once you fix the rest, just tell them to go away. That way I can have some peace and quiet. I can't beat them, and they harass me every day. It's killing me. Jinwoo became angry as he spoke, and instantly Li Muhan and Sun Lin felt that the temperature in the room had risen a lot. Hey, calm down. Sun Lin quickly comforted Jinwoo and sighed at the same time. It's not that simple. Aren't the engineering troops already building a new place? Li Muhan asked. You think this is like making pancakes? It takes a few minutes to make one. It would take a lot of manpower and financial resources to create another one of this small space. Now the Special Management Bureau has only approved the construction of another one, which means that there will always be one that stays here. Then get me out of here right now. Jinwoo became anxious. Why are you so anxious? Don't worry. You're also an annihilation level alien. Do you think I'll just open a hotel for you and be done with it? Your characteristics are even more troublesome than those two. Wow. Uncle, you just lied to me. At this point, Jinwoo's eyes were already filled with tears. No, I will definitely find a way. Anyway, we have to separate them first. At this time, Li Muhan raised a question that he had always been very curious about. I have a question. As far as I know, Thanatos and Hypnos don't seem to have any conflicts with each other, right? Ah, indeed not. What's the matter? Sun Lin replied. Then, are we approaching the problem in the wrong direction? We don't have to separate them, but we should find out why they are fighting. If we can just get them back together, wouldn't that be the end of it? After hearing Li Muhan's words, Sun Lin was stunned. What did you say? This rhetorical question made Li Muhan laugh, and he said while knocking on the table. No, when Director Lin asked me to come here, he said he was here to mediate a dispute. How come you're telling me to drive out a stubborn household? Did Director Lin really say that? Well, I thought you were the one who brought it up. I just told Director Lin that these two are making a big fuss, and someone needs to calm them down. Li Muhan snapped his fingers. Well, I'm here to support you. It's definitely too late to repair your house now, so why don't we think of other solutions? After thinking for a while, Sun Lin nodded slightly. Well, you have a point, but you also saw that they started fighting the moment they met. There was no point in talking to each other. In that case, let's create an opportunity for them to sit down and talk. As he spoke, Li Muhan looked at Jinwoo, who was still eating. Why are you looking at me? Jinwoo said as he chewed his food. Can your family borrow it for a while? When Li Muhan said this, Jinwoo quickly threw down his chopsticks and pointed at Li Muhan and started cursing. What do you mean? Are you asking them to come to my house to talk? I'm telling you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Muhan wiped the rice particles that were sprayed all over his face and spoke to Jinwoo calmly. Think about it. This can be considered as supporting the work of the Special Management Bureau. If we can mediate between those two great gods, then the Special Management Bureau can build one less cave paradise. The money saved will definitely benefit you a lot. By then, let alone this small house, you can even ask Director Lin to build you a small villa. Jinwoo was stunned for a moment, and then said blankly, So, is there a bathtub? Of course. A huge round one. Do you have a game console? I want to play a game console. Yes, we have everything. We'll even give you a gym so you can train those little wings. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Jinwoo's eyes. But soon she looked at Li Muhan suspiciously. Who are you? Do you think what you said counts? Li Muhan quickly patted his chest. Don't worry about this. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can make Director Lin agree to these conditions for you. Looking at Li Muhan's boastful look, Sun Lin was dumbfounded. This kid has been in the Special Management Bureau for such a short time, but he has mastered Lin Zhe's art of making empty promises to the fullest. Even I, who work in the personnel department, have to admit defeat. No, I don't know you. Sister Chi Yuan said that all men are big liars. I can't trust you. It would be fine if you didn't mention Chi Yuan, but when you mentioned Chi Yuan Li Muhan, I wouldn't be sleepy anymore. Then he winked at Sun Lin and said, Can your communicator contact other departments? Sure, what do you want to do? Please contact the Supernatural Management Department for me. 5 minutes later, Sun Lin handed the communicator to Li Muhan. Li Muhan took it and just put it to his ear when he heard a familiar voice coming from the other side. That's great. You still remember me. That's great, dear. Are you here to get married with me? I've been waiting for you every day. I do. Li Muhan quickly took the communicator from his ear and said after sorting out his thoughts, Chi Yuan, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been lately? No, I'm waiting for you. You haven't contacted me. I've been missing you so much. Every time I see you with that bat, I want to burn her to ashes. But now I've waited for you, my dear. I've finally waited for you. Woo. Maybe Chi Yuan's voice was too loud, and Jinwoo on the side also heard her voice. It's Sister Chi Yuan? Why are you crying? Li Muhan simply turned on the hands-free mode. Shout, Jinwoo, why are you with Li Muhan? This man is a guest at my house. He might even stay there tonight. The innocent little Jinwoo said the most unspeakable words directly, and it was too late for Li Muhan to stop him. Sure enough, a clattering sound came from the other end of the communicator, as if it was the sound of teeth rubbing against each other, which made Sun Lin get goosebumps all over his body. Really? So you've fallen in love with someone else again, and this time it's with Little Golden Crow. It seems you really enjoy torture, dear. Chi Yuan's resentful voice came from the other end of the communicator. Don't worry, dear. I'm not someone who holds grudges, and I won't blame little golden crow. After all, you're so charming, like the sun, so it's only natural that you would attract him. But he you actually dare to call and provoke me. Dear, you're so naughty. I'll go find you. Wait for me. Li Muhan hurried to explain. No, no, no. There's nothing going on between me and this little birdie. And I'm not the only one visiting her house. No, I'm not here as a guest. I'm here to do business. Doing something? Doing what? Doing something in bed? Or a wedding? Wait, there's another person. The dead bat? Or that wolf? How many women do you have? Sun Lin was already holding his chin up and watching Li Muhan with an expression of watching a show. This young man, at such a young age, has no other choice but to seek death. After more than half an hour of explanation, Li Muhan finally made Qi Yuan believe that he was here for serious business, and Sun Lin also greeted him symbolically. This made Qi Yuan feel relieved. That's great, dear, you still love me. I know you love me. Qi Yuan, I called you to ask you a favor. No, I want you to ask Jin Wu to agree to a favor we asked her to do. Qi Yuan didn't understand. In fact, Li Muhan himself didn't understand what was just said. He felt that his brain was too tired. So to make a long story short, just tell Jin Wu that I'm not a bad person. After Li Muhan said this, he lay down on the table. I see. Little Golden Crow, are you there? Yes, sis. I'm here. Qi Yuan's voice became much more normal, without the sickly tone she had when talking to Li Muhan, and became more gentle like an older sister. This man is the one I love the most, the one who is most important to me, the one I hope to spend my whole life with. From the moment I saw him, So for the next half hour, Qi Yuan spent almost all of her time expressing her love for Li Muhan, while Sun Lin was already snoring on the table. Li Muhan was also drowsy. Only Jin Wu was still listening with great interest, occasionally echoing, oh, like this. Finally, after a long preparation, Qi Yuan finally said something. So you don't have to worry, little Jin Wu. He's a good man. My sister's judgment is never wrong. After hearing the last sentence, Li Muhan regained his spirits. At the same time, I thank Qi Yuan from the bottom of my heart. Although he didn't have much contact with her, Qi Yuan really believed in him from the bottom of his heart. But Xiao Jin Wu, you must not fall in love with him. He is my sister's man. Don't worry, sister. I will never fall in love with such an ugly man. Li Muhan was full of questions. I am ugly? This is the first time I have heard such an evaluation in my life. But on second thought, it makes sense. This golden crow has been locked up here after only meeting a few people. It's normal that he hasn't seen much of the world and hasn't developed a good sense of taste. I still like Uncle Chang Yu's type. Puff. Li Muhan barely spit out a mouthful of blood. That 2D uncle who spends all day watching female anchors, playing games, and not doing his job? I'm not as good as him? Then I'm relieved. Little Jin Wu, you must listen to your brother. Got it. Goodbye, sister. After the call was disconnected, Jin Wu turned to look at Li Muhan and said angrily, You have to keep your word. Build me a big villa when the time comes. Okay. I want a big bathtub. Big. I also want a game console. Machine. Finally, we have found the location, and now we can move on to the second step. Prepare food. That's right. Li Muhan's idea was that they should invite the two gods in the name of the Special Management Bureau and have a meal with them so that they could talk it out and the feud would be resolved. No, they're all frozen foods. Li Muhan opened the refrigerator and shook his head. These things were fine for eating by himself, but to use them to entertain two gods, it was no longer acceptable to be shabby. Times are tough, Captain Li. There are no native creatures here. So even if we hunt, we won't catch any animals. And we can't get anything in from outside right now. Li Muhan looked at the frozen foods, and then looked at the relatively complete collection of seasonings on the side. You obviously don't cook, but you've prepared plenty of seasonings. He turned to look at Jin Wu and said with a smile. Jin Wu snorted coldly and folded his arms across his chest. These were bought for me by Sister Lindsay, who told me to process the ingredients when I have time, but they explode when I touch fire, so. Reprocessing. Li Muhan paused, looking at the frozen meat and refrigerated food, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Okay, leave the preparations for the banquet to me. Captain Li, can you do this? Li Muhan grabbed the apron beside him and tied it around his body, revealing a confident smile. You can look down on me, but you can't look down on my cooking skills. Although it was unknown what Li Muhan was going to prepare, Cinlin and Jinwu were both assigned to other tasks. At this moment, Cinlin was sitting on the back of the Golden Crow, holding a freshly written invitation letter and flying towards somewhere. He was very nervous and wondered what he was doing. I'm actually going to invite an alien god to a cave for dinner and to eat frozen food. I hope the god won't blame me. Hey, uncle, what are you talking about my house? No, just fly well. Under the guidance of Jinwu, Cinlin soon saw a building on the top of the mountain, wrapped in thunderclouds. It was a simple building made entirely of stone, but strangely, it was full of Huxia style. This Thanatos is quite creative, Cinlin said with a wry smile. Jinwu placed Cinlin at the entrance of the building and then took off. Then I'll go to the other side. Come on, uncle. Hey, good, you should do your best too. Cinlin waved to the golden crow that had already flown away, then took a deep breath and walked into the stone building. Hey, I'm old and weak. I never thought I'd have to go to the front line one day. I hope I can live to get my pension. The interior of the building was dim, lit only by torches on either side. I want to build Huxia-style buildings, but I've only learned the basics. Cinlin groped his way along the wall as he walked deeper into the cave, commenting on the god's creation along the way. Soon he walked through the passage and came to a spacious hall. It was probably built into its current appearance by hollowing out the mountain. These gods are really willful. Who is coming? A man's voice suddenly sounded, and then the figure sitting on the stone throne slowly raised his head. At this moment, Cinlin felt his legs trembling, and he had a feeling that he would be harvested by the god of death in the next second. But he still suppressed the fear in his heart and showed his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Respected god of the underworld, Lord Thanatos. He took off his hat and gloves and bowed respectfully to Thanatos. You? What do you want from the Special Management Bureau? I've come to deliver this invitation, hoping that Lord Death will attend the banquet. Just as Cinlin raised his hand to take out the invitation, the man gently hooked his fingers, and the invitation in Cinlin's hand immediately slipped out and flew into the hands of the god of death. After opening the letter and reading it, the expression on Death's face relaxed slightly. Well, very well written. This invitation is very well written. Cinlin thought, isn't this nonsense? I have been well-read for more than 50 years. So what's wrong with me writing an invitation letter to you foreigners? It's a pity that although the writing style is good, the wording is not good. It can be seen that the writer is still a little immature. F***Ku. You, a foreign monk, actually got a review. Can you write one? Why don't you try writing one? The words that were about to come out of his mouth were forced back by Cinlin. All right, since you are so sincere, I am indeed on your territory, and you have treated me very politely, then I will go to the banquet with you. Cinlin breathed a sigh of relief. This god of death was relatively easy to deal with. He hoped that things would go smoothly on the Jinwu side as well. At the same time, the golden crow was flying across the endless ocean, searching for the temple built on the sea. Finally, she saw a building on the sea level, so she flapped her wings and flew over. This temple is quite standard, basically built with reefs. The golden crow transformed into a human form and came to the stone door and knocked on it. Open the door. Open the door. There was a rustling sound from inside, followed by a very lazy girl's voice. Who are you? Why are you disturbing my sleep? Your good neighbor. Open the door. Then Jinwu heard a clicking sound, followed by the sound of the stone door opening with a bang. A girl with messy hair and a nightcap poked her head out. Neighbor? Oh, it's you, little sparrow. Why are you disturbing my sleep? I disturbed your sleep. How dare you say that? Every time you and your brother fight, my furniture gets broken in piles, and you still say I disturbed your sleep. Hypnos, dressed in cute bear pajamas, covered his ears with one hand. You have a really loud voice. It really fits my impression of your kind. Tell me what you want from me. Let me be clear, I don't have any money to compensate you. Who asked you to pay me? I want a big villa with a big bathtub. No, I'm here to give you this. Jin-woo took out a crumpled envelope from his pocket. Oops, it flew too fast and got wrinkled. Let me see it. Do you think the Special Management Bureau wants us to pay rent? Hypnos took the envelope while yawning, but when she saw it was an invitation, she immediately lost interest. I won't eat. I'm very sleepy. I'll die if I don't sleep for 22 hours a day. Goodbye. Hey. No, you have to come with me today. As he said that, Jin-woo grabbed Hypnos' arm. You're so annoying. Hypnos dragged Jin-woo into the house. Jin-woo jumped up and hugged Hypnos, but Hypnos did not waver. He let the petite girl hang on him and then lay on the bed. Remember to close the door when you leave. Good night. No, you can't sleep. Get up. Little Jin-woo promised Sister Chi-yuan to help. We must take you there. The golden crow rode on Hypnos, kneading her back and neck constantly, and finally even bit the ear of the god of dreams. This is so annoying. Hypnos finally couldn't help it and started to rub it, scaring Jin-woo so much that he jumped off the bed. What the hell are you doing? You idiot. I'm so annoyed. Hypnos said as he looked at Jin-woo with big dark circles under his eyes. You must come with me. If you don't leave, I will keep making trouble in your room. You're a divine bird, not a crow, not a real sparrow. Why are you as annoying as a crowing rooster? If you don't leave, I'll kill you. There was a hint of murderous intent in Hypnos' eyes. Jin-woo was so frightened that he immediately shrank behind a table made of stones. No, I won't leave. If I leave, I must take you with me. But she still did not retreat. In the end, Hypnos and the girl who was hiding behind the stone table with only half of her body exposed stared at each other for a long time, and finally he sighed. I really lost you. You asked me to change my clothes. Okay, I'll help you change. Get out of here, wait at the door. Jin-woo was kicked out of the door, and then the stone door was closed tightly. The girl was a little worried that Hypnos might have fallen asleep again, so she kept shouting at the door. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, the stone door opened again. Hypnos, wearing a white long dress, appeared in front of Jin-woo. Wow, so beautiful. I didn't know you were this beautiful. We're not human, so what's the point of being pretty? Okay, let's go. Let me make it clear first. I'm going with you because I might have caused you too much trouble before. This is the only time I'm going with you. Do you understand? Understand. I understand. The golden crow spread its wings and transformed into a giant golden bird. Come up quickly, she yelled at Hypnos. How can there be such a noisy creature like you in this world? Hypnos sighed and then rode on the back of the golden crow. On the other side, Lin was very lucky at the beginning and was able to invite Thanatos. But as soon as he walked out the door, Thanatos got angry. Invite me to a banquet, and there's not even a Pegasus to ride? Where can I find a Pegasus for you in this place? What did you say? I mean, sir, the conditions are tough right now. We can't communicate with the outside world for the time being. Do you think you can overcome this? You mean you want me to go there myself? Lin turned his head, rolled his eyes, then changed his expression and spoke to Thanatos. Lord Death, you possess supreme power and godhood. This distance is nothing to you. I also sincerely hope to see you demonstrate your power. Humph! The power of our generation is naturally endless. Do you want to see it? Well, then I will give you a chance to show it. Realm, the power of God's creation. Before Lin could come to his senses, he had been transformed into a mule. The mule walked in circles, seemingly very confused. Thanatos was also confused. This divine power can transform a person into any animal, but it requires the person to define themselves. I have seen people transform into Pegasus and dragons before, but this is the first time I have seen someone transform into a mule. You have truly opened my eyes. The mule was so angry that he started screaming and yelling, thinking that the person who gave him the most evaluation was the mule. They have to endure hardships and do personnel work every day, making everyone feel that they are watching their every move. Actually, I just want to get my retirement pension as soon as possible. Forget it. Since that's the case, we'll just have to make do with it, Thanatos said and rode directly onto the mule. Let's go. 2 hours later, it was completely dark. The first one to return to the cave entrance was Jinwoo. After it landed on the ground, it turned into a human form, but Hypnos did not get off her, which resulted in her being directly pinned onto the girl. What are you doing? Get up. This is easy. Are we there yet? The girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at the cave in front of her. Not yet. Since I've been invited to the banquet, how can I possibly stay in such a shabby place? I'll sleep a little longer. What did you say? What's shabby? This is my cozy little home. Get down here. You're so heavy. What the hell are those two things on your chest? Just as Jinwoo was struggling hard, a donkey's bray was heard from a distance. If I hadn't used my divine power to bless you, you wouldn't be able to get there even tomorrow. When Thanatos' voice sounded, Hypnos opened his eyes immediately. She supported herself on the golden crow on the ground and stood up, then turned to look in the direction where the mule was running. She wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes instantly became cold. When Thanatos saw Hypnos, his expression turned gloomy. What are you doing here, respected Lord Thanatos? Who do we think he is? Isn't he the god of dreams? Why is he not sleeping at this hour and running out to relax? Has he become autistic after being beaten by me? Lord Thanatos, you're such a joker. If someone hadn't stopped us today, the outcome would have been decided. You'd have already rolled back into the dark river Styx. I'm curious whether Brother Sharon would fish you out when the time comes. Oh, looks like I need to teach you what it means to respect your elder brother. What a joke. I respect Brother Sharon, Sister Ether, Sister Hemera, and even the exiled Sister Kachia. But you, dear Lord Thanatos, are you worthy? How many do you deserve? The eyes of the two gods revealed terrifying pressure and murderous intent. Even the golden crow and the mule were frightened and stepped back. Mule thought that Li Muhan had messed up and was about to fight again before even entering the door. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sound of a door opening was heard in the cave, and then Li Muhan came out with a plate. After seeing everyone, he smiled and said, "The food is ready. Why are you still standing at the door? Come in." The two gods turned their heads at the same time and looked at Li Muhan with majestic eyes. Even though Li Muhan had ball in his body, he was frightened and took a step back, but he still swallowed his saliva and stepped forward to speak. "You two, please wait. I know you have a feud, but today's banquet is hosted by the Special Management Bureau. How about you give the Special Management Bureau some face instead of giving them?" Thanatos sneered. "I'll give a Special Management Bureau face. I'll pretend today's incident never happened. If it happens again, even if it's the Special Management Bureau, I won't show any mercy." I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to sleep." The two turned around and were about to leave. Jinwoo and Mule could only watch the distinguished guest they had invited with great difficulty leave. At this moment, Li Muhan suddenly opened the lid on the plate. An enticing aroma immediately spread. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned to look at the plate in Li Muhan's hand. "What is that? Smells good. Sniff. Smells good. Since you two have decided to leave, could you please taste this dish first? This is a dish carefully prepared for you by the Special Management Bureau." The two gods looked at each other. Although they were both unhappy with each other, they were drooling over the food that was constantly emitting fragrance because they had not eaten good food for a long time. Since the host has invited me so kindly, it's just one dish. I'll just take a bite. I'll just eat one bite and then go back to sleep." So the two gods came back, and when they came in front of Li Muhan, they were both attracted by the delicious dishes and swallowed their saliva. "I will go first." "No, I'll go first. You are so ignorant of the general situation and etiquette." Li Muhan quickly handed over 2 forks. "Come together, stop arguing, the food is getting cold." The two gods took the forks, looked at each other unhappily, and then almost simultaneously and quickly picked up 2 pieces of meat and put them into their mouths as if they were fighting. While chewing, he looked at the other person provocatively. "I am faster than you. Don't be ridiculous, Lord Thanatos. I'm 0.1 seconds faster than you." "Humph, I've already said it. It is me." Still being stubborn, Lord Thanatos' mouth is the only thing that's. The two of them froze in the middle of their argument, because as they continued to chew, the tender meat, rich meat aroma, and rich taste instantly filled their mouths. This, it's so delicious. Li Muhan felt fortunate that this was not an animation. Otherwise, the two of them would have had their clothes exploded. By then, it may not be suitable for children. After swallowing the piece of meat reluctantly, the two gods immediately started to insert another piece, as if they had forgotten the words, "Only eat one bite." Soon, the two of them had eaten up the whole plate of meat, and only one piece was left. Lord Thanatos, did you eat one piece too many? Please kill yourself immediately. You truly deserve death, so please leave this piece to me. I didn't, but you, a girl, eat so fast and sleep right after eating. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Look down at your own figure. It's almost out of shape. It's like you're 3 months pregnant. Hypnos instantly looked down at her abdomen, as if what she had said to Jinwoo before about not caring about her human form was a complete joke. Li Muhan also looked at the girl's abdomen. Against the backdrop of the tight-fitting long skirt, the girl's waist is as slender as a willow, without a trace of fat. By the time Hypnos realized he had been tricked, Thanatos had already stuffed the meat into his mouth with a victorious smile on his face. Spit out. You're dreaming. Oh, you're about to go to sleep, so go ahead and dream. Spit it out. It seemed that the two were about to fight again. Li Muhan was almost crying. Why do these two gods have personalities like children? He quickly stepped forward to persuade him. Gentlemen, please stop fighting. This is just an appetizer. Please follow me into the house. I have prepared a table full of dishes and fine wine. Upon hearing that there was also fine wine, the two high and mighty gods swallowed their saliva almost at the same time. Really, there's really nothing I can do. I can't refuse such a kind invitation from humans. So let's go. Although I feel a little nauseous about having dinner with Lord Thanatos, since you are so pious, it is only natural for a god to respond to the expectations of humans. Lead the way. Oh my god, these two are textbook examples at Sundara. Li Muhan complained madly in his heart. But finally things went smoothly. This way, please. Hey, Lord Death, you brought a beast with you. Where should I tie this mule for you? Li Muhan asked, looking at the mule. Oh, I almost forgot about him. Thanatos raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the mule immediately turned back into Tsinlin's appearance. Ouch, ouch, my waist, my old waist. I have to carry someone over mountains and hills at such an old age. Tsinlin collapsed on the ground, holding his waist and wailing. Li Muhan was a little bit unbelievable. This mule was actually transformed by Tsinlin. Chief Tsin, you're amazing. You have this unique skill. I've learned a lot. Oh my god, this is... Originally, Tsinlin wanted to say directly that it was that idiot who did it, but when he looked up, he saw Thanatos standing not far away, so he quickly swallowed his words. Human, lead the way, what's wrong? How much longer do we have to wait? Humans these days are truly not pious at all. Li Muhan now really regrets not putting some croton seeds in the dish, otherwise you too would have had diarrhea to death. After entering the house, Li Muhan quickly asked the two gods to sit down. Thanatos was a little unhappy after seeing that the house was so narrow, but the delicacies on the table immediately attracted his attention, and he sat down without waiting for Li Muhan to arrange it. Hypnos just sneered at Thanatos' expression, then elegantly pulled out a chair and sat down, his every move revealing an aristocratic temperament. But her shaking legs revealed her impatience and her desire to eat quickly. Li Muhan, Tsinlin, and Jinwoo also sat down. He raised his glass and said, Cheers to the everlasting friendship between the Huaxia Special Management Bureau and you two. I don't have any wine at home. Jinwoo tilted his head in confusion, and his little head now showed great doubt. But I still raised my glass together. Thanatos sniffed the wine in the cup and frowned. It doesn't smell right, human. Could it be poisonous? Lord Thanatos is truly a coward. What effect will human poison have on us gods? Humph, you've probably forgotten how Ion, the son of the sun god, was nearly killed by poison wine. Hey, who's trying to frame me today? I don't even dare to drink. Okay, I'll drink first. In order to clear up the misunderstanding, Li Muhan picked up the wine glass and drank it all. This wine is so mellow and fragrant. Drinking is such a wonderful thing. Drink it all. Drink it. Seeing that Li Muhan was fine after drinking the wine, the two gods also took a sip. Li Muhan wanted to laugh. How naive they were. Aren't they afraid of putting poison on the cup? This wine is actually what Li Muhan made by mixing some rice wine with apple cider vinegar from the refrigerator and then adding some freshly squeezed fruits. He tasted it himself and just accepted it. Those foods are also the result of him thawing, chopping, and reprocessing frozen foods, which is commonly known as synthetic meat. But Li Muhan is well-versed in cooking techniques, and even the simplest ingredients can be transformed into something new in his hands. The fact that these two gods were wolfing down the food was proof of this. You're really bringing shame to the gods by eating so unruly. Lord Thanatos, please swallow your food before you speak, lest it spit out and ruin my appetite. But even while eating, the two of them still did not forget to bicker. You two, the Special Management Bureau, mainly wants you two to... Just as Lin was about to speak, Thanatos slammed the table. Ever since I can remember, I've taken care of you the most, and you always obeyed me back then. Why have you become like this now? Really? Lord Thanatos must have remembered it wrongly. All I remember of my childhood is your endless deception of me. Cheating? How can you even begin to talk about it? Lord Thanatos is truly forgetful. Didn't you steal the delicious food offered to me by my followers while I was sleeping? Nonsense. That's because you're only awake for an hour or two a day. I ate it to prevent it from going to waste, so how can I say I stole it? Hypnos smiled slyly and pointed at Death with his fork. Oh, I remember now. The Honorable Lord Thanatos doesn't seem to have many followers. After all, as the god of death, it's only natural that you're feared by people. That's why you're so jealous of me. I'm jealous of you? Ridiculous. Li Muhan, Lin, and even Jin Wu were speechless. I originally thought that, as the righteous Greek gods, even if there were conflicts between these two, there should be some legitimate reasons, but I didn't expect that the topics of these quarrels were all trivial matters. Lord Thanatos is the noble god of death, so of course he wouldn't be jealous of me. So when you took his soul away, you must have had the same condescending attitude, right? The girl suddenly said something shocking. She stood up abruptly and stared into her brother's eyes. I thought Thanatos would refute, but this time he remained silent and just responded to his sister's gaze silently. So you're still bothered by this? Lord Thanatos, you naturally forget things quickly. As soon as you arrived in Huaxia, you fell in love with the local culture and even imitated their speech. Little did you know that in the eyes of others, you looked like a parrot. Having a brother like you is truly terrible. The atmosphere at the banquet dropped to freezing point. Even Jin Wu, who was eating just now, put down his chopsticks silently. Sun Lin frowned. If what Hypnos said was true, then the relationship between the two would be difficult to repair. Can I interrupt you two? Li Muhan finally found a chance to speak. He looked at the two gods and stood up. Although I don't know what the feud between you is about, Lord Hypnos just said that this is the land of Huaxia, and the Special Management Bureau is not unwelcome to you two. As long as you can get along harmoniously, then. Impossible. The two of them said this almost in unison. When I see Thanatos' face now, I think of my friends. Thanatos, do you know how much patience it takes for me to not kill you right now? Kill me? What a joke. I am death itself. How can you kill me? That's really amazing. Do you want to try it? Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Sun Lin quickly stood up to persuade them and winked at Li Muhan. It probably means I screwed up. Now what? Well, Li Muhan sighed, and then he began to laugh strangely. The laughter attracted everyone present, and they all turned to look at Li Muhan. Human, what are you laughing at? Thanatos asked. Nothing. I just think it's great that you two are unwilling to accept mediation. Li Muhan raised his head. A golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and the smile on his face also had a hint of evil. Sun Lin quickly pulled Li Muhan. Captain Li, are you crazy? Li Muhan continued to look at the two gods, and a hint of murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. In fact, the Special Management Bureau has told me that if the two gods do not accept the coordination, then only one needs to stay. After these words were spoken, the eyes of the two gods began to shine. The meaning of this statement is obvious. The Special Management Bureau wants to kill one of them. What? Are you two going to join forces? Li Muhan asked with a smile. Join forces? With Thanatos? How is that possible? I wish he would die sooner. Hypnos said with a sneer. Then Li Muhan nodded with satisfaction and looked at Thanatos. You look troublesome. The god of death cannot be killed. Then your soul should be able to help me increase my strength a lot. Thanatos slowly raised his hand, and a green sickle appeared in his hand. Sun Lin was still holding Li Muhan. Whose order is this? How come I don't know? But Li Muhan no longer explained. The realm, the thundering abyss, unfolds. Li Muhan's figure instantly turned into a thunder and came in front of Thanatos. Before the god of death could react, he raised his hand and strangled the god of death's neck. Too slow death. Boom! Another violent thunder roared, and this thunder almost destroyed the entire room. The god of death was knocked out of the cave by the lightning transformed from Li Muhan's body and fell directly onto the ground. Court death. Thanatos stood up and began to emit a black aura. The realm, the embrace of Hades, unfolds. In an instant, black chaos and fog began to gather. The earth instantly began to rot, and countless black hands stretched out from the muddy land. Too slow. Swish. Another flash of lightning. This time, Li Muhan held high the sword to subdue the devil, not giving the god of death any chance at all, and slashed at the arm of the god of death. The Grim Reaper's eyes widened suddenly, and the next moment, his arm fell to the ground. What the hell are you? You're not human. Under the gathering thunderclouds, Li Muhan had a ferocious smile on his face. You will soon find out, Death. I have your soul. Ahem. What the hell? What's going on? Why did a fight suddenly break out? Sun Lin, who had struggled to crawl out of the ruins of the cave, brushed off the dust on his body. Beside him stood Hypnos, who raised her head and looked at the fierce battle going on under the thunderclouds in the sky. Thanatos was suppressed? Then what on earth are humans? Jinwu knelt directly at the entrance of his cave, looking at the pile of rubble that had become ruins, and cried loudly. Oh, my home is gone. Chiyuane lied. Lied. That man is the worst. Woo, my home. At this moment, in the sky, countless dark arms were grabbing towards Li Muhan. But Li Muhan did not dodge at all. He used the powerful force of thunder and a demon-suppressing general to chop off the arm that blocked his way. When approaching Thanatos, Li Muhan used all his strength, slashing down fiercely with his sword again and again, while constantly mocking him. What? That's it. The righteous god of Olympus is just like this. He can't even return his hand. Forget you. Even if your boss Hades comes, you have to hand over your soul to me. Although his words were nice, Li Muhan had already risked his life. The amount of lightning produced at one time in his domain was limited. There were no electrical appliances that could supply him with power, and the sky was not a real sky. But he still attacked with such a desperate attitude, if for no other reason than to make the Grim Reaper feel oppressed and use his real strength. Presumptuous. Sure enough, the god of death couldn't help it and was suppressed by a human of unknown origin, who even mocked his leader Hades. Thanatos swung his scythe with one arm, and a breath of death temporarily forced Li Muhan back. Then his body began to rise slowly, and the destructive power that he had during the day began to gather. I will make you pay the price. I will let you know what a true god is. Power of Hades, reveal yourself here. A huge incarnation of the god of death appeared behind Thanatos. Finally, he's willing to reveal his true identity. Li Muhan was waiting for this moment. He closed his eyes, and time seemed to stand still. His consciousness had returned to the ruined temple. The young man sat on the throne, looking at Li Muhan with interest, and was a little unhappy when he suddenly came in front of him. Fight, why don't you fight? I want to see how long you can hold on. Li Muhan walked behind Ball with a playful smile and massaged his shoulders. Honestly, I can't hold on any longer. I'm doomed if his incarnation appears. Then hurry up and die. I don't understand what you, a human, are trying to do. You actually want to provoke a god. Even if the other god doesn't take action, you have no chance of winning. Or are you counting on my incarnation? Li Muhan changed from pinching to pounding and said with a smile on his face, "No way, this is the real death god. Even using an avatar might be difficult to deal with." So what do you want to do? Ball looked at Li Muhan with some doubt. Well, I'd like to ask you to train for me. That's it, you help me fight him. Ball was stunned at first, and then the boy began to laugh disdainfully. Why should I help you? We're good partners, right? If I hadn't helped you repair your soul, you'd still be sitting there in a state of isolation. Help me just this once, or else, look, the Grim Reaper is about to chop me down. If I die, you'll have nowhere to live. Are you willing to become a ghost at the Grim Reaper's hands in the future? Ball still smiled, but said nothing. Li Muhan quickly changed his strategy. Oh, I think I understand. Are you suffering from PTSD? What? Ball looked at Li Muhan in confusion. You said you lost before. I guess you've been defeated before, so you're hiding in my body. Have you lost the courage to fight now? Well, that's right. After all, they're the gods of death. What can a demon like you do? Presumptuous. The young man suddenly stood up and turned to look at Li Muhan. He grabbed Li Muhan's clothes and lifted him up. How dare you humiliate me? Hey, why are you being so mean to me? We're in the same boat. It was the Grim Reaper who wanted to kill me. You didn't help me, and now you're trying to kill me? Why are you so afraid of the Grim Reaper? I'm afraid of him. A piece of trash who does odd jobs for Hades. Done. Li Muhan knew that his provocation had been successful. He didn't know whether it was because Baal's soul was still incomplete or because these ancient demons or gods were all quite simple. In short, they were completely unable to resist the cunning of modern people. Then you fight him. Human, I'm helping you this time. Not because of you, but because I want you to know the difference between the power of a king and these minions. Okay, please. Oh, and remember to hold back. Don't really. Before Li Muhan finished speaking, Ball disappeared. So Li Muhan scratched his head and sat on Baal's throne boredly, crossing his legs like Ball had done before, but he stood up after only a while. Damn, who came up with this stone chair? It's so G annoying. At the same time, outside of Li Muhan's consciousness, the flow of time began to return to normal. Just as the huge incarnation was about to harvest Li Muhan with a black sickle in his hand, the devil suddenly opened his eyes. When? He just raised his hand, and Fu Jiang Jinma easily blocked the attack of the incarnation of death. Despite the huge size difference, the demon didn't seem to be struggling at all. Instead, he showed an evil smile. Thanatos stared at Li Muhan, and then he saw that Li Muhan's skin began to turn black, and the golden runes were also flashing. Avatar. At first he thought it was the same incarnation skill that Li Muhan used today to stop him from fighting Hypnos, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. What are you? He roared, and the avatar also let out a terrible roar. But the demon only exerted a little force and knocked the huge sickle back. Ants are not even worthy of knowing my name. The devil raised his hand, swung the knife, and countless thunders instantly wrapped around his body. And Hypnos below suddenly began to tremble. Is that a real demon? Well, Captain Li does have a demon inside him. It was recently added to the archives, file number 444. The demon's name is King Ball. Before Lin could say anything, Thanatos and Hypnos had already said the name in unison. The huge god of death and the tiny human body. It should have been a complete crushing of strength, but now a completely different situation has emerged. The demon's scythe in the devil's hand kept colliding with the god of death's scythe, but it was Thanatos himself who was defeated. The demon's movements were so fast that they could not be caught. With each of his attacks, one could only catch a glimpse of the burst of lightning, and every collision was like a tremor between heaven and earth, and the power of death and the devil stirred up layers of waves in this world. The tide began to surge, the earth began to crack, and the mountains began to collapse. It seemed that this world could no longer bear the battle between the god and the demon. Li Muhan in the Temple of Consciousness was shocked after seeing Baal's battle. It was the same body and the same 50% strength. The feeling he felt when using it was completely different from that of Baal. Baal's power was not only powerful, but also had the domineering aura of a king who looked down on the world. The Fujiang Jinma sword in his hand shone with the light of thunder, and every strike carried a breath of destruction, as if even space could be torn apart by it. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. The G Earth is going to be destroyed. Sun Lin shouted towards the sky. Captain Li, put away your magical powers. Hypnos said nothing, seeing that neither the god nor the demon in the sky paid any attention to him. Sun Lin quickly turned to look at the still crying Jinwu. Little golden crow, do you have any other ideas? You're also a descendant of a divine beast. Can you explode and make them both quiet down? Jinwu turned around, tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with endless grievance and anger. Wow, do you have any conscience? My family has lost their home, and you let me fight those two monsters. Seeing that Jinwu could no longer be relied upon, Sun Lin quickly walked back to Hypnos. God of Dreams, let me explain to you. There's a demon in Captain Li's body. He is also the demon agent of our Special Management Bureau. So, the current situation, that demon has taken over his body and is now trying to harvest God's soul. Hypnos still looked up at the earth-shaking battle in the sky and said with an unchanged expression. Sun Lin nodded heavily. Now, only if you join this battle can we balance this power. You have seen that Thanatos cannot resist that demon alone. Hypnos sneered. Why should I help him? Why should I help you? Sun Lin's heart sank, but he still spoke earnestly. Thanatos is your brother. Even if he dies, will that demon let you go? After reaping the soul of the god of death, will he be willing to let go of another lone god? Hypnos said nothing more and just looked up at the sky. If he dies, it will be considered as a relief for the hatred in my heart. Sun Lin didn't expect that this woman would be so ruthless. At the same time, he was curious about what Thanatos had done to her that made her so resentful. Look at the sky again. The huge figure of the god of death has become less huge after several attacks from the devil. But the sickle in his hand was still like the cold moon in the night sky, flashing with cold light, as if it could reap all lives in an instant. However, facing the powerful suppression of Baal, he is now at the end of his strength. Baal's power surged like a tide, hitting the god of death wave after wave. Every attack of the demon is accompanied by a twisted and hideous laugh. All these made the god of death feel as if his body and even his soul were being torn apart. While Thanatos is admittedly one of the Olympian gods, he is only a lesser god under Hades. And this King Baal is a demon king who looks down upon the earth and rules over 66 legions. If Hades were here, I could even fight him. But now, he is fighting alone and will not ask for help from his sister Hypnos. Although Baal lives in a human body and his soul is still damaged. But its strength, speed, endurance, and even divinity far surpass Thanatos. It is like a wild beast that cannot be tied up, wantonly destroying all the rules and laws within Thanatos' domain. It's time to end it. Baal's figure fell from the sky with a flash of lightning, and then a sword shining with golden lightning chopped down on his head. Hypnos' hands suddenly clenched, and a hint of worry appeared in his brow. "Shao, be careful." She spoke, but it was too late. The Grim Reaper grasped the scythe with his only remaining hand and swung it overhead. "I am Thanatos, the god of death from the underworld, even though I am no match for you. I will never bow to a demon like you." The aura of chaos and death emitted by the sickle and the lightning transformed by Baal once again clashed fiercely. Following a loud bang that resounded throughout the heavens and earth, the Grim Reaper's only remaining hand and the sickle in his hand were cut off by the falling lightning. The Grim Reaper's huge body began to turn into smoke and dust, and he himself returned to human form and began to fall to the ground. Boom! His body fell to the ground, creating an extremely huge pit. At this time, the world has begun to collapse, and even if the battle is over, it cannot stop this destruction. Thanatos lay on his back on the ground. His hands were cut off. Even if he could recover, it would take some time. As for the boundary, it had already been broken. In order to prevent his wounds from healing too quickly, the demon attached strands of lightning to the broken ends of his arms. Bang! Then Ball, wrapped in lightning, fell from the sky nearby. He held the demon, subduing sword in one hand and walked towards Thanatos step by step. The Olympian Protoss are nothing more than this. Look at this world. It is just like the sacred Mount Olympus that you were once so proud of. No one can stop the fall of you, the Protoss. I am a god of death. Even if you kill me, my soul will return to the river Styx. You cannot reap my soul. Thanatos stood up using his upper body, which no longer had arms. Even though he was in such a mess, there was still not a trace of pride in being a god in his eyes. Yeah. The corners of Ball's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hideous and sinister smile. The demon-suppressing weapon in his hand made a buzzing sound, as if millions of lightning bolts were accumulating. Then I'd like to try and see if I can shatter your godhood, and see if you can still escape back to the Styx. Thanatos smiled bleakly. You don't have to do this. I've already lost, Ball. You want to harvest my godhood to heal your broken soul, right? Then he slowly raised his head, stared into Ball's eyes, and said, Let's make a deal. Ball's smile widened as he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Did I hear correctly? The gods want to make a deal with the devil? Ha 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 ha, interesting. I can voluntarily give you my godhood, Ball, but Thanatos' tone gradually became flat, as if he had accepted his fate, or as if he had finally let go of some knot that had been hanging over his heart for many years. I hope you can let my sister go. The smile on Ball's face froze. He put away his knife slightly, walked in front of Thanatos, pinched the man's chin with his hand, and observed him carefully. Are you Thanatos? The god of death, I know, who looks down on everyone. I can escape back to the Styx and recuperate, but my sister can't. You won't give up until you get what you want, so... Swish! Fu Jiangjinma slowly placed the demon-suppressing sword against Thanatos' neck. Bale's voice became low and strange. Make a deal. I remind you, Ball, I am a god, and you are a demon god. The deal between us is not just a verbal agreement. It is also different from the methods you demons use to deceive humans. This has a binding effect. Thanatos let the Tang sword press against his throat and spoke calmly. I understand. I'll make a contract with you here. After you offer your godhood, I will not trouble Hypnos, the god of dreams. If you break this oath... Ball leaned close to Thanatos' ear and whispered, Just let me go to see God. Thanatos was slightly stunned, then gave a wry smile. This is indeed the most vicious oath for you. Go ahead, I won't run away. Finally, he slowly lowered his head, sighed, and closed his eyes. I will remember you, Thanatos. Ball raised the sword to suppress the demon, and lightning began to gather on the blade, and then it suddenly struck down. But at this moment, a huge force suddenly blocked the two of them. Even Ball was taken a step back by the sudden force. I don't need you to sign a contract with the devil for me, Lord Thanatos. At this moment, Hypnos was emitting a divine light, with a murderous look in his eyes. His white dress and light golden hair were swaying wildly in the strong wind. She stood in front of Thanatos and opened her own realm facing Ball. The realm, the dream of the world, unfolds. The power of the god of dreams began to envelop this world that was about to collapse, and she herself changed into another appearance. Her originally short, light, golden hair had now grown to her waist, and a pair of antlers had grown on her head. Her elegant long dress had now turned into a golden robe. Thanatos looked at his sister's back with a complicated look in his eyes. Hypnos, if Lord Thanatos still thinks you can make decisions for me as casually as before, then I can only say that you haven't made any progress in these past 1,000 years. The girl tilted her head slightly and glanced at the grim reaper behind her with contempt in her dark green pupils. Also, please don't misunderstand me, Lord Thanatos. I just don't want to see you lose face in front of Lord Hades and Mother. Having your godhood harvested by a demon with a broken soul would be a joke to the gods of Olympus. What about Bar? He was looking around at the realm of Hypnos. Such a powerful power, little sister. It seems that you are the most favored offspring of the goddess of night, Nyx. You have no right to mention my mother's name. The girl glared at Ball suddenly. In an instant, Ball's eyes became dull. He stood straight in place, and his consciousness seemed to be dragged into another world by some unknown force. Even a demon cannot resist the power of dreams. You will be reincarnated in your dreams forever. After saying this, the girl turned to look at her brother and spoke with a hint of coldness and arrogance. You look truly miserable, Lord Thanatos. If you wish to thank me for saving you, I will not refuse. Yes, thank you. Thanatos thanked him promptly and directly, which made Hypnos feel a little bewildered. I mean, Lord Thanatos, you're better when you're that unruly one. Sorry, Hypnos, get out of the way. While the two were talking, Thanatos suddenly felt an extremely terrifying aura. Then he pushed his sister away. The next moment, the lightning above his head tore through the realm of the god of dreams and struck Thanatos directly. Thanatos, Hypnos, who was pushed away, looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Her realm was slowly collapsing, and the demon that she was supposed to have trapped in her dream was standing in front of her at some point. Is the brother-sister chat over? Bar asked politely. Demon, Hypnos roared, and just as she was about to launch the next round of attack, Ball raised his hand and grabbed her neck, lifted her whole body up. Ha ha ha, dream. This little nightmare trick couldn't even trap that weak human. And you think you can trap me? Being looked down upon by you gods is really infuriating. Thanatos, who was struck by thunder, no longer had the strength to stand up. He struggled and shouted at Ball in a hoarse voice. Don't touch her. You're not G dead yet. Can't you escape back to the river Styx? Go back. Or do you want to watch me tear your sister's body apart with my own hands and take away her godhood? Ball pinched the girl, deliberately came in front of Thanatos, and stepped on Thanatos' head. You devil, stop it. Hypnos struggled desperately, but the more she struggled, the weaker she felt. It seemed that the demon was using its power to restrain her movements. The owner of this body hasn't even used 1/10 of my power. Now is an opportunity. I will teach him how to use the power of a demon. Ball let out a wild laugh, and then the strength in his hands began to slowly increase. Hypnos no longer had the strength to struggle and could only look at Ball with angry and desperate eyes. Let's be honest. Didn't you two have a conflict? Why are you caring about each other now? Who cares about him? I just don't want to. Still being stubborn? Then I'll kill him first and let you watch him die. The force of Baal's feet began to increase, and half of Thanatos' face was buried in the ground. Stop! Stop! Don't kill him. I'll give you my godhead. The girl immediately panicked, and after hearing this, Ball loosened his grip. And you say you don't care about him? Anyway, don't hurt him. I remember you seemed to hate him a lot. Didn't you fight him like crazy before? The girl was a little impatient. She glared at Ball and said, You devil. Why are you talking so much? Kill me now. Okay, fine, since you decided, then I. Wait a moment. Thanatos at his feet also spoke at this time. Don't kill her. I made a contract with you. You killed me and took my godhood. Let him go. No, kill me. My godhead is stronger than his. She's just trash, and you took my godhood. Ball stepped on the bottom and pinched the top. Suddenly, I feel a little annoyed. Why the hell should I listen to you? Can't I just kill you all? The atmosphere became a little awkward, and at this moment, Hypnos suddenly sneered. I never thought I would die with you, Lord Thanatos. Sorry, Hypnos. Sorry? Are you? Is this apology for this incident, or for that incident back then? All of them. Hypnos seemed somewhat relieved. She slowly closed her eyes. No matter what, Lord Thanatos, I am satisfied to hear your apology. Bar lost all patience. He really didn't want to kill. But now two gods are placed in front of him, and their divine natures are waiting for him to harvest. If he harvests their divine natures, To what extent will his soul be restored? Human, even if I help you this time, these two divine powers are my gifts to you. That's all my last words. Now both of you go to hell. Just as Ball was about to take action, a voice came from his head. Cut. That's it. Switch players. UUF asterisk 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 G. Ball only had time to say this sentence before his consciousness was instantly pulled back. When his body opened its eyes again, it was already controlled by Li Muhan. He looked at the god of dreams who was still being pinched by him, and Hypnos who was being stepped on by him, and said only one sentence. Then if I let you go, can you live in peace? When Li Muhan asked this question, both gods fell silent. They didn't know whether this was just another trick of the devil or if he had really changed his mind. Until Li Muhan frowned and stared at the girl in his hands and said, I'll ask you one last time. Can we coexist peacefully? Although our Huaxiao land is vast and rich in resources, we don't have the manpower and resources to build two separate worlds just for you two. Bar is missing. Hypnos was the first to realize that the man was no longer the king, but had turned back into the human being he was at the beginning. It can also be said to be the agent of the devil. I do. Thanatos seemed to have accepted his fate and said with a sigh, Ooh, who made you agree? I don't want to forgive this guy. Okay then, you live and he dies. Li Muhan suddenly raised his foot and was about to step on Thanatos' head. Wait, are you being unreasonable? I didn't want to do it. It was me. Kill me. Why did you kill him? If you don't want to see him, I'll kill him. Since you hate him so much anyway, I'll just do it for you. Snort. Unexpectedly, the girl sneered. He is the god of death. Even if you kill him, his soul will return to the river Styx. Kill him if you want. Li Muhan snapped his fingers, as if he suddenly remembered something. Yes. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Thanatos, I'm warning you. If your soul dares to escape while I'm killing you, your sister will be in great pain. Hey, are you a human or a demon? Why are you so cruel? Li Muhan sighed. He didn't really want to kill them. He just wanted them to make peace. For this purpose, he even asked Ball himself to cooperate with him. Although Ball seemed to want to make the fake play real in the end, he also regained control of his body in time. But unexpectedly, even at this point, when even Thanatos had given in, the girl still refused to give up. So Li Muhan put the girl down, and then helped Thanatos, who had his arm broken, up. Let me ask you something. I'm not gossiping, but what exactly is the conflict between you two? The two men thought for a while, and then looked at each other at the same time. Hypnos immediately turned his head away and said angrily, Thanatos, kill my best friend. At this time, Cinlin also dragged Jin Wu, who was almost fainted from crying, over. He also understood what Li Muhan wanted to do. It must be said that Cinlin now thinks that Li Muhan is a lunatic, trying to put out a fire with a bigger explosion. If Ball loses control or directly takes over his body, it will be a big problem. Thanatos made no excuses and simply lowered his head. After the battle, he also used his power to restore his arms. At this time, the two of them sat on a rock, not looking at each other. Why sit on a rock? Because this world has almost collapsed. Except for the land near the cave where Jinwu lives, the rest of the place was submerged by the sea. Li Muhan stood among them, looking left and right, and finally he couldn't stand it anymore. All right, you're not kids anymore. If you have something to say, at least say it out loud. You can't solve any problems without communication. These words made both of them shrink back, and in the end it was Hypnos who spoke first. Humph, since you want to know, then I will tell you, so that you will know how cruel and ruthless this Lord Death is. So from Hypnos' narration, Li Muhan and Cinlin learned about an event that was not recorded in mythology at all. It was about 500 years ago. Because of her divinity, Hypnos spent most of the day sleeping and had little contact with other gods, even her fellow descendants of the goddess of night, except for Thanatos, who would often visit her. This god of dreams can be said to be a true loner. If this kind of life goes on for a long time, even God will feel lonely. This feeling didn't just linger around her during her waking hours. Even in her sleep, she could feel a sense of sadness. Lord Thanatos has worked for Lord Hades and must have seen a lot of the world. Do you know how to ease this feeling? So during one of his visits, Hypnos, who had just woken up, suddenly asked Thanatos this question. Next time you go to a human city-state to do business, I'll ask for you. Although it was just a casual remark, Thanatos still remembered the promise he made to his sister. When they went to the human city-state to collect the soul of a king for Hades, he transformed into a human and asked around until an old man handed a kitten to Thanatos. Only the presence of life can make the feeling of loneliness disappear. The old man said to Thanatos. Thanatos returned to Mount Olympus with the kitten in his arms, feeling doubtful. He did not even return to the underworld to report, but went directly to Hypnos' residence. This thing seems to be able to help you solve the problem. The kitten was handed to Hypnos, who had just woken up and was rubbing his eyes. After seeing the kitten's big, round, watery eyes, Hypnos smiled. It's really interesting that Lord Thanatos actually brought me a kitten. If you don't like it, I can take it away. No, from today on, it's mine. From that day on, Hypnos spent almost all his waking hours taking care of the kitten. Thanatos watched through the window several times and felt relieved after being convinced that his sister really liked the gift. So every time he went to the human kingdom, he would bring back some small animals for her, rabbits, puppies, and even a sparrow. When I hear sparrows, Jinwoo, who was still sobbing softly, suddenly shuddered. Isn't that great? Your brother treats you so well. Why do you hate him so much? Li Muhan couldn't help but interrupt and ask. Humph. He did all this just to pave the way for his subsequent evil deeds. After being accompanied by more than a dozen little lives, Hypnos' feeling of loneliness disappeared. She began to look forward to waking up, and when she woke up and found these little animals sleeping around her, the girl would hug them in her arms. But such days did not last long. Just after waking up from a very ordinary dream, those furry and warm feelings disappeared. The girl propped herself up and called out to the children softly, but there was no response. So she slowly got out of bed and walked out of the temple. Just in front of the temple, under the moonlight, Hypnos saw that the lives that once surrounded her were now standing still and staring at her. What happened to you? Hypnos walked over, squatted down, and wanted to touch the kitten, but her fingers froze as soon as they touched the kitten's head. Because that body was now cold and stiff, she could no longer sense any breath of life in it. When he said this, Thanatos lowered his head slightly, without any of the arrogance he had when talking to everyone before. Hypnos clutched her skirt tightly, as if the thought of what happened in the past would make her furious. He killed all my friends while I was asleep, and turned them all into immortal ghosts. This is Lord Thanatos' attitude towards life. People like him will never be respected or loved. Li Muhan understood. If what Hypnos said is true, Thanatos is indeed extremely disrespectful to life, but we cannot just listen to one side of the story now. He looked at Thanatos. Do you have anything to say? Thanatos still lowered his head, sighing as he looked at the ground beneath his feet that was almost shattered by him and Li Muhan. No, of course not. This is your nature. You despise life and trample on souls. You are the almighty god of death, the right-hand man of Hades, etc. Sun Lin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly pinched his goatee, as if he had thought of something. The top hat on his head was now tattered and covered in dust, but he still dug it out from the ruins and put on his head. Sun Lin looked at Hypnos and asked tentatively, Lord Hypnos, may I ask, have you ever understood your own divinity? Hypnos seemed quite offended by the question. She stood up directly. What do you mean, human? I am the god of dreams. Is there anyone in this world who understands his own divinity better than I do? Then are you aware of the nature of your century-long dream? A century-long dream? Li Muhan was also puzzled. He had learned about Greek mythology through literature or film and television works, but had never heard of this statement. I don't understand what you're talking about, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with what we just talked about, right? Hypnos said in an unhappy tone. When our director captured you and asked you to return to the Special Management Bureau, we conducted some examinations on you and also received some information about your characteristics from the Eastern European Special Management Bureau. As for why the Eastern European Special Management Bureau cooperated so well and handed over almost all the information about Hypnos and Thanatos, it was naturally because these two people were hot potatoes. The Special Management Bureaus abroad were different from Huaxia. They did not have inhuman existences like Lin Zhe or Changyu. The fewer powerful outliers there are, the better they can be managed. Especially the true gods in these myths, whose existence can almost shake the power of a country. What do you want to say? Hypnos asked. Sun Lin hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Based on our testing of your divinity, combined with relevant information from the Eastern European Special Administration Bureau, we can confirm that every 50 years you will fall into a fairly long dream, which may last for 100 to 200 years. Hypnos was stunned. Judging from her reaction, she had no idea that she had this divinity. Nonsense! Are you saying I slept for 200 years? An angry expression appeared on the girl's face, which made Li Muhan alert. The god of dreams had not suffered any harm just now. If he suddenly attacked at this moment, he might still have to fight. No, it's 400 years. Thanatos, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. He still had his head down, and his voice was a little hoarse, but everyone could hear every word he said clearly. What did you say? Hypnos turned around and stared at Thanatos blankly. Lord Thanatos, this joke is not funny. And this isn't a characteristic of the divine nature, but a flaw in Hypnos's divinity, a flaw destined from birth. No, it's impossible. How can I not know about this? Father and mother never told me anything. Hypnos roared at the man. The Grim Reaper sighed deeply. Now that things had come to this, it seemed pointless for him to remain silent any longer. When you were born, your soul was broken. It was for this reason that your mother entrusted you to the dream realm. You must rely on the power of dreams to replenish your soul, so you spend most of your time in dreams. Every 50 years, you fall into a deeper dream. As this human said, you will sleep for 1 to 200 years. Thanatos slowly clasped his hands together. It was obvious that what he was about to say next would completely shatter his sister's worldview. But this time, you slept for 400 years, so that's enough. The girl interrupted her brother. She looked at Thanatos angrily. So what? It's only been 400 years. Is that why you kill my friends? Just because I'm not here, you can trample on their lives and torture their souls. Li Muhan and Sun Lin looked at each other. Sun Lin nodded and then whispered to Li Muhan. The goddess of dreams is extremely lacking in common sense. She has spent almost her entire life in dreams, so... Li Muhan also fell silent. He even began to hesitate whether to tell Hypnos about this. Finally, Jinwu saw that everyone was silent and suddenly stood up and spoke. 400 years. 20 years is considered a very long lifespan for a kitten or puppy. 400 years would mean they'd be dead long ago, wouldn't they? Now even Hypnos was silent. She slowly turned her head and looked at Jinwu. What did you say? The little golden crow was so frightened that he hid behind Li Muhan. I'm not wrong. Li Muhan touched Jinwu's head, then looked at Hypnos and said, as you just heard, Hypnos, your friends couldn't possibly live to see you awaken from your 100-year dream. This means they weren't killed by Thanatos, but died of old age. Died of old age? How is that possible? Only 400 years, that's impossible. In fact, the same is true for us humans. Our lifespan is only 100 years. Those who can live to be 100 years old are considered to be very old. Sun Lin said. Hypnos was stunned. She looked at everyone present as if trying to judge whether they were deceiving her. Life is so fragile, Hypnos. Li Muhan looked at her seriously and said, No, that's not right. Wait, then why? Then why did he turn them into ghosts? Why? Li Muhan looked at Thanatos. Then you'll have to ask him. On the 3rd day after I put you into a 100-year slumber, I went to your temple and saw those animals dying of starvation. From that day on, I want to take care of them every day for you. But I didn't want to see you sad when you woke up, so, after they died one by one, I turned them into undead creatures. There was a certain apology and guilt in Thanatos' voice. I thought as long as they were still there and could move, you would be happy and smile, but I was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Hypnos with a bitter and helpless smile. Because what you need is a warm life, not a cold corpse. Thump! The girl collapsed on the ground. Those lives that once surrounded her, those lives that once dispelled loneliness for her, those glimmers of light that would guard her every night, waiting for her to wake up. Friends she had once believed were powerful enough to heal a god. So fragile? After everything was talked out, the brother and sister did not reconcile in the end, but they both promised Li Muhan and Lin that they would not fight again. We apologize for the damage we caused. Hypnos stood with his hands behind his back and his head lowered, as if he had only just realized how much trouble he had caused to the country's Special Management Bureau. As long as you two stop fighting, everything will be fine. Lin smiled and took out the communicator. Anyway, let's go out first. It's been all night, and the engineering team should have repaired the locator. But the moment the communicator was connected, Mo Xiao's dissatisfied voice came from the other end. If you don't want to come out, you'll die in there forever. Li Muhan and Lin stared at each other in amazement, completely unaware of what was going on. It turned out that although Mo Xiao said that he would let them stay for a day, he actually immediately took the toolbox and worked overtime alone to repair the locator. But just as it was open to let the people inside out, the locator was immediately broken by a violent impact. Li Muhan and Lin were stunned and asked what to do now. What should we do? Just wait patiently for the engineering team to come back from their leave and fix it for you. After saying that, the communicator hung up. At this time, the world was almost collapsing, and now the few of them seemed to be on a very small, isolated island. And now even Jinwu's home was gone, so the few of them could only wait until dawn. Finally, when the door opened before their eyes, Li Muhan and Lin both cried. They both deeply understood the feeling of being a wanderer. Mo Xiao was not as cruel as she said. After hanging up the phone, she urgently recalled 5 engineers to work overtime with her to repair the locator. When leaving that world, Lin and Li Muhan both wanted to thank Mo Xiao, but they didn't see her. Our minister has gone back to rest. Sigh, you two are really capable of working hard. This is the first time I've seen the minister so tired. Li Muhan felt guilty and decided to go to Mo Xiao to apologize properly. When we left that world, the combat members of our headquarters were already waiting outside. The team leader was Yin Yu, the executive director of the supervisory council who had previously questioned Huatian at the conference. Wait a minute, they won't do it casually anymore. I can guarantee that. Li Muhan and Lin both protected the 2 gods. Excuse me, gentlemen. This is an order from the Overwatch Council. The 2 gods destroyed important facilities of the Special Management Bureau and nearly caused a devastating earthquake in Tianhai City. According to the regulations of the Special Management Bureau, Hypnos and Thanatos will be detained. Further action will be taken pending further notice from higher-ups. I'm also responsible for this matter, so Li Muhan wanted to explain something, but was glared at by Yin Yu. Don't take advantage of the attention of the director and deputy director to act recklessly. The Special Management Bureau also has its own system. The aura displayed by Yin Yu at this moment was not the overbearing one at the meeting, but more majestic. This made Li Muhan realize how terrifying the law enforcement officers of the Special Management Bureau were. Captain Li, she is indeed right. Lin sighed and said no more. Finally, Thanatos took a few steps forward. Don't worry, we won't resist. Hypnos snorted coldly and followed Thanatos. Just when several members of the Supervisory Council's law enforcement team were about to put restraints on the 2 gods, Yin Yu suddenly waved his hand. No need, just take them away like this. When he finally left, Yin Yu gave Li Muhan a cold look. The Overwatch Council will keep an eye on you, and so will I, the Devil's Agent. Afterwards, Li Muhan and Lin took Jin Wu, whose eyes were swollen from crying, back to the 2nd underground floor. Lin Zhe met with several people in the small conference room. After hearing the whole story, she was silent at first, and then smiled with relief. I see. The way you handled it, I have to say, was quite bold. Li Muhan swallowed his saliva. He knew that he might be in trouble this time. Originally, the easiest solution was to separate the two gods, but because of Li Muhan's presumptuous decision, things became complicated. It's impossible to establish another world in such a short time. As for the treatment of the two gods, Lin Zhe sighed. Their future may not be so good. Li Muhan lowered his head, seemingly realizing that he had done something wrong. What do you think, chieftain? Lin Zhe looked at Sun Lin. Sun Lin pinched his goatee at this time, pondered for a moment, and said with a smile, I think Captain Li's approach is truly a lasting solution. After all, there's no guarantee the two gods won't meet again. As long as they're still on Huaxia, a fight would cause immeasurable damage. At least for now, we don't have to worry about that. Lin Zhe's expression relaxed a little, and she nodded. As for the Golden Crow, Lin Zhe was shocked when he heard that Li Muhan had promised Jin Wu a villa and a big bathtub. She originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing Jin Wu's expectant eyes, she could only smile helplessly and said while touching little Jin Wu's head with her hand, I will do my best to prepare comfortable accommodation for you. You have made great efforts in this incident. In the end, the matter ended like this. Li Muhan did not see the two gods again when he left the Special Management Bureau. Dragging his very tired body, Li Muhan returned home. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled the fragrance of food. He even stepped back to look at the house number to confirm that it was correct. He twitched his nose. There shouldn't be anyone else at home, so the person cooking could only be, is the mission over? Xiaoyu emerged from the kitchen, her hair disheveled and her face covered in dust, looking somewhat disheveled. Li Muhan knew, without hesitation, that she was cooking. Even though I'm not good at it, I'm still willing to try for myself. A warm feeling rose from Li Muhan's heart, and this time the smell coming from the kitchen was not as bad as last time. It even smelled a bit appetizing. Well, it's over. Li Muhan walked over and hugged Xiaoyu in his arms without waiting for her to speak. Xiaoyu did not say anything, but just hugged him back silently, giving him silent comfort. Xiaoyu, life is so fragile. Li Muhan bent down, buried his head in the girl's shoulder, and spoke sullenly. He could smell the aroma of shampoo on the ends of Xiaoyu's hair, mixed with a faint smell of burning. This feeling made Li Muhan feel at ease, and he held the girl's hands tighter and tighter. It seems that if I let go, the life before my eyes will slip away from my fingers. Although I don't know what you encountered during this mission. Xiaoyu gently stroked Li Muhan's back with her hand, as if she was coaxing a child. But we both have a long life ahead of us. I will do my best to protect you. I will too, Xiaoyu. I will also do my best to protect you. We still have many, many years to be together. After serving dish after dish to the table, Xiaoyu spoke with the same uneasy expression as before. I practiced for a bit and even had Su Shui give me some video guidance. It should be better than last time, but if it doesn't taste good, don't force it. Don't get an upset stomach. Looking at the food on the table, Li Muhan was deeply moved. At least it was no longer burnt like before. I put it in my mouth and tasted it. It didn't taste delicious, but it was definitely not bad. Ow, how is it? Looking at the girl's uneasy expression, Li Muhan chewed the food in his mouth with a deliberately serious expression. Spit it out quickly. I know it doesn't taste good. But just as Xiaoyu was busy bringing water to Li Muhan, he quickly swallowed the food and gave Xiaoyu a big smile. You're kidding. This one is super delicious. After hearing what Li Muhan said, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at Li Muhan lightly. Don't comfort me. I tasted it myself today. Hey, that's probably because vampires have different tastes. It's really delicious, much better than that super expensive restaurant we had before. As if to prove his point, Li Muhan, for the first time ever, ordered more rice, finishing everything on the table until he was completely stuffed. But as Xiaoyu's eyes gradually brightened and her lips curled up slightly, he consoled himself. A real man. What's wrong with making a little sacrifice to please the little vampire? After washing the dishes, Li Muhan went out to buy Xiaoyu her favorite dessert and took a walk to digest the food. However, Xiaoyu did not go out with Li Muhan because her TV series was about to start. I really need to tell Chi Yuan to stop recommending those melodramatic romance dramas to Xiaoyu. Carrying a box of dessert, Li Muhan was on his way home. However, just as he passed by a man and a woman, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart, and then the time around him seemed to freeze, and everything became silent. At this moment, Li Muhan suddenly realized the current situation. He was in someone's realm. Please don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. The woman next to me suddenly spoke. Her voice was extremely magnetic and had a calming effect on people's minds. Although they were on a busy street, no one among the people coming and going stopped to look at the three people who were standing there. Li Muhan slowly turned his head and looked at the tall woman with long black hair. She was wearing a black windbreaker with her hands in the pockets. Her captivating purple eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. Who are you? Is this the demon? On the other side, the man also spoke. He was tall and wearing a jacket. Judging from his appearance, he should be a foreigner. Unlike the woman, he gave people a superior feeling, and a black aura lingered around him. Li Muhan felt that this breath was very familiar, and then suddenly realized it. This breath is the breath of Hades, and the feeling of this person is the same as Thanatos. What are you going to do? Li Muhan did not bring Fu Jiang to suppress the demons, but he was still prepared to open the realm. The woman smiled and waved at the tall man. Stand back, Sharon, and do not be disrespectful. Sharon? Sharon, the ferryman of the underworld? No wonder he has the same aura as Thanatos. My two children are under your care. I am really grateful to you. The woman's every move is polite, showing an elegant temperament. But Li Muhan did not dare to be careless at all, because this woman was too powerful. Even though he now possessed 50% of Baal's power, he was still almost suffocated by the woman's breath. He is not a demon, Sharon. The woman walked up to Li Muhan, and her eyes, as dazzling as stars, gazed at him gently. He's human. Then she bowed her head slightly and greeted Li Muhan. I am Nyx, the mother of Thanatos and Hypnos. Really? Although he had already guessed in his mind, Li Muhan still broke out in cold sweat on his forehead when he really saw this ancient god. My two troublesome children have caused you a lot of trouble. To make up for it, I will give you a gift. After that, the woman didn't wait for Li Muhan to answer, nor did she let him make any reaction, but gently stroked Li Muhan's cheek with her hand. Then she softly chanted some ancient spell. Li Muhan suddenly felt an incredible power begin to flow into his body. Suddenly, a palpitation made Li Muhan kneel on the ground. This feeling was just like when Baal's power first awakened. But this time, this power was more domineering and more bizarre, and it was completely trying to forcibly occupy his body. But at this moment, the woman stretched out her hand and gently stroked Li Muhan's head. At this moment, the feeling that the force was about to tear his body apart instantly disappeared. He breathed heavily as if relieved, then raised his head and looked at the woman with a puzzled look. Your body still holds many incredible beings captive, and I have opened another palace for you. I believe this power will help you go further on this path. Should I say thank you? Li Muhan slowly supported himself and stood up, not knowing what to say. Although he didn't quite understand what the goddess meant, she probably didn't mean to hurt him. You're welcome, kid. I actually have a favor to ask. Sure enough, Li Muhan knew that things would not be that simple. Tell me first. I may not be able to help you. Only you can help with this matter. The woman showed a gentle smile on her face, and then her hand slowly moved from Li Muhan's cheek to his chest. Only the power within you can help my daughter, Hypnos, recover her godhood. Just as you helped Baal mend his broken soul, I, too, would like to ask you to restore Hypnos's godhood. But Baal is in my body. Don't worry, child. The palace within you has already opened. It doesn't need to be luxurious. Please give that child a place to stay. This is my request as a mother. Please. The woman bowed deeply to Li Muhan. Before Li Muhan could ask more questions, she and the tall man suddenly disappeared from sight. Then Li Muhan felt that the power of the realm disappeared, but the throbbing in his heart still reminded him that what he had just experienced was definitely not a dream, nor was it his own illusion. At the same time, in the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, Lin Zhe sat at the computer desk in his office, wearing glasses and typing laboriously. It seems that I am really incompatible with this kind of modern technology. After finally finishing typing a document, she took off her glasses and sighed. Then he spoke to the corner of the room. "I'm sorry for making you wait for me all this time." A woman suddenly appeared in the corner where no one was. "Did you know I was coming?" Lin Zhe stood up, took out a cup from the cabinet, and made a cup of coffee, while inviting the woman to sit on the sofa. "Even though you are the night itself, people in our line of work always need to be more perceptive." The woman nodded slightly. She picked up the coffee Lin Zhe had made for her, took a sip, and frowned. "Bitter. That way you can stay awake at all times, right?" The woman put the coffee cup back. "You should rest more. Even you will be exhausted if you work so hard for a long time." Lin Zhe smiled bitterly, helplessly. "There's a director who likes to slack off, so I have to work like a slave, right? So, have you met him?" The woman nodded. "He's a very special kid." Lin Zhe nodded, then took out a document she had just typed out and handed it to the woman. "Your proposal has been approved, but as her guardian, you need to sign." "Guardian?" The woman looked at the title on the document and smiled helplessly. "Am I still qualified to be that child's mother? I was the one who caused her to lose her divinity, and I was also the one who threw her into the dream. At least you kept her alive." Lin Zhe handed over a pen. The woman did not take the pen, but gently tapped the signature position with her finger. A dot of black slowly spread out at the signature and then combined into a rune. "I'm sorry to trouble you." After saying this, the woman slowly stood up and nodded towards Lin Zhe. "That's right." As she left, the woman turned to look at Lin Zhe, and the smile on her face gradually turned gloomy. "Although what I'm saying may not be appropriate, do you ever regret handing this world over to humans?" Lin Zhe put his hands behind his back and raised his feet as if he was stretching. She thought for a moment and said, "This world has never belonged to us, and humans are so interesting. They have created so many interesting things." Lin Zhe took out his cell phone. "For example, this thing has powerful functions. Do you want to try it? I can give you one." The woman was stunned for a moment, and then the gloom on her face turned into a kind smile. "I have." Then her figure disappeared into the shadows. After confirming that the woman had disappeared, Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. These old things from ancient times seemed to still have some resentment in their minds. That night, when Li Muhan was sleeping, his consciousness returned to the strange opera house. What surprised Li Muhan was that in addition to the statue of Baal, another statue of Baal appeared in the auditorium of the opera house. The strong aura emanating from the statue was completely different from that of Baal. Li Muhan suddenly remembered what the goddess of night had said to him. "There are still many incredible things imprisoned in your body, and I have opened another palace for you. I believe this power will help you go further on this path." Li Muhan slowly walked toward the audience, came to the statue, and slowly extended his hand as if it was the first time. But the moment his hand just touched the statue's eyes burst into a scarlet light, and then a domineering force directly pulled Li Muhan in. Thump! Li Muhan's body was thrown directly to the ground. F***K, this is so rude. Li Muhan rubbed his sore butt and slowly stood up. When his eyes began to adapt to the darkness around him, he could see clearly that this was actually an enormous prison. Countless chains gathered from all directions towards the dark depths of the prison, and these chains seemed to be binding something extremely terrifying. When Li Muhan stood up and prepared to move forward, a terrifying pressure that almost made his legs tremble came faintly from the end of the chain. That thing already knew about Li Muhan's arrival. The chains kept shaking, and Li Muhan could even feel the bloody smell surrounding him. A voice kept ringing in his head, telling him to hurry over. At this moment, Li Muhan seemed to be bewitched by the voice and walked towards the dark depths of the prison. Step by step, he gradually approached the end of the chain. However, when his eyes fell on the huge red figure, Li Muhan suddenly regained consciousness. It was a jaw-droppingly large red dragon, its body brimming with intense rage and evil, constantly emitting a terrifying aura. Li Muhan couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there, as if frozen, unable to move. The dragon slowly tried to open its mouth, but its huge mouth was tightly bound by chains. So it began to become angry and shook its body frantically to break free from the chains. Li Muhan felt as if the entire prison was shaking. The dragon's pupils were staring at him intently, as if trying to force him into a state of crazy despair. His legs began to tremble. Even though Li Muhan had faced the two gods of Olympus, he could not help but feel fear and despair when he saw the red dragon. He wanted to escape, but his legs were completely out of control and cold sweat began to drip down his face. Congratulations to the host for opening a new temple. Demon, Lucifer. Level, world destroying. Current demon status. Seal degree 100%. Mission, break Lucifer's seal. Breaking it to a certain degree will gain you Lucifer's power, but you will also bear Lucifer's wrath and backlash. Lucifer? Li Muhan was stunned. If he thought Ball was relatively unpopular, then this guy could truly be said to be an internet celebrity in the demon world. This archangel, who was once the most powerful warrior in heaven along with Michael, is now known to everyone. And now, his incarnation in the Bible, the great red dragon of Badanyama, was right before his eyes. Although he was bound by chains, the evil aura he released was almost enough to make Li Muhan's mind collapse. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Back off! Swish! A lightning barrier blocked the red dragon and Li Muhan, and then the dark boy stood in front of Li Muhan. He raised one hand and swung it violently. Following his action, the red dragon was instantly forced back several steps by a powerful lightning bolt. The red dragon's eyes narrowed, and it looked at the suddenly appeared young man with interest, a look of respect and vigilance towards a powerful enemy. Ball and the big red dragon looked at each other and snapped their fingers. Then he and Li Muhan disappeared from the spot. After no longer sensing any human breath, the red dragon slowly lay down again. Its body began to shrink and finally turned into a young girl. The girl's hands and feet were bound with chains. She slowly closed her eyes, began to gather her strength, and quietly waited for the next opportunity to come. In the Temple of Baal, Li Muhan sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He felt a pang of fear when he thought about how he was almost driven crazy by Lucifer just now. I have a new opinion of you, human. I didn't expect you to be not only a clown, but also AR**********D. How did you think of facing Lucifer on your own? Ball sat on the throne, looking at Li Muhan speechlessly. No, how would I know who that was? And it wasn't where I wanted to go, I was dragged in by it. Li Muhan fought back vigorously, but Ball sneered and remained silent. Help me restore my soul. As long as my soul is fully restored, I can help you suppress Lucifer's power. Ball raised his hand, and a piece of crystal that was still missing appeared in his hand. That is the soul of Ball. Li Muhan was not in a hurry to agree, because these demons are essentially the same and will not do anything that is thankless. Don't look at me like that, human. If Lucifer really usurps your body, my soul will also be absorbed by him. This is something that neither of us can accept. So that's how it is. Although Ball was doing this for himself, Li Muhan felt a little relieved after hearing this. He reached an agreement with Ball that he would try his best to help Ball recover the power of his soul, and then Ball would help Li Muhan suppress his backlash when he released Lucifer's control. Li Muhan did not sleep well that night. After he opened his eyes, he found that Xia Yu was not around. This was a bit strange, because usually this vampire would sleep until noon. It's only 10 o'clock now, where could she go? Li Muhan yawned and walked out of the bedroom. He saw breakfast and a note on the table. After breakfast, come to the Special Management Bureau. I have something to tell you. Oh, and if breakfast doesn't taste good, don't eat it. Don't get an upset stomach. There was a cute kitten expression drawn on the note at the end. Look at the toast, fried eggs, and grilled sausages on the table. Li Muhan couldn't help but smile bitterly. No matter how bad it tastes, I will never leave any of it. Fortunately, the taste is good, except that the soy sauce on the fried egg is a bit too much. At the same time, in the meeting room of the Special Management Bureau, Chang Yu is presiding over this meeting. The mix of attendees was a bit odd. Deputy Director Lin Zhe, Chief of the Personnel Management Section Sun Lin, Captain of the Supervisory Commission's Executive Force Yan Yu, and Captain of the 7th Squad Li Muhan. Everything is normal up to here, but things got a little weird afterwards. Xia Yu, Hattie, Qi Yuan, Jin Wu, and the nightmare that Li Muhan brought back before. This group of people didn't look like they were here for a meeting. Xia Yu stared at Hattie, while Hattie was playing with his cell phone as if nothing had happened. Jin Wu and Qi Yuan were discussing some private topics between girls, and they would secretly glance at Li Muhan while talking. The nightmare girl sat alone in the corner, as if she felt out of place with everything here. "What's going on here?" Li Muhan asked Lin Zhe secretly. Lin Zhe shrugged, then smiled and told Li Muhan not to worry, they would know soon. All right, everyone be quiet. This is a conference room, not a zoo. What are you all making so much noise for?" Chang Yu patted the table, and the meeting room suddenly became quiet. Even these arrogant aliens, including Hattie, did not dare to act rashly in front of Chang Yu. "The main reason I asked you to come here this time is to announce the National Special Management Bureau Exchange and Study Conference to be held in 3 days." Exchange study session? Li Muhan was stunned when he heard the name, and at the same time, he felt confused. If it's really just an exchange and learning session, then why invite these weirdos? It can be said that the person sitting in this office is the most powerful among the outliers in the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Sure enough, Chang Yu didn't stay serious for too long. After reading the title, he immediately let himself go and stood up, be G on the table and shouting, "You never make it into the top 3. I'm totally fed up with you losers. On paper, your fighting abilities are all so awesome, but when the real fight comes, you get outmaneuvered." From this sentence, Li Muhan could already tell that this so-called exchange and learning conference was nothing more than a big brawl among the special management bureaus across the country. Li Muhan was a little confused when he heard Chang Yu say that he had never won first place. Because according to his usual conversations with the people in the Special Management Bureau, he learned from these Tianhai City Special Management Bureau staff that the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is the ace Special Management Bureau of the Huaxia Special Management Bureau. Not only did it rank 3rd in annual performance, but Deputy Director Lin Zhe was also selected as an outstanding representative of the Huaxia Special Management Bureau for 20 consecutive years. 20 years. Li Muhan expressed some doubts about the age at that time. Seeing that Li Muhan didn't quite believe it, the man took out a few photos. There are very old photos and the latest digital photos, all of which were taken when Lin Zhe received the award. Although Lin Zhe was wearing different clothes in each scene, the indifferent expression and appearance on her face seemed to have never changed at all. K, what an old monster. Sure, don't let Director Lin hear you talk about her age. Let's get back to the topic. Since the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is so powerful, why has it never won first place? Have you never participated before? Li Muhan looked at Xia Yu. If it were Xia Yu's personality, she might not participate in this kind of activity. But unexpectedly, Xia Yu turned her head to look at him and said something very seriously. "I've participated in 2 since I joined the Special Management Bureau, and I was beaten to pieces both times." "I beat you to pieces? Who's on the other side?" Li Muhan was so frightened that he almost jumped up. Ahem. Lin Zhe coughed twice, and Li Muhan quickly sat back down. "I've told you before that Xia Yu hasn't sucked human blood in a long time. High-level vampires don't rely on blood for survival, but to maintain their powerful strength, human blood is necessary." Lin Zhe explained to Li Muhan, and then added another sentence. "Of course, that's not the only reason." After saying that, she looked at Qi Yuan and Jin Wu helplessly. "Humph, 5 years ago our team was pretty impressive with Xia Lia, Qi Yuan, Jin Wu, Hua Yun, and Gu Xiao, yet we only managed 7th place. This is such a disgrace to me." Chanyu became more and more excited as he spoke, and he stood up and slammed the table. Sit down. After Lin Zhe glared at him fiercely, Chanyu quickly sat back in his chair. Who are Hua Yun and Gu Xiao? I don't think I've ever seen them. Li Muhan asked Lin Zhe in a low voice. You've met Hua Yun. She's the girl who did your level assessment when you first came to the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan recalled, and the image of the beautiful silver-haired girl sitting in the dark room, illuminated only by a ray of moonlight, came to mind. So it's her. Is she also an alien? She's a descendant of Di Ting. Lin Zhe's simple words gave Li Muhan a great shock. Holy crap, you guys really have some hidden talents here, but this lineup only managed to get 7th place? What kind of geniuses are those in the other special management bureaus? As for Gu Xiao, Lin Zhe sighed and said, it's the defected alien from Team 7. Li Muhan was slightly stunned. He had never heard his teammates talk about the alien who had defected and was currently missing. Perhaps it was because his defection had such a huge impact on Team 7 and even the entire Special Management Bureau. So the other members of Team 7 also tried not to mention it if possible. We have a strong lineup, so how can we lose? Fart. Chanyu seemed to have heard Li Muhan's whisper. He roared and pointed at Qi Yuan, Jin Wu, and Xiaoyu. These guys, taken individually, their stats are all weird, but their teamwork is basically 0. They always get played around by others. Qi Yuan and Jin Wu lower their heads somewhat embarrassedly, but Xiaoyu looked completely indifferent. This reminded Li Muhan of a sentence. Scattered they are stars in the sky. Gathered they are a cluster. Sometimes it is not a good thing for several people with strong individual combat capabilities to work together. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let me first explain the Huaxia Special Management Bureau's exchange and learning conference to Hattie, Li Muhan, and Meng Meng. Meng Meng? Li Muhan heard a new name, but the only one left here whose name he didn't know was Nightmare. Wait, Nightmare, Dream. Puff. Li Muhan couldn't help laughing out loud, and then Lin Zhe turned his head and looked at him with gentle eyes. Li Muhan's legs trembled at this sight. Xiaoyu quickly stopped Li Muhan, and then Lin Zhe's eyes changed again, becoming a little cold. Now even Xiaoyu was a little unsteady on her feet and collapsed into Li Muhan's arms. Don't interrupt me again. Lin Zhe gave an ultimatum, and Li Muhan and Xiaoyu both nodded vigorously. So Lin Zhe then explained to a few people. The so-called Huaxia Special Management Bureau Exchange Conference is actually a grading conference for the outliers in Huaxia's various special management bureaus. It is held every 5 years, and each time a winner is selected from the 15 participating special management bureaus. The specific way of the competition is not much different from what Li Muhan imagined. That is a big fight in the form of teams, and the location will be chosen in a forest, mountain, or even a city. Of course, each special management bureau will deploy a large number of boundary decrees in the selected places in advance to directly separate the entire area so that it will not affect the normal life of humans. What these outliers have to do is to represent their special management bureau and defeat their opponents as much as possible within the rules. The original rule is that the last people left must decide a winning team. Therefore, many aliens who are good at hiding will use their own characteristics to avoid. Lin Zhe said that the time that impressed her the most was when an alien who was not too strong stood at the end. Because it is so good at hiding, it uses its own characteristics to directly merge into a tree and then begins hibernation. The poor other team searched for him for a month and finally couldn't help but surrender. That exchange meeting became a complete laughingstock. After a resolution, the rules were modified and the exchange conference would last for 1 month. However, during the month, the boundary decree would continue to shrink. Once excluded from the boundary, it would be considered a loss. 2 words suddenly popped up in Li Muhan's mind. Eat chicken? The person who changed the rules must be a game enthusiast. In addition to the general framework, the specific rules of the exchange meeting will not be the same every time. This avoids people from making preparations in advance and can also test the on-the-spot adaptability of the outsiders to the greatest extent. At this time, Hattie slowly raised his hand. Can I join in too? No problem. I've already reported it. Every year there are teams that hire foreign players, but we've never done so. Let's try it this time too. Chang Yu folded his arms across his chest and took a final look at everyone present. Our lineup this year is quite impressive. We've added new blood to our existing strength. We can truly be called a super galactic battleship. If you can't bring me a championship this year, I'll make sure you're in trouble. That night, Lindsay set up a discussion group and invited all the outliers who were going to participate in the exchange meeting. Lindsay, are they all here? Let me see. Yes, they're all here, smiling emoji. Li Muhan. One person is missing, Director Lin. Jinwoo is not here. Chi Yuan. Jinwoo doesn't have a cell phone. She is temporarily living with me in the Supernatural Management Department. The Special Management Bureau is still building a new residence for her. Hattie, God Morgan Rose. Li Muhan. You mean good morning? You're a foreigner. You can even spell it wrong in English, laughing. Ming Ming. Is there a possibility that Miss Hattie speaks Norwegian? Li Muhan. Sorry, I'm not educated. Xiaoyu. Don't apologize. What's there for a stinky wolf to show off? This is Huaxia land. We should speak Huaxia. Hattie, you talk like you are from Huawei. Laughing to death. Xiaoyu, where are you? Stop talking nonsense through the screen. The administrator has muted everyone. Lindsay, can you be quiet now? Smiles. Lindsay, you must have a sense of collective honor. This exchange conference will have an unprecedented number of foreign special management bureaus coming to observe. What will you show them then? A wolf and a bat fighting each other? Smile, 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 smile. Lindsay, do you understand? If anyone causes internal strife again, just wait. Even if you don't belong to the Huaxia Special Management Bureau, I still have a way to deal with you. At the same time, on the top floor of a luxury apartment, Hutty, wearing exquisite pajamas, sat by the window with her legs crossed and a glass of red wine in her hand. When she saw this message, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This woman is still so scary no matter how many years have passed. The administrator unbanned everyone. Lindsay, okay, do you understand? Smiles. Everyone, I understand. Lindsay, everyone should prepare the supplies they need tomorrow and gather at the Special Management Bureau at 9 a.m. 2 days later. Afterwards, Lindsay sent a private message to Li Muhan. Lindsay, you are in charge of leading the team this time. The Bureau values you very much. If you get good results, Director Chang will not treat you unfairly. This is clearly just empty talk from the leader, and as a team leader, can I really manage this team? Not to mention Hattie. Even Jinwoo might not listen to him. But since the leader has spoken, I can only take it seriously. On the second day of shopping, Li Muhan bought a lot of wilderness survival supplies, and even a double tent. When they gathered, Li Muhan and Xiaoyu, who were carrying large and small bags like they were moving house, were dumbfounded when they saw that everyone was traveling light. What are you going to do? Lindsay's mouth twitched. Looking at Li Muhan and Xiaoyu, who were covered in dust and dirt as they squeezed into the subway with their bags during the morning rush hour, he couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake. Didn't you tell us to prepare the necessary supplies? I thought these exchanges would usually be held in the suburbs or some primeval forest. Li Muhan has read many novels, and all of them about training, selection, and competitions are set in remote places. Isn't it a way to prepare for a rainy day by buying so many things for yourself? Dear, didn't you read the group announcement? Chi Yuan looked at Li Muhan with sympathy. Li Muhan was full of questions. Group announcement? Yesterday, the Forestry Bureau posted a group announcement that the venue for this exchange meeting is in Baiyuan City. Ming Ming also said to Li Muhan somewhat embarrassedly, "What the hell? In the city?" Li Muhan and Xiaoyu went shopping all day yesterday. They were so tired that they fell asleep as soon as they got home. They almost got up late this morning and had no time to check any group announcements. I'll give you 5 minutes. Put all these things in the Special Management Bureau warehouse. You can pick them up when you come back. Even Lindsay, who was indifferent to everything, covered his face with his hands at this moment, feeling his blood pressure rising. At the same time, in the large conference room of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau. As the door was pushed open, a middle-aged man in military uniform with a cigar in his mouth walked in. "Hello, Director." Everyone in the conference room stood up in unison. "This exchange meeting is scheduled to be held in our city and in the downtown area. Are you all ready?" The man took a puff of his cigar and then exhaled a puff of smoke. Reporting to the director, a total of 1,300 boundary decrees have been set up in the main areas of Baiyuan City. Testing is now complete. The entire Beihai City will be safe during the exchange meeting. "Yeah, that's good, but you must not embarrass me." The man nodded and said, "Which special management bureaus are participating in this exchange meeting?" A staff member immediately handed over a tablet showing all the special management bureaus participating in the exchange meeting and a detailed list. "Ah, Tianhai City. That old dog Chong Yu is still F*************** G participating. Every year, the Galaxy battleship gets destroyed, and this idiot still dares to participate. Isn't he afraid of losing face?" Then he took a detailed look at the list of participants from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. "Let me see what kind of stellar lineup you've put together this year. Xiaolia, that vampire is quite powerful, but not at his peak, and his IQ is very low, so he's not to be feared. Wait, Hattie? Damn it." The man was so angry that he almost threw the tablet. "This be D hired outside help. Doesn't Tianhai City claim to never hire outside help? TSK, forget it, it's all just for show. These ancient gods aren't actually that scary. Let me take another look. Li Muhan? What the hell is this, a demon?" He carefully checked Li Muhan's information. After all, demons were quite rare in the entire Huaxia Special Management Bureau. But when he saw that the level was cholera, he was relieved. It's just a third-level alien. Even if it's a demon, there's nothing to be afraid of. Listen up, boys. When the time comes, point your finger at those people from Tianhai City and beat them up. Remember their faces. Beating them is like beating old dog Chong in the face. Good. All the staff shouted in unison. Then he looked towards Feline City. Feline City? This guy. Why is he even here? Is this exchange so important? The man's brow gradually became serious. Anyway, I accept everyone in Baiyuan City. Even if you're the king of the world, you have to give up the first place to me. At this time, outside the bank building of Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, Lin Zhe was giving the final mobilization to several people. "First, you represent the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, so you must be cautious in your words and actions. Always remember that friendship comes first, competition comes second. Secondly, don't unleash excessive power unless absolutely necessary. If the boundary decree is violated, no one will be able to escape responsibility." She deliberately glanced at Nightmare, who was standing at the end of the team. "You probably haven't adapted to the real world yet. After all, you spend most of your time living in other people's dreams. This is an opportunity, Ming Ming." Li Muhan also looked at Nightmare. The girl was now wearing a black and white dress. She had a slim and slender figure, and now she looked even more elegant and beautiful. But her expression was a little timid. She kept hiding behind the team without saying a word, and her eyes kept looking around. "Don't worry, we'll all take care of each other along the way, and nothing will happen," Li Muhan said to Nightmare with a smile. Nightmare turned his head slightly and looked at Li Muhan, his face slightly red. "Thank you. I've always wanted to thank you, if it weren't for you." Cough, 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 cough. Xiaoyu immediately started coughing. Not only that, she hugged Li Muhan's arm and looked at Meng Yi with dissatisfaction. Nightmare was so scared that he immediately took back his words. "Why are you so fierce?" Li Muhan gently rubbed Xiaoyu's hair. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth at this scene. "Sister, are your teeth uncomfortable?" Jinwu looked at Qi Yuan curiously. "Because there are mice stealing food." "Well," Lin Zhe sighed. "Is this team considered a galactic battleship?" Only Hattie was laughing the whole time. It seemed that this trip would not be too boring. Just when Li Muhan was about to get on the bus, Lin Zhe suddenly called him. "Li Muhan, come here for a moment." Li Muhan was a little confused, but he let Xiaoyu get in the car first, and he followed Lin Zhe to a deserted corner. What's wrong, Director Lin? I have one more thing to ask of you. Lin Zhe snapped his fingers behind him, and then Li Muhan saw two familiar figures appear at the corner. Huh, I remember they were both locked up, weren't they? Li Muhan looked at the two people approaching with confusion. These two people were Thanatos and Hypnos. Hypnos, come here. Lin Zhe did not answer Li Muhan's question, but waved to the girl. The girl had taken off her plain white dress and put on more casual, everyday clothes, with her hair tied into a ponytail. She walked to Lin Zhe a little embarrassedly, raised her eyes slightly to look at Li Muhan, and said in a very low voice, "For now on, I'll leave it to you." Yeah. Li Muhan was confused. Why did you suddenly ask me for help? Her divine form is incomplete, a congenital defect that even the Olympian gods are helpless to fix. However, your body seems to be able to repair this defect, so from now on, Hypnos will reside in your body. I really like what Li Muhan said. Ah. He showed a look of surprise, then came up to Lin Zhe and said, Director Lin, I already have two in my body. Two? Well, I know. It seems that woman helped you awaken another demon. I can see that the power in you has become stronger. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying you're stuffing another god into me. Can I handle it? Don't worry. Your potential is beyond your imagination. Thanatos walked to Li Muhan and raised his hand to press on Li Muhan's shoulder. I'll leave my sister in your care. Yeah. Li Muhan felt as if he was being entrusted with a child. Before he could refuse, Lin Zhe had already gently touched Li Muhan's chest with his hand. Then Hypnos walked to Li Muhan, raised his hands, and gently hugged Li Muhan's body. Wait. Li Muhan wanted to protest loudly, but it was too late. Before her eyes, the girl transformed into a ball of dark green light and merged into Li Muhan's body. Well, that solves the problem. Lin Zhe smiled. Solved? The trouble has shifted. It's shifted to me. Li Muhan was in tears. Lin Zhe patted Li Muhan on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, Hypnos won't cause you any trouble. On the contrary, she will be your helper. Although he was very unhappy, Li Muhan seemed to have no way to resist. He now has two demons and one god in his body. So what is he? The demon's agent or the messenger of God? With mixed feelings, Li Muhan looked at Thanatos. Why don't you come in too? It's better to have too much debt than to be burdened. No, I'm leaving Huaxia. Thanatos shook his head. Huh? Where are you going? Return to Mount Olympus. Although the age of the gods has passed, it is time for me to return. Thanatos gave Li Muhan a few more instructions, most of which were about his sister, such as when Hypnos usually went to bed, what she liked to eat, and what flowers she liked. Li Muhan quickly waved his hand to interrupt him. All right, don't worry. I'll try my best to satisfy her any requests. Is that all right? Well, then I feel relieved. After watching Thanatos turn into a ball of shadow and disappear without a trace, Lin Zhe took a deep breath and patted Li Muhan on the back. Okay, now it's time for you to set off. Okay, I'll do as you say, boss. Li Muhan sighed. He could even feel that there was another breath in his body. It was undoubtedly Hypnos. He hoped that these three great gods would not fight in his body. When Li Muhan got on the bus dejectedly, Xiaoyu quickly stood up and waved to Li Muhan. Here, Li Muhan walked over to Xiaoyu and sat down. The girl seemed to notice the changes in his body. You have a strange smell again. Don't mention it. No, I don't like the taste. Xiaoyu turned over and sat on Li Muhan's legs. Wait, are you going to? Wait. Xiaoyu, wait. I'm hungry. Then a scream came from the back seat of the car. Jin Wu shouted in dissatisfaction at the back row. It's so noisy. It's so noisy. Chirping. As noisy as birds. Oof. Damn bad. Qi Yuan had a face full of resentment. Had he put on a mask and headphones and fell asleep as soon as he got in the car. He was not disturbed by any noise at this time. Only Nightmare was huddled in a chair. As she listened to the noise behind her, she became more and more frightened. Does this vampire really eat people? The bus is just the first stop on the journey. After nearly 3 hours of driving, the group was transported to a secret military base. Li Muhan was shocked as soon as he got off the car. There were soldiers armed with live ammunition all around, and in front of them was an armed transport helicopter. "Hello, everyone. We are now responsible for transporting you to Baiyuan City." A non-commissioned officer saluted the people who got off the car. Li Muhan has always had a good impression of soldiers. These iron-blooded soldiers who defend their country have a very attractive temperament. So he also stood in awe and saluted the soldiers in return. But not very standard. As mentioned before, the Special Management Bureau will not allow members on business trips to take flights casually because they need to take into account as many emergencies as possible that may occur on the road. Therefore, in situations where airplanes must be used, they will cooperate with the military and let the military be responsible for transportation. Of course, the military is not free labor, and the Special Management Bureau must pay the military a large sum of money for this. 2 hours later, the armed helicopter slowly landed at the Baiyuan City Military District Airport. At this moment, in the waiting area on the tarmac, a man in military uniform and smoking a cigar was staring at the people getting off the plane with a fierce look. This is quite a grand occasion. Li Muhan bent over and got off the plane. Then he was stunned when he saw the military district on high alert. "Salute!" At the shout of one soldier, all the soldiers stood still and saluted. The man, holding a cigar, walked through a row of soldiers and went straight to the people in front of the helicopter. "Ha ha! There are quite a few new faces at the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau this year." He looked at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Xiaoyu. "Ms. Xiaolia, how do you expect us to defeat you this year?" These provocative words startled Li Muhan. You have to know that Xiaoyu is an explosive barrel who can be ignited at any time. This man dared to talk to her like this. Li Muhan couldn't imagine how the scene would end. But unexpectedly, Xiaoyu just snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Finally, it was Hattie who stood up and spoke. "You are the director of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, Lei Jian, right?" The man called Lei Jian glanced at Hattie and sneered disdainfully. They really did seek outside help. "I thought Chang Lao Go was so awesome, but in the end, he still had to ask for help." The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Li Muhan took a quick look at the people present. Almost all of them were very secretive, wearing coats and hooded masks. It was as if he was afraid of being recognized. If you don't know, you might think this is some kind of cult gathering place. In contrast, their Tianhai City Special Management Bureau seemed much more naive and was exposed in front of everyone in such a swagger. "Shouldn't we also get a team uniform?" Li Muhan saw that the atmosphere was a little subtle, so he smiled and said to the people around him. As a result, no one said a word, especially Xiaoyu and Qi Yuan. They seemed to be very familiar with the current situation as they had participated before. Because of this, we also have a better understanding of what will happen next. "Not bad, little friend. I think the team uniform is better too." In the end, it was Sun Yin who echoed Li Muhan's words. "It's a pity that I'm the only one from Fulin City. Otherwise, I would have to dress up and carry a big banner." Li Muhan gave a wry smile. He said that the purpose of changing the team uniforms was to keep a low profile, but Sun Yin turned out to be the opposite and just made a big deal out of it. At this moment, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, and then a hunchbacked old man appeared on the podium in the middle. He was holding the microphone and leaning on a cane, and Li Muhan was worried that he would pass away at any second. "Everyone, colleagues from the Special Management Bureau, thank you all for your support. The Huaxia Special Management Bureau Exchange Conference has always adhered to the principles of fairness, justice, and openness, and we want every participant in the Special Management Bureau to show their style and level." Next, everyone listened to the old man's pre-match speech, which was like a sports meeting and lasted for almost half an hour. Li Muhan almost couldn't help yawning, and finally the old man introduced himself. "Sorry, it seems like there are some new faces here, ahem. I'm Lu Shan, the director of the Huaxia Special Management Bureau. You can also call me Uncle Lu ahem." The old man seemed to have talked too much and started coughing constantly. Li Muhan was a little skeptical. Was this really the director of the general administration? It felt like anyone could knock him down. "Hey, my friend, don't look down on this old man, Lu. As if he could see what Li Muhan was thinking, Sun Yin leaned over and whispered in his ear. Think about it. This Special Management Bureau is responsible for supervising all kinds of aliens from all over the country. Even gods and demons are in their files. How can this old man, Lu, be the director of the Bureau? Do you think he can be an ordinary person? Li Muhan thought it made sense and nodded. Then he suddenly saw Lu Shan on the stage with his slightly narrowed eyes seeming to be looking at him. There was an endless deterrent power in that look, and Li Muhan was finally convinced. In the Special Management Bureau, you must never judge a person by his appearance. Then, next, let's allow the organizer of this exchange competition, director of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, Lei Jian, to introduce the rules of this conference to everyone. After the old man finished speaking, he took the lead in clapping, but his movements were very difficult, and those who were serious and expressionless at the scene also started clapping in unison. It seemed that they all respected, or even feared, the director of the general administration and did not dare to disobey him at all. Even Xia Yu started to applaud. Soon, the old man sat down on the side with his cane, and the person who stood up next was Lei Jian, the director of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, who had greeted Li Muhan and others at the airport. Everyone, welcome to Baiyuan City. I am the director of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, and also the commander-in-chief of the Baiyuan military region. His voice was like thunder, and although he was not holding a cigar, his mouth of burnt and rotten teeth still made Li Muhan feel a little uncomfortable. As I'm sure you've all noticed, this conference is a little different from previous ones. We've chosen the entire Baiyuan City as the venue, which is unprecedented. Of course, don't worry about destroying the city. Our Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau has already isolated the entire city, so you can all show your skills here to your heart's content. I didn't expect that what Sun Yin said was true. Li Muhan was slightly surprised. After hearing this, several groups of people became obviously excited. After all, they are aliens, and it is very painful to live by suppressing their nature. Now they can fight and destroy without restraint, which is such a refreshing thing. Perhaps the Special Management Bureau holds this kind of conference every 5 years for a reason, to help these saboteurs vent their energy and prevent them from causing trouble. Now, let me explain the rules of this conference. Everyone listened attentively. After all, rules were very important. The rules of each conference were different. Sometimes the only hope for a weak team to turn the tables was to exploit the rules. The rules this time are: Lei Jian took a deep breath and then shouted suddenly, "There are no rules. In this isolated fake city, you can fight to your heart's content. Fight to the death." Ha 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 ha. The venue was in an uproar. Several groups of people stood up and roared from their mouths. It was obvious that the voice was not that of ordinary humans. Li Muhan noticed that Qi Yuan and Xia Yu looked a little unhappy. "What's wrong? Are we weak?" he asked Xia Yu quietly. It's not a question of being weak or not. If there really were no rules, then our situation could be very dangerous. Li Muhan still didn't understand what Xia Yu said. He just thought that the power of other special management bureaus was too strong. It didn't matter. The important thing was to participate. At worst, he could just take a team award and report back. At this moment, the old director Lu Shan hit Lei Jian on the head with his crutch. "You idiot! Get out of my way!" Lei Jian quickly supported Lu Shan to prevent him from falling. Director Lu walked up to the stage again, sighed, and spoke to everyone. "It's not completely without rules. Let me explain. This competition will last for a month. Starting at 12 o'clock tonight, the Special Management Bureau teams can form alliances at will and can also mobilize all their forces, but there is one limit." Lu Shan raised a finger and glanced at everyone present and said, "From sunrise to 11 a.m., fighting is prohibited. Everyone can rest during this time. Once 11 p.m. passes, fighting resumes. This is the same every day. If anyone continues fighting after sunrise, they will be warned the first time and will be declared the loser the second time. Everyone, the rules are simple. Do you understand?" There was not much hesitation among the crowd. After being stared at by the old director, those who were excited just now all sat down obediently. "Clear. There were scattered responses from the venue. It seems that everyone hasn't eaten yet? Let me ask again. The old man tapped the ground lightly with his cane, and a terrifying force began to slowly spread outward. Everyone affected by this force was trembling in their hearts. Li Muhan could even hear Ball and Hypnos in his soul startled at the same time. Get it, everyone? Clear. This time the answers were quite consistent, and cold sweat broke out on almost everyone's forehead. But what puzzled Li Muhan was that Sun Yin beside him did not react at all. Although he shouted very loudly, there was still a faint smile on his face. Okay, everyone is in high spirits, so there's only one last thing left. The old director's expression became very kind again. The winning team of this conference will receive a large amount of financial funding from their Special Management Bureau, as well as more positions in the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan was a little uninterested. Aren't these just team rewards? But the old director's next words made him tremble, and his eyes immediately lit up. Considering that the individual rewards in previous competitions were too small, the winning team of this exchange conference will receive a magical weapon crafted by the Special Customs Administration's Engineering Department. Each person will receive one. Not only that, they will also have the opportunity to enter the Special Customs Administration's secret treasure vault and gain the right to use a secret treasure once. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was boiling again. The secret treasure house. The secret treasure house of the Special Management Bureau? There are all kinds of legendary artifacts in there. I heard that the secret treasure vault of the Special Management Bureau contains all the secret treasures of the Huaxiao land from ancient times to the present. Whether it's the Dongwang Bell or the Sifang Ding, they're all artifacts that can enhance the level of aliens by more than one level. Hey, I'm really motivated this time. Little devils, you better be careful. Listening to the discussions of the different types of people, Li Muhan was a little confused. He didn't understand whether these secret treasures were really that good. When he turned around to look at his teammates, he found that Hattie had stood up with an excited smile on her face. What's going on? Why are you standing up? Hattie, sit down quickly. Li Muhan was afraid that the old man would look at him again, so he quickly pulled Hattie's sleeve. I heard that there's a magical artifact in the secret treasury of the Huaxia Special Customs Bureau called the Haotian Mirror, which can reveal the hiding places of all the aliens in the world. Hattie said excitedly. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu understood instantly. If I could enter the secret treasure house and use the Haotian Mirror once, wouldn't finding Skull be a piece of cake? If that's the case, why can't we just ask the Special Management Bureau to lend it to us? After all, Skull's disappearance is a significant threat to Huaxia. Li Muhan asked, Hey, my friend, you're so easy to say. Do you think you're going to the street to buy sesame cakes? Sun Yin patted Li Muhan's shoulder and said, Although this secret treasure of the Special Management Bureau is powerful, using it once will expose the secrets of heaven. Not only will it have a huge impact on Huaxia's energy channels, it will also cause the treasure to fall into a deep sleep. I remember that this Haotian mirror can only be used once every 50 years. How can you use it just because I give it to you? After Sun Yan's explanation, Li Muhan understood. I see. Is this why you insist on letting me participate? Lindsay. Hattie seemed to understand why Lindsay insisted on letting her attend the conference this time. This was to give her a chance to use her own strength to gain the right to use the Haotian mirror. Hey, everyone, we haven't even started fighting yet, and you're already picking out treasures? Sun Yin interrupted the fantasies of several people and then added a sentence. Besides, even if you win this team competition, you should still listen to everyone's opinions. Are you going to give up your own chance just to help this young lady find someone? Sun Yin glanced at the others. It doesn't matter. If Miss Hattie can find her brother, I can also choose the Haotian mirror. Qi Yuan said, As long as you treat Jinwu to delicious food, I will agree to this. Jinwu said, I don't have any wishes to fulfill, nor do I have any treasures I want to use. Everything is up to you. Nightmare said timidly. Finally, Xiaoyu frowned, opened her mouth, and finally sighed, looking at Hattie unhappily. Once you find your brother, get back here. Of course I have no objection. Li Muhan said. Oh shit. Sun Yin was stunned. Everyone says you guys at the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau are deep-seated, but I just realized today how deeply compassionate you are. You're so selfless. I'm truly deeply moved. Hattie was also stunned. She didn't expect that these people, even Xiaoyu, would support her unconditionally. For the first time, she seemed to feel a certain throbbing in her heart. I wanted to say thank you, but I just couldn't open my mouth. Ahem, those people at the back, have you had enough chatting? In the end, the few people who made too much noise were naturally scared by the director's look and all calmed down. Everyone, this conference is just an exchange meeting. I hope everyone can play to their strengths, but please don't be too aggressive. I won't say any more nonsense. I wish every participating team good results. Lu Shan tapped the ground with his crutch again, and then his and Lei Jian's figures gradually began to disappear. The surrounding scene began to darken, and the figures of other team members gradually became blurred. At this moment, Li Muhan suddenly saw several men in black cloaks standing in front of him. Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, we will make sure you get nothing this year. The leading man sneered after saying this. Before Li Muhan could respond, their figures slowly disappeared. Finally, Li Muhan and others found that they had returned to the reception room on the second floor of the hotel. Who are they so arrogant? Li Muhan couldn't help but slammed the table and stood up. The team from the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau, they were the ones who eliminated us last time. Qi Yuan smiled helplessly, as if recalling some bad memories. They're very strong, but we're not weak this year either. And last time, Sister Xia lost after being beaten by a group of them. Why was Xiaoyu beaten up by a group of people? Li Muhan asked a key question. Jinwu and Qi Yuan both lowered their heads. Because others lose so quickly. Xiaoyu said this expressionlessly. The case is solved. What a stupid teammate. Li Muhan complained in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Ha 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 ha. This little birdie is right about one thing. You guys are definitely not weak this year. Sun Yin came over and put his arm around Li Muhan's shoulders and said, _ plus equals I equals hashtag. Look, you've even hired foreign aid this year. Everyone, I have a suggestion. Why don't our two special management bureaus temporarily form an alliance now? When Sun Yin made this proposal, everyone's eyes turned to him. Are you from Feline City? I remember you seemed to be the champion of the conference 10 years ago. Qi Yuan's words scared Li Muhan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Holy shit. Champion. I underestimated this man before. Hey, Lucky. Thanks for letting me do that. However, Sun Yin seemed reluctant to mention this matter and smiled awkwardly. He's the champion who turned into a tree and hid from the Beihai City Special Management Bureau for a month, ultimately forcing him to resign. Jinwu whispered to Li Muhan. So he's a scoundrel. Li Muhan's respect for Sun Yin just now disappeared immediately. Hey, how can you talk like that? Just because you're a slacker, you're not a champion? Just tell me whether you won or not. Li Muhan thought for a while and said, It doesn't matter if we form an alliance, but the Beihai City Special Management Bureau must hate you deeply. If we form an alliance with you, will they come after us first? Sun Yin chuckled twice and said, My friend, since this is your first time participating, you may not understand that forming an alliance with your Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is truly a huge risk. Li Muhan didn't quite understand what he meant. Sun Yin looked up at the clock in the conference room. It's half an hour until 12 o'clock. We can leave now. Huh? Where are you going? Li Muhan asked with some doubts. Sun Yin smiled and pointed downwards. Into the shadows, of course. Originally, Li Muhan thought that Xiaoyu and others would reject Sun Yan's proposal. After all, this person's origin is unknown, and this hotel can now be used as a base, so why should we give up? Unexpectedly, after discussing for a while, Xiaoyu, Qi Yuan, and Hattie unanimously decided to temporarily unite with Sun Yan. This made Li Muhan, the skeptical captain, feel a little embarrassed. Don't worry, little friend. You will understand soon. Sun Yan was very confident. He brought everyone to the basement floor of the hotel. Xiaoyu looked at him and asked with some confusion, as he seemed so familiar. How do you know this place so well? Sun Yin was squatting in a corner of the underground parking lot, fiddling with something and chuckling twice. I arrived several days earlier than you, and I've already gotten to know this city thoroughly. That's strange. Hattie narrowed his eyes slightly. We didn't know the venue was in Baiyuan City until we set off, but you said you arrived several days early. Could it be that you already knew the venue was in the city? Snap! Sun Yin simply removed a piece of the floor. He bit the wrench and clapped his hands, looking like he had accomplished something. Hey, we in Feline City don't have much, so we can only work harder on intelligence. I only got the floor plan of this hotel from several years ago. There is access to the subway tracks here. Okay, let's go. Seeing that no one reacted and just looked at him with suspicion, Sun Yin stopped pretending. He scratched his head and said, Then let me be honest with you all. I'm just a white ape spirit. My strength has just reached the cholera level. I'm definitely no match for you guys. If you find anything wrong, just beat me up. Hattie walked in front of Sun Yin, raised her hand, placed it on Sun Yin's shoulder, and then slowly closed her eyes. About a minute later, she opened her eyes and said, Indeed, the aura is very weak and poses no threat. Miss, it really hurts me when you say that directly. Sun Yin looked hurt and then raised his hand to look at his watch. It's 10 minutes until 12 o'clock. Hurry up. Li Muhan never understood why they had to leave here at 12 o'clock, but seeing that everyone else had jumped down, he had no choice but to jump down as well. After landing, Li Muhan saw the subway tracks and billboards around him. This was indeed a subway line. He never expected that this boundary decree would directly copy and isolate the city's underground structure. However, at this moment, a bell suddenly rang above his head. The bell rang 12 times in total, representing the arrival of 12 o'clock and the official start of the Special Management Bureau Exchange Conference. Are we really not going to stay in a hotel? It feels even more dangerous to wander around like this. Nightmare expressed Li Muhan's inner thoughts. Li Muhan was about to agree, but at that moment, there was a sudden explosion above his head, and then the ground began to shake violently. The exit above his head collapsed instantly, and countless falling rocks hit Li Muhan's head. What are you daydreaming about? Xiaoyu grabbed Li Muhan's hand, and at the same time Sun Yin shouted to everyone, Hurry, run forward. Run to the next subway station. Then everyone stopped thinking too much about it. This area was constantly collapsing. Even if they were aliens with powers far beyond those of ordinary people, it would be very dangerous if they were buried alive. Nightmare's physical strength was obviously poor without the blessing of her special features, and she quickly fell behind. Just when she was about to be hit on the head by a huge rock, a flash of lightning flashed and shattered the rock. Thank you. Nightmare looked at Li Muhan, who had already opened the realm, and thanked him. But Li Muhan's tail suddenly rolled her up. What nonsense! Let's go. Why is it the tail again? In this way, several people brought their families to help each other. Finally, Hattie turned into a giant wolf, carried all of them on his back, and then burst out with unimaginable speed and finally escaped from the collapsed area. When they arrived at the subway station, they all collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. Only Hattie and Xiaoyu could remain calm. Now I understand why I should leave the hotel immediately. Hattie said with a sneer, then looked at Xiaoyu. How many people have you, the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, offended? After hearing what Hattie said, Li Muhan also understood. No wonder they didn't need to prepare specific costumes, because from the beginning everyone would be staring at them. The people from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. You'll have to ask Changyu about this. Xiaoyu turned her head away, looking nonchalant. Director Chang has a bad temper and has offended many people. Therefore, every time our Tianhai City Special Management Bureau attends such a meeting, we are attacked by everyone. Qi Yuan patted his chest and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Muhan was at a loss for words. Changyu had truly committed many evil deeds. The world had suffered from him for so long. At the same time, in the monitoring hall of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, hundreds of staff members are closely monitoring every move at the scene. Did the people from Tianhai City run away? What the hell are they doing? Lei Jian punched a monitor and blew it up. Where are our people? He looked at a staff member and said, Chief, calm down. Our people are at a hotel on the other side of the city and are on their way there. Damn it, we can't let anyone else get there first. Quick, detect the location of those people in Tianhai City. Report it to our team. Captain, this is not okay. This is a foul. At this moment, Lei Jian's cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the name of the caller, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. Hey, Lao Lei, how's our Galaxy battleship this year? Chang Yu's nasty voice came from the other end of the phone. Veins bulged on Lei Jian's forehead, and his teeth clenched with a crunching sound. Old Chang, you're such a coward. You're actually looking for outside help. Hee, I have external help I can find. If you don't agree, go find one yourself. Why not? I bet you can't find one, right? Ha ha. F***KU. I'm an all-Huxia team. I'm going to beat up your mixed-race team. Old Lei, you can't cheat. Don't take advantage of your status as the organizer and secretly report points to your people. Get lost. Am I that kind of person? Old Chang, listen up, you little brats. Now that you've entered Baiyuan City, I won't let you go back intact. Chang Yu yawned on the other end of the phone. All right, beat those guys up for me. If you can't beat them up and they beat you up instead, I'll look down on you. The two men's roars became more intense. The new staff members were all a little curious. What's the grudge between Director Chang and Director Lei? You might not believe this, but Director Chang likes to cheat. He's been playing games with Director Lei and has had his equipment stolen more than once. The staff member at the door was puzzled, listening to Lei Jian and Chang Yu exchanging greetings about each other's entire 18 generations of ancestors. And this conflict was just because of a game? At this moment, several people who were repairing the underground subway station began to plan their next move. I suggest we go to the concert hall. The terrain there is more complex, and it's less likely to be surrounded. Sun Yin pointed to a point on the map and said, The area near the concert hall is indeed nice, but it's too far from us. I don't know how many teams we'll encounter on the way there. Hutty said. Then, the aquarium. Li Muhan pointed to the location of the aquarium. The buildings here are not tall, so we don't have to worry about being buried alive by the explosion. The facilities inside are also very complex, which will facilitate our circuitous operations. Several people said they had no objection. If they wanted to go to the aquarium, there was another advantage, which was that they didn't have to go to the ground. They could just walk 3 more stops along the subway line to get there. After making up their minds, several people jumped off the platform and prepared to move along the route. Just at this moment, Li Muhan suddenly raised his hand. Wait, there's a sound. Several people looked deep into the dark subway tunnel. Sure enough, there was a sound of heavy footsteps approaching them quickly. With the sound of footsteps, the ground began to shake, and then they saw a monster nearly 3 meters tall with a fish head and a trident in his hand rushing out from the darkness. Damn it, Ben Borba! Li Muhan was shocked when he saw this thing, and what happened next shocked him even more. The monster rushed to a place not far in front of them, raised the harpoon, and thrust it into the ground. The harpoon damaged the railway, and the ground shaking became more and more intense. Careful! Xiaoyu wanted to grab Li Muhan's hand, but the moment their hands touched, the wall next to them was broken by a huge stream of water, and the water instantly began to pour into the tunnel, and several people were caught in the vortex of the water. Li Muhan felt dizzy and as if he was in a flush toilet. He could only try his best to keep himself conscious. After an unknown amount of time, he was finally rushed out of the vortex and fell heavily to the ground. What the hell, cough, 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 cough. Li Muhan spat out a mouthful of water. When he looked up and around, he found that the entire platform was destroyed and his companions were nowhere to be found. My wings. My wings are wet. Wet. There's one more. Jinwu's hands had turned into wings at this time, and the wings, wet with water, looked very heavy. Golden Crow, where are the others? Li Muhan asked quickly. I don't know. Jinwu looked confused. Forget it. Li Muhan doesn't plan to rely on Jinwu anymore. He stood up and was about to call for help when a trident stabbed at him from the darkness. Li Muhan dodged to the side suddenly. Although the attack came swiftly, Li Muhan also opened up his domain, which was far greater than the perception of humans, allowing him to avoid the attack. The next second, the huge monster appeared in front of him again, and next to the monster stood a skinny old man. Setting up an ambush here in advance really worked. I won the jackpot. The old man let out a very strange smile, and Li Muhan slowly pulled out the Fujiang Jamal from behind. But at this moment, he suddenly felt some pain in his left shoulder, and he looked down. His left shoulder was actually soaked with blood. Idiot! Why didn't you dodge just now? Jinwoo shouted at Li Muhan. I just dodged. Li Muhan was completely bewildered. He had indeed dodged the monster's attack, but now he had a wound on his left shoulder. What on earth was going on? Where were you hiding? You were standing there like an idiot getting stabbed. Jinwoo's words made Li Muhan feel that the monster in front of him, or the old man, their realm power was not simple. My name is Ear of the Ear. My realm can mislead your judgment. So you thought you dodged, but in fact you were standing still without moving an inch. Perhaps because he was absolutely confident in his own strength, the old man patiently explained his strength to the two of them. Don't say anything, just kill them. The fish-headed monster was ruthless and didn't talk much. He picked up the trident and stabbed Li Muhan again. This time, Li Muhan jumped back suddenly, creating some distance between him and the monster, but the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Hey, why aren't you hiding again? Jinwoo yelled at Li Muhan. Li Muhan was slightly startled, and when he looked back, he found that he was still standing there with the trident directly stuck in his chest. What the hell is going on here? Kid, you've been controlled by my realm. No matter how you try to avoid it now, it is all your own fantasy, because you... The old man's smile became more and more sinister. You can't move at all. Li Muhan suddenly found that his legs could not move. He stared at the old man. It seemed that the main problem was still the old man. Okay, let's end this. I won't kill you, but please leave here. The monster pulled out its trident and stabbed Li Muhan again. At this moment, the golden crow swooped down and hit the monster in the face with one of its wings, sending it back several steps. Don't ignore me. You bad guys. Jinwoo opened his arms to block Li Muhan. It's useless. Did you think you hit something? No, you didn't hit anything at all. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Jinwoo was knocked to the ground by a punch. Hey, what were you doing just now? Punching the air. Li Muhan shouted anxiously. From his perspective just now, he saw the golden crow swooping down and flapping its wings violently in front of him, but it didn't hit anything. The monster punched her back and knocked her to the ground. I clearly hit you. It hurts so much. Let's deal with this annoying little bird first. She's a much bigger threat than this half-baked demon. The old man gave instructions, and the monster suddenly grabbed the golden crow's wings. If I break her wings, she won't die, right? Hey, big guy, you put me down? What are you doing? Ugh, no. I don't want to be a disabled person. Jinwoo was frightened and cried loudly, while her wings kept attacking, but all her attacks were a battle of wits and courage with the air. Stop making noise. Kill her quickly. The old man was getting a little impatient. The monster raised the golden crow and stabbed the trident in its hand towards the golden crow's wings. But the next moment, the trident in his hand and his hand fell to the ground. The monster trembled violently and then roared as it looked at its severed hand. Then another flash of lightning flashed, and his hand holding the golden crow was also cut off. Li Muhan held the golden crow in his arms, and the demon, subduing sword in one hand, staring at the old man intently. No, that's impossible. You can't escape the constraints of my realm. The old man looked at Li Muhan in horror. What did you say? Li Muhan, who was surrounded by lightning, seemed not to hear the old man's words clearly. It was then that the old man discovered that blood was flowing from both of Li Muhan's ears. This kid actually ruptured his eardrums with thunder. The old man was shocked, but Li Muhan couldn't hear what he said at this time. He is now in the realm, and his body's ability to recover is quite fast, which is now a problem. Forget it. Let's finish the fight before my ears heal. He put down the golden crow, then suddenly turned the demon-suppressing sword in his hand and chopped it down at the still roaring monster. Li Muhan used the back of the knife to strike the monster, and the huge impact brought with it a flash of lightning, smashing half of the monster's body into the ground. The monster howled and then fainted. Li Muhan slowly turned his head and looked at the old man again. Wait, young man, we can talk. I can admit defeat. Li Muhan ignored him and walked towards him step by step. You have to respect the elderly and love the young. I'm telling you, you can't do this. Wait, I've already said it, but I can't hear you. Li Muhan raised his hand and raised the knife and slammed the blade hard on the old man's face, slapping the old man several times and making him lose consciousness. At the same time, Xia Yu and Qi Yuan were also washed away to other places by the flood. After realizing that no one else was around, Qi Yuan shook the water stains from her hair and said, "What should we do now? It seems like the other side intends to defeat us one by one. Then wait for someone to come to you. I don't think the others can be defeated so easily." Xia Yu also wrung out the water stains from the corners of her clothes and then tied her hair up. At this moment, light footsteps were heard in the darkness. The two of them became alert instantly, but when they saw that the people coming were a pair of twin sisters, Qi Yuan was a little confused. "Who are you? Don't be careless." Xia Yu did not let her guard down at all. After years of wandering in the world, she was different from Qi Yuan. Even after enduring countless betrayals, Qi Yuan still loved humans unconditionally, even forcing herself into schizophrenia. But Xia Yu has lived in this world for so long, and what she has learned is not to believe anything in front of her. Until recently, Li Muhan knocked down the wall in her heart. When facing people other than Li Muhan, Xia Yu will never show any mercy. "Hello, sisters. Can you play with us?" The two little girls are very cute, each holding a rabbit doll in their hands. Qi Yuan's face turned slightly red. What a cute child. I wonder if Li Muhan and Ai's child will be this cute too. "Don't be in heat, Turkey. Can't you smell their scent?" After Xia Yu's reminder, Qi Yuan realized that although these two children were cute, they exuded an unusual aura. It couldn't be said to be scary, but it was very weird. Is that the power of the realm? Qi Yuan asked in confusion. "Sister, we are the outliers of the Luoyun City Special Management Bureau. Can you play with us? We are very good, and we will be very obedient." Qi Yuan couldn't help it. "Whoa, bats. These two kids are so cute. It's a foul. How on earth have you managed to survive this long?" Xia Yu was completely speechless at Qi Yuan beside her, but she did not let her guard down at all. At this moment, the two sisters slowly raised the dolls in their hands. "Sister, come in and play with us. Come in." The two dolls' eyes suddenly glowed red. When the two realized something was wrong and wanted to react, it was too late. The red light immediately covered their bodies, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a bright world of green mountains and clear waters. "Is this the spatial realm?" Qi Yuan asked, looking around. "No, this is the spiritual realm," Xia Yu corrected. "This world is filled with birdsong, flowers, and warm sunshine, and small animals are playing freely on the lawn." To the two, this scene is as beautiful as a fairyland. "Look there." Xia Yu pointed ahead. On the green lawn stood a long white table filled with various desserts and delicacies. Several characters that looked like they came out of a cartoon were pouring tea for two sisters wearing princess dresses. "Sister, welcome to our world. I hope my sister can have a tea party with us." Qi Yuan and Xia Yu looked at each other and walked over, and Qi Yuan also put away his kind expression. After all, the other party is an alien who can use the realm, so we can't show mercy anymore. "Little sister, I have something important to do right now. I advise you to let us out quickly, otherwise I will be rude." The two sisters turned to look at Qi Yuan and said, "Sisters, do you want to go out?" "Yes, please let the sisters out, or I will spank you." Both girls had a look of grievance on their faces, as if they were about to cry. This expression made Qi Yuan panic all of a sudden. Hey, don't cry. Sister is just joking. Honey, can you let the sisters out?" Xia Yu, on the other hand, was not indulged at all. He smashed the long white table with one punch, and all the food fell to the ground. "Let's out now, I won't say it again." "Hey, Bat, don't be so violent towards children. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think they're as easy to deal with as they look?" Xiaoyu and Qi Yuan stared at each other. At this moment, the two girls burst into laughter. "Sisters, please stop quarreling. This is our world, a beautiful world. If you sisters really want to go out, then you have to accept the test." Qi Yuan and Xiaoyu turned to look at the girl at the same time. "What test?" the two said in unison. The girls stood up and raised the rabbit dolls in their hands. Qi Yuan and Xiaoyu both took a few steps back. It was the red light emitted from the rabbit's eyes that allowed them to enter this world. "Now I don't know what will happen next. Sisters, don't be afraid. The rabbit can see through everyone. As long as you have strong wisdom, you can get out of here." Qi Yuan and Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief almost at the same time. "I thought it was something else, but it turns out it's an IQ test." Qi Yuan folded his arms across his chest and sneered in disdain. "That's fine with me. The last thing I lack is intelligence." Xiaoyu also revealed a hint of sneer. "The sisters are all very confident, but if you can't pass, you'll have to play here with us forever." Both of them puffed out their chests confidently. Although there was an obvious size difference between them, they both showed their confidence at this moment. "Of course, I'm just worried that this little bat isn't smart enough. I won't save you then. Little turkey, you should worry about yourself. I heard that birds have small heads. You want to fight? Sure. Come on." The girls laughed again and then slowly lifted the rabbit. "Don't fight, sister, because you're going to be best friends soon." There was a hint of disdain in the eyes of Qi Yuan and Xiaoyu. "An IQ test? That's hilarious. They're an alien species that have lived for thousands of years. If there is one thing they lack the most, it is intelligence." Red light shot out from the rabbit's eyes again. "Miss, let me pour you some tea. Miss, let me massage your shoulders." The 2,000-year-old aliens who were completely controlled confirmed a fact. Living a long life doesn't mean you'll be smarter. At the same time, Li Muhan and Jin Wu, who defeated the monster named Hayasha and the human monster in the ear, also finished their recovery. Because they were in the realm, Li Muhan's injuries recovered quickly, and Jin Wu had a strong recovery attribute. After waiting for their wounds to heal, the two decided to look for other teammates. Could something have happened to them? Jin Wu followed Li Muhan and asked uneasily, "Don't worry, Ming Ming has very strong characteristics. As long as she wants, she can escape even if she can't win." Needless to say, Hattie is arguably our strongest fighter. As for Xiaoyu and Qi Yuan, I'm even less worried about them. I look down on them if they don't kill their opponents instantly. Just as Li Muhan was talking, two figures suddenly came from front. Li Muhan looked closely and found that it was Xiaoyu and Qi Yuan. Look, didn't I tell you that?" As he spoke, Li Muhan quickened his pace and walked towards Qi Yuan and Xiaoyu in front. "Are you two okay? Let me tell you, just now Jin Wu and I almost..." Bang! Before Li Muhan could finish his words, Xiaoyu and Qi Yuan punched him in the chest and face at the same time. His body flew backwards and rolled several times on the ground. The frightened Jin Wu quickly shrank back. "Sister Qi Yuan, what's wrong with you? I know this man deserves a beating, but now is not the time for infighting." Jin Wu ran to Li Muhan to check on him, and when she found out that Li Muhan was still alive, she quickly shouted to Qi Yuan. But neither Qi Yuan nor Xiaoyu responded to her. They just walked towards him slowly in a somewhat strange posture, muttering something. "Wait, Jin Wu, these two are not normal." "Abnormal? What's abnormal?" Li Muhan was helped to stand up by Jin Wu. He stared at the two men and gave a wry smile. "Don't you have eyes?" She raised her hand and pointed at Qi Yuan and Xiaoyu, whose eyes were full of wisdom and whose steps were like zombies, and said, "These two guys don't look normal now, do they?" At this moment, Xiaoyu and Qi Yuan were getting closer and closer, and their wise eyes, which were moving up and down, scared Jin Wu. "I am coming. Brains." Li Muhan finally heard what they were talking about. "Golden Crow, can you produce sunlight?" Li Muhan asked with a twitching mouth. Nico. Why? "Because to grow plants, you need sunlight." Li Muhan's complaints went unanswered, because Qi Yuan and Xia Yu were not as slow as real zombies. After approaching the two, they suddenly began to exert their strength and were close to Li Muhan and Jin Wu almost instantly. Qi Yuan's hands turned into claws and grabbed Jin Wu fiercely. "Get out of the way!" Li Muhan pushed Jin Wu away and was grabbed hard on the back, and the backpack used to carry Fu Jiangzhenma was also smashed to pieces. Before he could stand firmly, Xia Yu jumped high and slammed down hard on Li Muhan's head. Li Muhan decisively raised his sword to suppress the demon. Xia Yu was wearing sneakers that made it easier for her to move around. The force of the kick shattered her shoes, and Li Muhan was forced to kneel on one knee on the ground. "Xia Yu, damn you! How could you be controlled so easily?" Li Muhan swung his knife back and hit Xia Yu on the head with the back of the knife. But Xia Yu's body was strangely flexible. She leaned back slightly in midair, and at the same time, she hooked her foot and kicked Li Muhan hard on the chin. Li Muhan was kicked so hard that he did a backflip and fell heavily to the ground. Yes, live in peace. No, fighting Missy is not pleasant. The two men walked up to Li Muhan, then squatted down at the same time and lifted Li Muhan up. Wait, live in peace, I agree, I vote." Before he could finish his words, the two men raised their hands at the same time and punched Li Muhan in the abdomen. Li Muhan was beaten so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just when they were about to attack again, golden light flashed from behind the two of them, and the golden feathers of the golden crow blew them away fiercely, while at the same time, she protected Li Muhan under her wings. "Sister Qi Yuan and Sister Xia Yu, stop fighting. We are not enemies." After being swept away by the golden crow's wings, the two men did not rush to attack again. Instead, their bodies slowly retreated like zombies and then made way. Then Li Muhan and Jin Wu discovered that a pair of twin sisters slowly walked out behind them. "Sister, hello brother. Would you like to join us for tea party?" The two girls were laughing happily, while Qi Yuan and Xia Yu were standing beside them. You don't have to think about it to know it. It was these two people who controlled Qi Yuan and Xia Yu. "Let them go," Li Muhan said coldly. "Sure, brother. But you have to play a game with us. Sister, you have to too." The girl looked at Jin Wu, who had been supporting Li Muhan. At this moment, being looked at by the girl gave Jin Wu an indescribable sense of weirdness. "Tell me, what are you doing?" Li Muhan knew that these two girls must have some special realm that could control people's hearts. When the girls heard what Li Muhan said, they clapped their hands happily, and then they all raised the rabbits in their hands. The rabbits' eyes emitted a strange red light, as before. Li Muhan and Jin Wu felt dizzy after staring at the red light. When they regained consciousness, they had already entered the girls' world. "Brother, sister, welcome to our world." Two little girls, each wearing a pink and blue princess tutu, sat at a European-style white square table, with Qi Yuan and Xia Yu behind them. Qi Yuan, dressed in a butler's suit, had a slender waist and long legs, which accentuated her beautiful features, making her look both abstinent and cool. If Li Muhan hadn't known her intelligence, he would have been fooled by her appearance. "And Xia Yu. Li Muhan took one look and quickly turned away, not daring to look again. Xia Yu was wearing a short maid outfit. Beneath the fluffy skirt, she revealed a pair of straight, slender legs, clad in calf socks and lace leg rings. Vampire wings spread out behind her, and a pair of small devil horns crowned her head, as if she were playing some strange trick. Qi Yuan was serving tea and water to the two girls like a housekeeper. Xia Yu stretched out her long legs to the side, half lying on the carpet, gently massaging the girls' legs. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces. F***K. That's a great ability. I want one too. This was Li Muhan's first thought. "Hey, you stinky man. Pay attention." Instead, Jin Wu kicked Li Muhan on the butt. Li Muhan coughed a few times and spoke seriously to the girls. "Okay, we're here now. Let him go." The girls were not in a hurry at all. "Sister, brother, come and join us in the tea party first. Everyone should be happy together. We can create any food for you." Li Muhan was getting a little impatient. "All right, let them go. I don't hate children, but please don't go too far." Li Muhan had just finished speaking when Xia Yu and Qi Yuan, who were wearing maid outfits, stood up and stared at Li Muhan with cold eyes at the same time. Li Muhan, who had just been beaten up by the two of them, took a step back in fear. If he were to take action by force, he would inevitably have to fight with Xia Yu and Qi Yuan. These two are both numerically gifted, but their combined potential is immeasurable. In other words, we must now break their control and then deal with these two little devils, etc. Li Muhan suddenly had a bold idea. He looked at Xia Yu with cold eyes and then said to the two little girls, "Can you conjure up anything?" The little girls laughed happily. "Yeah, but only for food. And it can't be any dangerous food." Li Muhan nodded. "Then, please give me a bottle of vinegar and clove special drink." "Hey, you're still thinking about eating at this hour?" Jinwoo looked at Li Muhan in surprise, but Li Muhan raised his hand to tell her not to speak for the time being. "Can you make it happen?" The girls looked at each other and then slowly closed their eyes. Soon a small bottle appeared in front of Li Muhan. He picked it up, opened the lid, and smelled it. Yes, it was the same as the one he drank in the hotel. You, what on earth are you thinking about? Men really can't be trusted." Jinwoo was almost crying with anxiety. But Li Muhan just smiled and then said to Jinwoo, "Can you help me suppress Qi Yuan temporarily?" I can't guarantee it. Sister Qi Yuan is much stronger than me. Just try your best to hold her back. Can you do that?" Looking at Li Muhan's serious eyes, Jinwoo was a little scared, but still nodded. "I understand, I'll try my best, but what are you going to do?" Li Muhan shook the vinegar cloves in his hand and smiled bitterly. "I have to do something very dangerous." The two girls also heard their conversation. It seemed that they understood that they had no intention of giving in, so the girls' smiles disappeared. They slowly raised their hands and pointed at the two of them. "Since my brothers and sisters are unwilling to join our tea party, then stay here forever." Then the long table in front of them suddenly split apart. At the same time, Xia Yu and Qi Yuan both showed murderous eyes. "Golden Crow, I'm counting on you," Li Muhan shouted, and Jinwoo did not hold back. She turned into a giant golden bird, let out a sharp cry, and then suddenly grabbed Qi Yuan's body and flew into the sky. Li Muhan, who stayed on the ground, had to endure Xia Yu's fierce attack. He ran into the forest and shouted to Xia Yu behind him, "I'm giving you one last chance. Xia Yu, if you don't wake up, I'll really kill you. Love one another." Xia Yu responded to Li Muhan with words that she would never normally say, even though her tone was filled with murderous intent. "Okay, then don't blame me." Li Muhan turned around suddenly, and Xia Yu had just rushed in front of him. Xia Yu, wearing a maid outfit and having opened her realm, was extremely beautiful at this moment. Even with such murderous aura, Li Muhan was stunned for a moment. After just a moment, he was pinned to the ground by Xia Yu. You, wait a minute, I even treated you to dinner." Li Muhan tried desperately to bring the bottle in his hand to Xia Yu's mouth, but his hands were held down tightly by the vampire, and he couldn't move at all. Just as the sharp point of the vampire's wings was about to pierce Li Muhan's forehead, he suddenly recited the spell that Lin Zhe had taught him before. The moment the wings pierced his head, the vampire stopped moving. She was frozen in place, as if under spell. Li Muhan was ecstatic, and his gratitude to Lin Zhe was beyond words. But when he thought about the fact that the spell only lasted for a few minutes, he didn't waste any more time. He struggled to turn over and get up, then poured the entire bottle of vinegar and cloves into Xia Yu's mouth. Cloves and currants. For vampires, it is a high-level aphrodisiac. "I'm going to force these two into your mouth now, and I don't believe you can remain indifferent." This is Li Muhan's strategy. Fight poison with poison. While Xia Yu was unable to move, Li Muhan stuffed the vinegar cloves in his hand into Xia Yu's mouth. Drink it all." He forced Xia Yu to drink the entire bottle of vinegar and clove drink. At first, Xia Yu's cheeks were just slightly red, but after the spell ended, Li Muhan saw that the scarlet in the girl's eyes suddenly turned into love. Suddenly, Li Muhan felt that he had thought things too simply. "Xia Yu, how do you feel?" Before he could finish his words, Li Muhan was pinned to the ground by the vampire again and ridden on top of him. The girl's smooth thighs pressed against Li Muhan's body, and the slightest movement of her already short skirt would expose her. Li Muhan didn't know where to put his hands, and he didn't dare to move his eyes. This time, Xiaoyu's attitude was obviously not as cold as before. Her eyes were fierce, her breathing was heavy, and the two canine teeth in her slightly open mouth were clearly visible to Li Muhan. Blood. Wait a minute. Damn, you're so strong. You're exposed. Xiaoyu, wait. Li Muhan was in a panic, using his tail to press against Xiaoyu's abdomen, while using one hand to hold down Xiaoyu's little face as she tried desperately to get closer to him, and using the other hand to hold down the hem of Xiaoyu's maid outfit. But even though he had entered a half-demon form, he was completely unable to resist the vampire in heat. In the face of the suppression of absolute power, Xiaoyu's teeth finally bit into Li Muhan's neck. The moment she sucked the blood, the girl seemed to feel an unprecedented pleasure. She sipped Li Muhan's blood and uttered some meaningless moans of satisfaction. She gently rubbed against Li Muhan's body, wanting to make contact with him, and at the same time, her hands began to tear at Li Muhan's clothes unsatisfied. It's over, my lifelong reputation. Li Muhan gave up struggling and lay down, his eyes filled with shame and a desire to die. The twin sisters not far away were curious when they saw this scene. What are they doing? It seems like something adults like to do. Shame on you. At this moment, two sharp screams suddenly came from the sky, and then two figures fell to the ground with a bang. Li Muhan saw that the giant flaming bird transformed by Qi Yuan pressed the giant golden bird to the ground, and the two claws wrapped in flames were constantly scratching the feathers on the chest of the giant golden bird. Although Jinwu fought hard, she was forced back by Qi Yuan's flames as soon as she flapped her wings. She could only fall to the ground and struggle to resist Qi Yuan's attack. We can't delay any longer. Sorry, Xiaoyu. Li Muhan cheered up and hugged Xiaoyu's body directly. Now the girl could suck his blood and tear his clothes without restraint. Li Muhan's hand suddenly pressed on Xiaoyu's temple. Thunder entangled. Sizzle. At first, only a weak electric current flowed through Li Muhan's hand, and then there was a loud bang, and a bolt of thunder struck down from the sky, hitting Xiaoyu directly on the head. Ugh! The girl seemed to be awakened by the thunder. When the power of lightning flowed through her body, her eyes became clear again. There was blood on the corner of her mouth, and she stared at Li Muhan blankly. Li Muhan was overjoyed after seeing Xiaoyu recover, and felt that the kiss of the sheep beast could really cure all diseases. Xiaoyu's face flushed red, and she seemed a little embarrassed when she saw Li Muhan, who was being ridden by her and had only some rags of clothes left on him. Don't talk about this for now. Go help Jinwu. After being reminded by Li Muhan, Xiaoyu realized that the golden crow was in imminent danger. The golden light around her had gradually dimmed, and her resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Just as Qi Yuan locked the two wings of the golden crow with one claw, preparing to burn it to ashes with flames, Xiaoyu and Li Muhan rushed over from two directions respectively. The two of them hugged the giant fire bird's neck together and then threw it to the ground. Just as the giant flaming bird was about to turn over and rise, Xiaoyu opened the realm, and the whole world turned scarlet. I'll hold her back, and you deal with the twins. Xiaoyu shouted to Li Muhan. Li Muhan nodded and rushed towards the twin sisters. This human looks stupid. Yeah, it's easy to control, The two girls had no intention of running away. Instead, they raised the rabbits in their hands, and the red light instantly enveloped Li Muhan. The twin sisters hummed a little tune and walked deep into Li Muhan's soul. They liked the feeling of being able to see through anyone's secrets and then control them. The vampire and the giant firebird were both very simple-minded and did not look like monsters that had lived for thousands of years, so they were very easy to control. And this human looked even dumber, so both girls looked extremely relaxed and comfortable at this moment. But when they found themselves in a ruined temple with a person sitting on the temple, they were a little surprised. How bizarre. A soul eater would dare to come to my temple. Ball rested his chin on his hand and sneered at the twins. Sister, what is that thing? Demon, The smiles on the twin sisters' faces disappeared, because when the demons stared at them, both of them felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Since you like to intrude into other people's territory, then I will treat you well. Ball slowly stood up and walked towards the two sisters. Can't control him. Run away. Swish. In just a moment, the two sisters disappeared in the hall. Ball looked at the place where the two sisters had just stood and sneered disdainfully. Then the two sisters appeared in another building. This place also seemed to be some kind of temple, but unlike the dilapidated temple just now, this place seemed very gentle, and there were many small animals surrounding a sleeping girl. Sister, what is this? God, don't wake her up. We can't beat her. Why are there both gods and demons in one human body? I don't know. Let's go and have a look again. So the two of them did not disturb the sleeping Hypnos and disappeared again. The last time they came to a prison. As soon as they landed, they felt their legs begin to tremble. Elder sister, I want to leave his soul. Me too, sister. There seems to be something scary here. Just when the two were about to leave, suddenly, the chains began to move, making a jingling sound, followed by some heavy breathing sounds. The two sisters saw that at the end of the chain, in the depths of darkness, an extremely huge red dragon was slowly raising its head towards them. Sister, sister. Woo! The red dragon narrowed its eyes slightly, then suddenly opened its mouth and roared from the depths of hell towards the two sisters. What's going on with these two people? Li Muhan looked at the twin sisters who were slumped on the ground and crying silently, feeling somewhat puzzled. Qi Yuan also regained consciousness at this time. She carried Jin Wu, who had fainted under her attack, to Li Muhan. Muhan wasn't controlled. Qi Yuan was a little surprised, and Xiaoyu also seemed very unconvinced. There must be some other reason. His IQ can't be higher than mine. IQ? What's going on? At this moment, the two sisters suddenly raised their heads and looked at Li Muhan with tears in their eyes. I'm sorry. Bro, I'm sorry. We were wrong. We surrender. Please, don't let that monster eat us. Li Muhan finally understood. It turned out that the two men had entered his body and met Lucifer. Isn't this seeking death? By the time the twin sisters regained consciousness, their boundaries had already been lifted, and they were now tied together tightly with ropes, completely unable to move. What kind of aliens are these two? Li Muhan held one end of the rope and pulled the two girls forward. Both girls seemed to be still a little frightened. Li Muhan knew that he was so scared that he almost collapsed on the ground when he first saw Lucifer's red dragon form. If Baal had not intervened in time, his body might have been usurped. I can only say that curiosity killed the cat. Soul Eater. Xiaoyu said this coldly, and then Qi Yuan added, this is a kind of demon very good at controlling people's minds by exploiting their psychological vulnerabilities. Human psychological weakness? Li Muhan was a little confused, because in the world of these two soul-eating monsters, he clearly heard them talking about IQ. Isn't it IQ? He couldn't help but ask. Xiaoyu and Qi Yuan were both stunned and turned their heads away, as if trying to avoid the question. Qi Yuan was carrying the unconscious Jin Wu on his back. She was so ruthless that she almost plucked out the golden crow's feathers. Fortunately, Xiaoyu controlled her in time, otherwise the golden crow might have been more seriously injured. Because of this, the few people did not show any courtesy to the twins and simply tied them up and took them away. Ahem. Xiaoyu coughed twice and changed the subject. Now hurry up and reunite with the others. Li Muhan nodded. I'm quite worried. Hattie and Ming Ming must have been attacked as well. But Xiaoyu didn't care much. That stupid wolf is annoying, but still strong enough not to be at a disadvantage. As for that nightmare, even if she can't defeat it, she should be able to escape. After hearing what Xiaoyu said, Li Muhan felt relieved, but he never expected that the twin sisters who had been silent suddenly smiled. Your companions will lose. Their opponent is our captain. There's no chance of winning. It's a sure loss. Li Muhan tugged at the rope. The two girls who were tied together immediately staggered and almost fell to the ground. Okay, just lead the way. You don't have to worry about anything else. The two girls still had sinister smiles on their faces. This made Li Muhan a little uneasy, and she asked Xiaoyu in a low voice, "What's the origin of this Luoyin city? Is her captain strong?" Xiaoyu said, after thinking for a while, "I didn't pay much attention to this team before. They should have been eliminated in the early stages. But I heard from Lindsay that almost all the special management bureaus have adjusted their lineups this year. He told us not to be careless. The previous intelligence may not be useful anymore." Li Muhan nodded. There was no point in worrying here. He should hurry up. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the front of the tunnel, and then the tunnel began to shake violently again. "There's a battle ahead." Li Muhan and Xiaoyu immediately opened the realm. Everyone quickened their pace and ran forward. Just when they came to an open area, they were shocked to find that Hattie, who had transformed, was being trampled under the feet of a giant white tiger shining with blue light. "Miss Hattie!" Meng Meng was also covered in wounds. She tried to struggle to stand up, but was glared at fiercely by the white tiger. "Nightmare, I know your abilities. If you want to escape, go ahead. I won't stop you. But if you dare to use your abilities against me, I will let you know what a true nightmare is." These words made Meng Meng's legs go weak, and she collapsed to the ground again after just standing up. The white tiger, emitting a blue aura, looked down at the dying Hattie and said coldly, "You are indeed powerful, an alien god, but unfortunately, on this land of Huaxia, your power is not even up to par." Hattie did not lose the will to fight. It was still struggling, but the white tiger's claws only needed a little force to press the weak giant wolf back to the ground. Hattie, Li Muhan, rushed out first. Thunder entangled. The sword in his hand flashed with lightning, and then he jumped high and chopped down at the white tiger's head. But the white tiger just raised its head and roared, and then it directly knocked Li Muhan away and hit him hard against the wall. What surprised him even more was that the power of his realm was actually dispelled by this roar. The second person to rush forward was Xiaoyu. The white tiger did not underestimate the enemy after seeing Xiaoyu. It bit Hattie's neck and then smashed the huge wolf towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu caught the giant wolf in midair and then gently placed it on the ground. Why would it participate in this kind of competition? Qi Yuan was obviously panicked after seeing Baihu. After a moment of hesitation, she shouted at Li Muhan and Xiaoyu, "No, don't fight it." Xiaoyu was about to rush forward, but after hearing Qi Yuan's words, she hesitated a little. She turned her head slightly and looked at Qi Yuan and asked, "Why?" Because of me, we can't defeat it. It's the mythical beast that guards the western lands of Huaxia, the white tiger." Li Muhan slowly got up from the ground. Because the boundary was dispersed, the injuries on his body recovered slowly. After hearing Qi Yuan say that this was the white tiger, one of the four sacred beasts, Li Muhan's face showed a shocked expression. This legendary beast, which is well known in the world, is now standing in front of him in the posture of an enemy. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, seemed to feel nothing. She spread her wings. The power of the realm was spreading, and her long silver hair swayed with the aura of power. "Vampires, demons, Nordic giant wolves, your team is really interesting." Baihu sneered, and then the blue aura around him became even more dazzling. "Let me show you something more interesting." Xiaoyu's eyes turned blood red, and then her body turned into a scarlet light and pounced towards the white tiger. "How ridiculous!" The white tiger roared fiercely, and the earth seemed to tremble with the roar. The light blue light around it collided with the red light, transformed by Xiaoyu. After a moment, Xiaoyu's red light broke through the white tiger's blue aura like an arrow and hit the white tiger's head. "I have some skills, but it's not enough." Just at the moment when the red light touched the white tiger's head, a hand suddenly grabbed Xiaoyu's neck while she was surrounded by red light. The huge impact force was completely resolved at this moment. Xiaoyu was strangled by the throat and looked at the scene in surprise. The white tiger had actually transformed into a tall, white-haired man. The man was shirtless, with runes made of ancient Huaxia characters engraved on his body. He had a strong face, white hair and beard, and an air of immortality and domineering aura spread like wildfire. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he threw Xiaoyu to the ground. Before the vampire could get up, the man stepped on the girl's chest. I'm curious. Vampire, what are you suppressing? The man did not rush to continue the attack. Instead, he clasped his hands over his chest, looked down at Xiaoyu and asked, Your strength should be more than this. Why are you unwilling to fight with all your strength? Unnecessary. Xiaoyu wanted to resist, and her wings flapped violently, but the man's hands formed into sword fingers, and then 2 flying swords condensed by blue aura nailed her wings to the ground. Don't need it? I was underestimated. Even though my true self is still guarding the Western land, the one who appears here now is only the incarnation of 1/3 of my power. But if you are unwilling to fight with all your strength, I'm afraid you won't even be able to reach my toes. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the vampire who was vomiting blood after being stepped on by him, and said coldly, Tell me, vampire, what are you suppressing? At this moment, lightning mixed with golden light suddenly fell from above. Get your feet off her. Li Muhan opened the realm again and directly summoned Baal's clone. Baal's golden figure raised his sword and chopped down together with Li Muhan. The chop was powerful and mixed with thousands of lightning, but the white-haired man just looked up at Li Muhan. Then he showed a sly smile. The man's eyes began to flash with blue fluorescence, and then blue light began to gather in his hands, and the light suddenly turned into a huge white sword. With a casual and nonchalant swing, he blocked Li Muhan's almost full-strength attack. The manic thunders began to burst out with fierce sparks, and Li Muhan continued to press down hard. After seeing the man's relaxed smile, he became angry. What the hell are you laughing at? I told you to move your feet away. Your strength is good, but you are too scattered. You are more than qualified to allow me to draw my sword. Get out of here. The man exerted force suddenly, and the long sword in his hand emitted a blue light, directly pushing Li Muhan back. Countless lightning flashes turned into nothingness in an instant. Li Muhan fell heavily to the ground and began to cough violently, then spit out a mouthful of blood. This is a G strong foul. Qi Yuan ran to Li Muhan and squatted down. She gently put Jin Wu aside and immediately began to check Li Muhan's injuries. No, the gap in strength is too big. Why did Luoyun City invite Baihu to participate in the competition this year? This is simply a foul. Qi Yuan said anxiously. The man not far away held the big knife in one hand, glanced at the people present, and said, It's almost time to end. So, everyone from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, please leave for the rest of the year. At the moment when everyone almost felt despair, Hattie, who had just been dying, suddenly crawled up and raised his head to let out a wolf howl. Then power began to spread out from her body, and the power of the realm was filling this underground space. At first, the man looked at Hattie with interest, wanting to see what else she could do, but suddenly he raised his head and looked above his head as if he realized something. How dare you try to be clever? Then he kicked Xiaoyu away and rushed towards Hattie with a knife. Just when he was about to rush to Hattie, the injured Li Muhan forcibly opened the boundary again to block the man's way. The broadsword and the demon-suppressing weapon collided again, but at the moment of the collision, Li Muhan's body was violently shaken apart, and then Qi Yuan transformed into a giant bird of fire, setting off a firestorm and trying to wrap the man in it. But in just a moment, the flame began to turn blue and was finally completely absorbed by the man. He calmed himself down slightly, as if absorbing the Chongming bird's flames would not be so easy even for the white tiger. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, shouted loudly, and continued to rush towards Hattie. Qi Yuan wanted to stop him, but was kicked away by the man and hit the wall. When a man's sword was about to chop down on Hattie's head, a broadcast suddenly sounded. Fellow members of the Special Management Bureau, the sun has risen. From now until 11 a.m., there will be a truce. If you continue to fight, you will be warned. Lei Jian's voice came from the radio. The man's sword finally stopped almost 1 centimeter away from Hattie's head. Then Hattie's body returned to human form, as if that was her last bit of strength. Hattie, whose clothes were torn due to the transformation, sat on the ground covered with scars. The man was silent for a while, then put away the knife. With a wave of his hand, a cloak made of blue light covered Hattie. You were smart and saved everyone. After saying this, the man walked towards the twin sisters. Team leader, sorry we lost. The twin sisters hung their heads in frustration. Okay, let's go. The man didn't say much, but used blue flames to burn the ropes that tied the twin sisters. Wait a moment. Li Muhan supported himself with his knife and slowly stood up, staring at the man intently. You just going to leave like that? You could have just stayed here and waited until the truce was over before killing us. The man sneered. You're not worth wasting my time. I can kill you any time I want. There's no rush. This little trick can only be used once. As he said this, he looked at Hattie again. At this moment, Hattie stared at the ground with lifeless eyes, seemingly having no reaction to the man's words. Right now, apart from you and this vampire, there may be no one else willing to fight here. After saying that, he led the twin sisters into the depths of the tunnel without looking back. Li Muhan supported himself, walked to Xiaoyu's side, and held the girl in his arms. Xiaoyu, wake up. He gently called the girl's name, and then the girl slowly opened her eyes. Quick, run away. He is very strong. I will stop him. It's okay, he's gone. I don't know what Hattie did, but it's morning already. Morning? I see. Li Muhan slowly helped Xiaoyu to stand up. The girl looked around. After seeing Qi Yuan covered in wounds, and Li Muhan, who was also in a mess, what shocked her most was Hattie, who was wrapped in a blue cloak and had lifeless eyes. What a miserable defeat. Li Muhan sighed, and at the same time realized the strength of Huaxia's other special management bureaus. At first he thought their team was already very strong because they had two great generals, Xiaoyu and Hattie, as well as the descendants of legendary beasts such as Qi Yuan and Jinwu. Now looking at it this way, this galaxy battleship seems a bit vulnerable. At the same time, Baihu took the twin sisters to find the defeated Erzhongren and Hayasha. Sorry, Captain, we underestimated the enemy. The person in the ear said with some shame. Sorry. The big Hayasha also lowered his head, but Baihu just shook his head. It's not that you underestimate the enemy, but they are indeed very strong. If that vampire had used all his strength from the beginning, I might not be able to defeat them with my current clone. Captain, that vampire doesn't look that strong. She's participated in several competitions, and her performances have always been average. The person in the ear said, her strength goes beyond this. There's a tremendous power suppressed within that body. I don't know why she did this, but if she chooses to release this power later, this tournament will be very interesting. The twin sisters looked at each other and asked with some confusion, Captain, since that vampire is a big threat, why not guard them and wait for the truce to end before giving them the final blow? Baihu sneered and shook his head. Because there's another thing there. Even though it hasn't taken any action yet, if we choose to stay there, there's no guarantee it won't do anything. There's another person? Everyone was confused because they didn't feel any other presence there except the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Let's go find other teams. Even if the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau leaves them alone, they will become targets. There's no need for us to step in. Baihu walked at the front of the team, but a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The knife I just struck wasn't actually late. I could have struck it before the broadcast started. But at that moment, Baihu felt a terrifying gaze nearby, staring at him. The intimidation and oppression brought by that gaze made his hand stop in place and unable to move at all. At this moment, he seemed to have figured out who that person was. While feeling scared, an excited smile appeared on his face. I never thought that there would be another being even more terrifying than me participating in this competition. It looks like this competition is going to get interesting. After the aliens from the Luoyun City Special Management Bureau left, the embarrassed crowd supported each other and came to the platform lounge. The atmosphere at this moment was very depressing, and no one could say a word. Although they defeated the other people in Luoyun City, they were crushed by Baihu alone. Even Li Muhan felt that the man had not used his full strength. What's even more terrifying is that according to Qi Yuan, the White Tiger's true form should be guarding the dragon veins of the Western land. So what appears now is an incarnation with only 1/3 of his power, being beaten by an avatar without any chance to fight back. The people who originally thought they were part of the galaxy battleship began to doubt themselves. Let me show you the wound. Chi Yuan looked at the wounds on Hattie's body and felt a pain in his heart. Her wound was caused by the blue flame of the mythical beast White Tiger. Even Hattie, who possessed super recovery ability, could not recover in a short time. Chi Yuan slowly walked to Hattie and squatted down. At this time, the girl from the northern country was still wrapped in the cloak and sitting alone on a chair in the corner. Her eyes were dull. There was no spirit at all. She slowly turned her head, looked at Chi Yuan, who was squatting beside her, and then shook her head. Need not. This was the first time Li Muhan saw Hattie so depressed, but it was understandable. Hattie is a very powerful outlier in the North Country. Not only does he possess divine power, but he also has extremely strong combat power. Even when he faced Xia Yu before, he was able to fight her to a standstill. However, this confrontation with the White Tiger of Luoyun City Special Management Bureau cost Hattie a huge price. The White Tiger not only left several shocking wounds on Hattie's body, but also carved a deep scar in the heart of this proud northern god. Hattie lost, but no one would blame her. On the contrary, if it weren't for Hattie, they might all have been doomed. Not to mention being killed by the White Tiger, but at least they would have been defeated and sent home. In the end, Hattie also activated the characteristics of his own divinity. Month by month, this characteristic is the characteristic of Hattie chasing the moon in Norse mythology, which can drive away the night and usher in the day in a short period of time. It is also because of this that everyone was able to escape the situation where they were almost wiped out by the White Tiger by using the rules. Chi Yuan did not insist on treating Hattie. She silently stepped aside and continued to take care of Jin Wu and Meng Meng, who had just woken up and were still a little confused. Now, even Li Muhan, who is always talkative, can't say a word. He knew that, as the captain, he should say something to boost everyone's morale. But just now, he had used the power of his incarnation and still could not withstand the sword of the White Tiger. The gap brought about by this disparity in power was despairing. Bang! At this moment, the door of the lounge was suddenly kicked open. Everyone suddenly became nervous again, thinking that Baihu had returned, but when they saw that it was Sun Yin standing at the door, everyone relaxed. It's not that they really regard Sun Yin as one of their own, but these weirdos in the Special Management Bureau can all feel that Sun Yin really doesn't have much power. Maybe it's just like what he said. He is just a scoundrel. What's going on, everyone? Why are you so dejected? Sun Yin looked at the silent people in the room and felt a little confused. Li Muhan looked up at him and said, Sun Yin, where did you go just now? Aren't we allies? Why did you disappear when we were facing the White Tiger? Sun Yin knew that Li Muhan's words were obviously complaining at this moment, so he chuckled twice and dragged in a bag from behind. Well, I don't have much fighting power, so when the flood came, I turned into a fish and swam to the next station with the current. Then I heard the intense commotion over there, but I didn't dare come over, so I searched the supermarket at the next station for some food and drinks. It wasn't until I heard the announcement of a truce just now that I dared to come over. As he spoke, he took out a few bottles of mineral water and Coke from his pocket and handed them to everyone. It's really strange. It wasn't long after 12 o'clock, but it suddenly became daylight. He handed the water to several people one by one, but no one took it. What's going on? Did you lose the fight? At this time, he also felt that something was wrong. So Li Muhan told Sun Yin about the White Tiger. While Luoyun City has invested a ton of money, they've even brought in the divine beasts that guard the land to participate in the competition. It seems like they're determined to win this time. After saying this, Sun Yin found that everyone became even more discouraged. So he smiled and took out some more snacks and piled them on the table and said, I don't think it's a big deal. It's just a loss. And didn't you guys exploit the rules to escape? And that White Tiger doesn't seem to want to kill us all. Isn't that a good thing? Good news. Xia Yu raised her head and looked at Sun Yin expressionlessly. What if we meet him next time? We still can't beat him. Sun Yin handed a can of Coke to Xiaoyu with a smile. After seeing the Coke, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. After hesitating for a moment, she took it, opened the lid, and started drinking it. If you can't win, just run. Isn't that normal? Who says exchange competitions have to be head-on confrontations? After hearing what Sun Yin said, Li Muhan felt a little strange, but suddenly he remembered that Sun Yin was also a champion, and he also used that kind of non-head-on combat and relied on turning into a tree to win the championship. So he felt relieved. In fact, logically speaking, what Sun Yin said is indeed correct, and the fact that he once won the championship also adds a lot of credibility to this point of view. Who says strength is everything? If you can't beat him, just avoid him and wait until he is exhausted. But this competition has a time limit. Qi Yuan reminded. Sun Yin chuckled twice and said, "We have a time limit, but not for the other teams. In the end, these powerful teams will definitely clash first. We can just hide and avoid this bad luck, don't you think?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. These outliers had never thought of winning the championship in other ways. Moreover, in all previous competitions, the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau had strong individual combat capabilities, but its team cooperation ability was terrible, so they were always fooled around, and their best result was only second place. Li Muhan nodded and said to the others with a smile, "I think what Lao Sun said is right. If we really encounter a boss we can't beat, we should just avoid him. As long as we can win the game in the end, that's enough. Let the other big brother teams fight first." Jinwu turned around and looked at Qi Yuan in confusion and asked, "Sister, what is Go?" "Just a coward," Qi Yuan explained with a smile. "No." Hattie suddenly stood up, her green eyes fixed on Li Muhan. "Northern warriors only die in battle, never flee." Li Muhan felt a little headache. Why did he suddenly start to act stupidly at this time? It doesn't mean we should run away. This is how I understand what Lao Sun said just now. He meant that we should not confront each other head-on, but use strategies instead. Yes, that's what I mean. Old Sun quickly agreed. Hattie seemed to want to say something, bit his lip, but the words couldn't come out when they reached his lips. So they rested for a while, and regained some energy through the duet crosstalk between Lao Sun and Li Muhan. After eating something and drinking some water, they prepared to leave during the truce. There's an aquarium nearby. The terrain inside is complex, so even if we're attacked, we can avoid it. Let's use that as our next stop. Sun Yin made the suggestion, and no one had any objection. When leaving the subway station, everyone was dumbfounded. The buildings near the subway station were basically destroyed. They must have experienced a terrible battle, no more than one. It seems that they failed to catch the people from Tianhai City Special Management Bureau yesterday. The rest of the Special Management Bureau teams took their anger out on the other teams. Not far away, several groups of Special Management Bureau members were sitting on the ruins, seemingly taking a rest. When they saw the people from Tianhai City Special Management Bureau coming out of the subway station, they had no intention of attacking them. Instead, they greeted them with a smile. It was as if the attack last night had never happened. "Don't worry, we won't follow you," a black-haired girl wearing a cheongsam said to Li Muhan with a smile. "But you should run away quickly. Just because we won't follow you doesn't mean others won't." The cheongsam girl winked at Li Muhan, and then the cheongsam girl's voice suddenly rang in Li Muhan's mind. "Get out of here quickly. We will help you hold these people off." Li Muhan was slightly stunned, and then nodded slightly to the cheongsam girl calmly. The girl waved at them obediently and watched them quickly evacuate the scene. Several waves of Special Management Bureau members who wanted to catch up suddenly found themselves lost. No matter how they walked, they could not get out of the subway entrance. The cheongsam girl sat back on the ruins, supporting her chin with her hand and humming a little tune, seeming very comfortable. Everyone took the small path as much as possible. Sun Yin walked in the front. He seemed to be very familiar with the terrain. He led everyone through many twists and turns and finally arrived at the back door of the aquarium. Fortunately, there were no signs of fighting nearby. No other members of the Special Management Bureau were seen, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Muhan pulled the corner of Xiaoyu's clothes. "Xiaoyu, wait a minute. I have something to tell you." But Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head, and stared at Li Muhan with red eyes. "Don't touch me. Stay away from me." Xiaoyu's voice startled everyone in front, and they all turned around to see what was going on. Li Muhan was also frightened by Xiaoyu's voice. He stood there in a daze. Then Xiaoyu seemed to realize what she had said. She looked a little flustered, as if she wanted to explain something. "Stop arguing and come in." Sun Yin whispered to them in front at this time. Xiaoyu nodded, said nothing in the end, and followed everyone into the aquarium. "What did you want to say?" At this time, Hattie walked up to Li Muhan. When she passed by a clothing store, she had changed into a turtleneck sweater and denim shorts that were easy to move in. At this time, her slender white thighs were fully exposed. Li Muhan came back to his senses from his surprise and whispered to Hattie, "Sun Yin is not trustworthy." Hattie tilted his head, seemingly not understanding what Li Muhan meant. He said he was swept to the next station by the water and only came back after hearing the announcement. But the direction the white tiger disappeared in was also towards the next station. There is no fork in the road between the two stations. If he returned along the same route, he would not have encountered the white tiger. After listening to Li Muhan's analysis, Hattie nodded slightly. "That makes sense, but I don't see what he wants to do to us now. Be careful, it won't hurt. How are your injuries?" Hattie was slightly stunned, and then slowly pulled up his sweater, revealing his slightly abdominal muscles and perfect waist in front of Li Muhan. "What the hell? What are you doing?" Li Muhan was startled and quickly took a step back. "Don't you want to know how serious my injuries are? Let me show you." With a slightly aggressive smile on her face, Hattie gently bit the collar of her sweater and continued to pull it up. "Want to see more? Enough, enough. I know you have recovered. No, the Real wound is still up there. Do you really not want to see it?" Hattie slowly moved closer to Li Muhan, and then she spoke to Li Muhan in an extremely seductive and low voice. "By the way, I'm not wearing any underwear." Li Muhan swallowed hard and remained silent for a moment. During this moment, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Xiaoyu appeared at the door. She glared at the two of them. Their current situation seemed very easy to be misunderstood. "No, it's not what you think. I didn't. Stay away from me. Don't touch me." Xiaoyu just said this coldly, then turned and walked into the aquarium. "Well, I didn't mean to do that." Hattie had already pulled down his sweater and was looking at Li Muhan with a devilish smile. "Okay, now I know that not only have your injuries recovered, but your self-esteem has also been restored, right? That, however, will take some time." Hattie gave a wry smile. "Anyway, remember to be on guard against Sun Yin." After saying that, Li Muhan chased Xiaoyu into the aquarium, while Hattie, who was standing in the same place, frowned slightly. Li Muhan had not noticed that there was a very scary wound on Hattie's back. Her expression no longer had the relaxed look she had when she was teasing Li Muhan, but instead became gloomy and scary. "The wound on your back is a disgrace to the Northern Kingdom warriors, White Tiger. I will make you pay it back 100-fold. At the same time, on the other side of Kitahara City, the Baiwu City Special Management Bureau team had just finished a battle. They are one of the favorites to win the championship. Although, like the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, they have never won the championship, but they are always just one step away from success. The team led by the Baiwu City Special Management Bureau is the legendary alien tiger dragon. This alien creature, which only exists in the records of Shanhaijing, has a tiger head and a dragon body. It is a kind of dragon that has not completely transformed into a dragon. With the full help of the Baiwu City Special Management Bureau, this tiger dragon is now very close to turning into a dragon, and this time he is heading for the dragon platform in the secret treasure house of the Huaxia Special Customs Bureau. According to legend, Din Glongtai gathers spiritual energy from heaven and earth every 100 years, transforming a dragon from a dragon. This year marks the 100th year that Din Glongtai has gathered spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It can be said that the tiger dragon is bound to be obtained. They had just eliminated a special management bureau team in a battle, and they were not idle during the rest period and immediately targeted another team. At this time, the people of Baiwu City were hiding in the dark, waiting for the end of the truce period before taking decisive action. "Captain, the information has been verified. They are members of the Bazhou City Special Management Bureau. Bazhou City? A small place like this dares to participate in the exchange conference this year. Hu Jiao stared coldly from the shadows at the team that was resting in the park. There were 4 of them, all wearing black robes with hoods, and it seemed that they had not participated in the battle last night. It's no wonder such a weak team would hide in this remote forest park. Humph! When the time comes, we'll kill them directly. So this is why you've been following us? Suddenly, a young girl's voice was heard behind everyone in Baiwu City. Everyone turned around immediately and saw a tall woman wearing a black robe and a hood standing behind them. Everyone in Baiwu City was shocked because just a second ago, this woman was clearly within their sight. It seems we are being watched. Then came the second person. It's obviously been very low-key. The third person. It's okay, just leave them alone. The fourth person. That is the last one, the smallest girl among the 4 people from Bazhou City, who looks only 13 or 14 years old. She is now standing in front of everyone in Baiwu City. She slowly took off her hood, revealing her short silver hair that reached her shoulders. She stood in the shadows, as if the whole world was silent for her. The girl's face was like finely carved porcelain, white and smooth, with a slight peach-like blush, like the morning glow of early spring. Then she looked at the people in Baiwu City, grinned, and revealed a strange smile. The sharp fangs that were faintly visible from the tiger's mouth made the tiger dragon immediately understand one thing. This is a vampire. These people are definitely not members of the Bazhou City Special Management Bureau and must be reported. A few minutes later, everyone from the Baiwu City Special Management Bureau fell to the ground. Before Hu Jiao lost consciousness, he was grabbed by the hair by the short girl and dragged step by step into the forest. Master, please don't kill anyone. The tall woman reminded the girl with a smile. How boring. The girl dropped the tiger dragon with some disappointment, and then said to the others, "Let's hide these people. They can't be discovered by the Special Management Bureau until we achieve our goal." She raised her head slightly and looked at the city in the distance. There seemed to be something there that was attracting her. "I'm really looking forward to meeting you, Xiaolia." The Baiyuan City Aquarium is not a landmark building, but it is new. It is a smart aquarium that was only approved for construction 2 years ago. The marine life on display is also varied, but people's curiosity is limited. You'll get tired of it after watching it once. Therefore, the current operating conditions of the Baiyuan City Aquarium can only be described as average. But even in the most depressed times, such a deserted scene should be rare. Walking in the passage surrounded by aquariums, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The truce will be over in an hour, and when I came here, I confirmed that I was not being followed. I have to say that Sun Yin seems to have his own unique method of anti-tracking. After all, he is a champion, and he definitely cannot do it without some skills. Li Muhan felt that his ability seemed to be a little off. "Are you still angry?" Li Muhan walked quickly to Xiaoyu's side, but Xiaoyu just turned her head away and didn't look at him or speak. Li Muhan didn't know whether it was because of Hattie and his actions just now that annoyed her, or because he had offended her in some way before, but this time Xiaoyu's mood seemed different from the previous awkwardness. She seemed to be forcibly suppressing a certain anger in her heart, but Li Muhan was not sure whether this anger came from herself. Several people walked through the passage and, guided by the aquarium sign, came to a staff lounge. "We still have about half an hour left. Everyone, whether you need to heal or do something else, please hurry up. We can't hide here forever. We have to move," Sun Yin said. Several people nodded. Although Hattie was still a little depressed, she finally did not refuse Qi Yuan's treatment. Qi Yuan's flame has the power to purify wounds. She took Hattie to the staff lounge. After seeing Hattie take off his sweater, Qi Yuan was stunned. The girl's originally fair back now had a long knife wound carved on it, and there was a faint blue flame burning the wound, preventing it from healing. "That's too much." Qi Yuan carefully stroked Hattie's back with her hand. "Keep it a secret for me." Hattie turned his back to Qi Yuan and said lightly, "This wound will not heal in a short time. The white tiger's blue flame is more powerful than mine. I can only help you suppress it as much as possible to alleviate your pain. Yes, thank you. With Chi Yuan's help, the pale blue flame that was still burning slightly on the wound on Hattie's back gradually began to weaken, but did not go out. Instead, it became inactive. You must avoid a confrontation with Bai Hu as much as possible. He can reignite these blue flames at any time. Finally, Chi Yuan applied some ointment on Hattie's back. This ointment tastes strange. Did you make it yourself? Hattie changed the subject and asked Chi Yuan with a smile. Yes, this is a recipe a human taught me a long time ago. Although he was human, he was very proficient in pharmacology. Although this ointment cannot heal your wound, it can help you suppress the pain. Humans. Hattie smiled faintly, then put on his clothes, stood up, and walked out of the locker room. Miss Hattie, Chi Yuan called out to Hattie. Although I don't know what fighting means to you, I hope you can value your life more. You just said that northern warriors only die in battle, not escape. I don't quite agree. Escape is for the continuation of the flame. All right, little bird. Hattie tilted his head slightly, looked at Chi Yuan with a smile, and then made a silencing gesture with his hand. Thank you for the treatment, but please don't judge other people's beliefs. Okay, I understand. At the same time, Xiaoyu was walking alone in the dark blue aquarium corridor, and Li Muhan followed her silently. Just now in a lounge, Xiaoyu was very irritable. Finally, as if she couldn't bear it anymore, she got up and walked out. Sun Yan wanted to ask her where she was going, but Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely. Go take a walk. Then she left the lounge alone. Of course, Li Muhan was worried about Xiaoyu leaving on her own, so he followed her out. Now the two of them were walking in the passage, one in front and one behind. Although the marine life around them was very spectacular and beautiful, Xiaoyu acted as if she didn't see it and just kept walking forward. Finally, Li Muhan couldn't help it. He walked quickly to Xiaoyu and grabbed her wrist. The girl turned around suddenly, staring at Li Muhan with a pair of scarlet eyes full of murderous intent. This gaze made Li Muhan feel cold sweat on his back instantly. This was a feeling he had never experienced with Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu seemed to understand what she had just done in an instant. Her eyes slowly returned to their original color, and then she shook off Li Muhan's hand, turned around, and said, "Stay away from me. Is it because of what happened to Hattie just now? I can explain it to you. It's not what you think." No. Xiaoyu had her back to Li Muhan, and her voice sounded a little strange to Li Muhan. "I know what kind of person that stupid wolf is. That's because of what? Is it because I used vinegar cloves on you?" When Xiaoyu heard the word vinegar clove, her face turned red, as if she recalled what happened in the Twin Realm. No, don't talk about that. I don't remember it anymore. At that time, I had no choice. If I hadn't done that, you would have. I've already said it. Stop talking. Stop talking. Xiaoyu turned around, grabbed Li Muhan's collar, and pulled him to her side. Li Muhan was forced to bend down slightly. Their faces were very close at this time. Li Muhan could see his own reflection in the girl's clear eyes. "You look really good in a maid outfit. You still." Li Muhan leaned forward and kissed Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu seemed to return to her normal self. Her expression softened, and her body slowly moved closer to Li Muhan. "Shalia," but it was only for this moment. A familiar call suddenly rang in the girl's mind. She pushed Li Muhan away suddenly, and because she used too much force, she pushed Li Muhan to the ground. "I'm sorry, Li Muhan quickly apologized, but Xiaoyu lowered her head, her long bangs covering her eyes. Don't come near me, Li Muhan. I don't want to now." "Okay, sorry." The atmosphere became a little awkward at this time. Li Muhan slowly stood up from the ground. The two of them did not continue to move forward, but just stood there. To ease the embarrassment, Li Muhan smiled and pointed to the aquarium next to him. There's so many fish here. Because it's an aquarium. Oh, that's right. An aquarium must be full of fish. But during this awkward conversation, Li Muhan vaguely sensed that something was wrong. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Li Muhan walked to the aquarium and carefully looked at the fish swimming in the water. Then he asked tentatively, "There are lots of fish in the aquarium, right?" "Yeah, what do you want to say?" But aren't we in a copied Baiyuan city now? Can these fish be copied in as well? Li Muhan's words made Xiaoyu open her eyes wide. No, the boundary decree will exclude all life except for the Special Management Bureau personnel and aliens. Here, there should be no other life in this city now. It was as if I heard the conversation between the two. The fish that were originally swimming suddenly stopped moving. Then, slowly, all the fish looked at the two of them with their dull eyes. At the same time, the sound of time reminder in the aquarium was heard. After a piece of melodious music, a female voice with an announcer tone spoke softly. The Baiyuan City Aquarium reminds you that at 12 noon, there are meals available at various locations throughout the aquarium. You can choose to dine at the nearest restaurant. We will serve you wholeheartedly. Li Muhan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. All the fish in the aquarium corridors on all sides were staring at him, and the stare of their dead fish eyes revealed an indescribable sense of weirdness. This was the first time that Li Muhan felt that fish could be such terrifying creatures. The originally dark blue water tanks around now appeared to be a bottomless blue. The light from the aquarium shone through the water surface, reflecting the dead white bodies of the fish. Li Muhan slowly stepped back, and the scary thing was that the fish's eyes actually followed Li Muhan's movements. This made him feel a fear he had never felt before. Snap! Then, the sound of glass breaking made both of their hearts tighten. I think I've seen a bad movie before, Li Muhan said as he pulled Xiaoyu back slowly. It was like in an aquarium, and suddenly all the tanks burst, and the sharks inside came out and bit people crazily. It's really bad, Xiaoyu echoed. Can you bite a shark? Li Muhan asked. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him and said, These aren't real fish at all. Get out of here. Then it was Xiaoyu who grabbed Li Muhan's wrist and ran back the way they came. The moment they started running, all the aquariums in the passage behind them burst instantly, and the rushing water filled the passage almost instantly. What was even more creepy was that the water in these aquariums turned blood red. Now a blood-red tide was roaring towards them from behind. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu opened the realm almost at the same time and rushed forward. The school of fish behind them had already turned into some unknown monsters, following them closely along the bloody water. At the door of the staff lounge in front, Sun Yin had already opened the door for the two of them and shouted at them, Hurry up! Come in! Just as the two were about to be swept away by the water, Li Muhan's eyes suddenly burst in a golden light. He suddenly picked up Xiaoyu, who had transformed into a vampire, and then his body turned into a flash of lightning and rushed into the lounge. Sun Yin immediately closed the door, and the huge impact force made the door bang. What the hell is going on here? Didn't we check here before and find nothing unusual? After Li Muhan put Xiaoyu down, the two of them did not release the boundary. Now it was time for war, and it was obvious that they had been attacked. They had to remain vigilant at all times when they didn't know who the other party was. There's only one possibility, Meng Meng said with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. This isn't an aquarium at all, but some kind of alien property. She's the most qualified person to make such an inference. After all, the nightmare realm must be activated within one's own characteristics, which means dragging it into the dream. And now, it is very likely that several of them are in a certain characteristic, and now, the owner of that characteristic has activated the power of the realm and launched an attack on them. Just as several people were discussing, the room suddenly began to shake. Then Li Muhan looked up and was almost startled. I saw that the place where the ceiling was originally had begun to twist into some kind of fleshy thing. The walls of the entire lounge had turned bright red and were constantly shrinking and squeezing. At this moment, a ball of sticky liquid suddenly fell from the ceiling onto the table in the lounge, and the table was soon corroded by the slime. What the hell? What the hell? So disgusting. Li Muhan was horrified. If he had not dodged quickly, he might have been the one to be corrupted. This room is shrinking, Meng Meng shouted after looking around. Ouch, these sticky things are so disgusting. Jinwu was so scared that he pounced on Qiyuan, who then opened his own domain and used a barrier to protect the people gathered together. Although the mucus could not destroy Qi Yuan's barrier after touching it, it could erode it bit by bit. This isn't just ordinary mucus, it's very corrosive. Looking at his barrier being gradually eroded by the corrosive liquid, Qi Yuan also frowned. Just as the room was shrinking and was about to force everyone into a desperate situation, Sun Yin suddenly pointed to the corner above his head and said, That place, that hole, where the vent was just now. Attack there." The first one to react was Hattie. She seemed to understand what Sun Yin meant. She raised her hand and activated the boundary. A gust of cold wind blew violently towards the hole at the top of the flesh wall. As gusts of cold wind were continuously sucked into the hole, the contraction of the entire room suddenly stopped. Then came violent tremors. "What's going on? What happened again?" Li Muhan was completely confused and heard Hattie shouting to everyone. "Everyone come closer. Miss Qi Yuan, please strengthen the barrier to its maximum strength. Just surround us." Qi Yuan nodded, and then the barrier began to shrink to a size that could just cover several people. Then a flame ignited on the periphery of the barrier, which meant that Qi Yuan had concentrated all his strength on the barrier. Then everyone heard the roar of an unknown monster. The sound was deafening and made several people feel pain in their ears. "Not yet. Keep going. Attack that hole," Sun Yin shouted. Hattie's eyes flashed with a dark green light, and then he suddenly raised his hand and the biting north wind blew towards the cave entrance. The shaking of the room grew stronger and stronger, finally ending in a violent contraction. Then everyone felt a huge thrust that blew everyone out like a ball along with the barrier. The barrier broke through the door of the lounge and rushed along the red tide of blood. Inside the barrier, several people were shaken dizzy, and finally the ball wrapped in the barrier finally rushed out of the aquarium door. "It's out. It's finally out." Sun Yin danced with joy, but he noticed that everyone else had serious expressions on their faces. "What's going on? You're so unhappy after finally escaping danger." Then he turned around and raised his head like everyone else. "I saw an extremely huge monster crouching where the aquarium was originally located. The monster was as big as a mountain, with a strong body and a black and red body. It looked like a stone lion in stone sculptures." "Achoo!" The monster sneezed suddenly, and the noise was earth-shaking. Fortunately, Qi Yuan's barrier was still effective, otherwise everyone would have been blown away by now. "What the hell is this?" Li Muhan was almost scared silly. The rest of the people, even Hattie, stared at the monster with wide eyes. However, after sneezing, the monster seemed to have lost interest in everyone. It shook its huge head lazily and then actually lay on the ground. At this time, Li Muhan asked tremblingly, "Could it be that just now we were inside its body?" "That's probably it," Sun Yin also swallowed and said. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded behind them. "Turn around and look." 5 people of different shapes and wearing black cloaks appeared before them. "You're truly worthy of being the outliers of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. You were swallowed by the incarnation of Tao Tai and managed to escape safely. I underestimated you." The leading man laughed sinisterly. Even though they were wearing cloaks, Li Muhan and others could tell that these men had strange and unusual figures. Some are very tall, and some have arms so long that they drag on the ground. There was another one with a green face and fangs, as creepy as a demon. Sun Yin frowned and said, "They're the 5 ghosts of Yue Huang City." 5 ghosts? Are you talking about the 5 ghosts in the poem, "Five Ghosts Bring Wealth"? Li Muhan asked, and Sun Yin nodded. "It might be a little different from what you've heard in novels. The origins of these 5 ghosts are extremely mysterious. Some say they're mountain gods, others say they're demons. But until now, no one knows the true origins of these 5 people. Yue Huang City. Why don't I have any impression of this Special Management Bureau?" Qi Yuan looked at Jin Wu, and Jin Wu also shook his head. "We've never encountered them before." Sun Yin smiled bitterly and sighed. Because all previous competitions had a restriction, this restriction was almost fatal to Yue Huang City. After hearing Sun Yan's words, the slender man among the 5 ghosts laughed strangely again and then said, "As expected of a champion, you understand us, little people, so well." That's right. Every previous exchange conference had an unbreakable restriction. No magical weapons above the cholera level could be brought in. But this time is different. The Baiyuan City Exchange Conference has no restrictions at all. So this time, the champions must be us. Is the inability to carry magical weapons above the cholera level the biggest restriction on Yuehuang City? Li Muhan was still thinking about the meaning of this sentence when he suddenly saw the man with a green face and fangs suddenly throw out a golden object. The thing was extremely slender, like a golden snake dancing in the air. I've had enough. Anyone can bully our Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, right? Li Muhan could no longer bear it. He drew out his magic weapon to suppress demons and leaped towards the golden snake. Be careful. Don't be impulsive. Sun Yin seemed to recognize the origin of the golden snake and was about to yell at Li Muhan, but it was too late. At the moment when Li Muhan jumped up and left the range of the red kite barrier, the golden light seemed to have found its target and rushed towards Li Muhan's body with a whoosh. It was so fast that even Li Muhan's eyesight could not see it clearly. Then the golden snake tied up Li Muhan's entire body tightly. What the hell? Li Muhan tried desperately to break free, but his lightning could not hurt the golden snake at all. Only then did he see clearly that this was not a golden snake, but a golden belt. But it was this belt that tied Li Muhan up and made him unable to move. With a bang, Li Muhan's body fell to the ground, and the belt tied up Li Muhan's legs. At this moment, he could only crawl on the ground like a caterpillar. "Brother, what are you so anxious about? This is the golden rope. Even if a great immortal comes and is tied up by it, he won't be able to escape." Looking at Li Muhan struggling on the ground, Sun Yin felt like crying. How could he have such a stupid teammate? You have quite good taste. You even recognize the golden rope. The slender man looked at Sun Yin sinisterly, and then he looked at everyone except Li Muhan. One has been dealt with. Who's next? I remember now. The Yuehuang City Special Management Bureau is the one that boasts the most treasures. Because they are located in the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, they have mined all sorts of ancient and modern treasures. Qi Yuan seemed to have remembered the information about Yuehuang City at this time, and then he looked at Sun Yin and said, "Is there any way to untie this rope?" Sun Yin sighed. "It cannot be unlocked unless the user loses consciousness." "That's easy, Jinwu. Let's go together," Qi Yuan said to Jinwu. "Okay, sister." Then the two of them suddenly transformed into giant birds of fire and gold and flew up, pouncing towards the five ghosts. "Ouch! What's going on? Listen to me. Come back. Come back." Sun Yin stamped his feet anxiously. The huge figures of Jinwu and Qi Yuan had already enveloped the five ghosts, but the five ghosts were not panicked at all. The alien with long arms raised his head, swung his long arms, and a very small flying sword flew out from his sleeves. The flying sword kept getting bigger in the air, and then one sword turned into 2, then 3, 5, and 15. In the end, the dense flying swords seemed to have self-awareness and stabbed towards the 2 giant birds. Qi Yuan and Jin Wu were horrified. This flying sword was not an ordinary sword, but the Xiaoyu sword forged by the ancient god Xiaoyu, also known as the Xinyuan sword. Even if the real Chongming bird and 3-legged golden crow came, these ancient magical weapons would only be able to flee in all directions, not to mention their offspring. As expected, Qi Yuan immediately understood the danger of the flying sword. After a cry, it flapped its wings and rose to a higher altitude. Jin Wu did the same. But those flying swords were like a long steel dragon, blowing towards the 2 birds and stabbing them. In an instant, countless flying swords and 2 giant birds engaged in a fierce battle in the air. But no matter how Qi Yuan and Jin Wu evaded and maneuvered, they could not escape the attack of the flying sword. Next, Tao Tai, it's time to eat. The slender man took out a bell and shook it, and then the huge lion monster that was originally lying down to rest suddenly opened its eyes. It slowly stood up, and its huge body stood in front of the remaining people, which immediately gave them a terrible sense of oppression. You take him away from here, Xiaoyu said to Sun Yin, and Sun Yin naturally knew that the he Xiaoyu was referring to was Li Muhan. In fact, Sun Yin had wanted to escape just now, but unfortunately he hadn't found the opportunity. Now that Tao Tai has awakened, he can't escape even more. But Xiaoyu and Hattie stood in front of him, and Li Muhan, who was tied to the ground and unable to move. Both of them opened up their realms, as if they wanted to fight with Tao Tai. Sisters, don't be silly. This is Tao Tai. Even though it's just an incarnation, it's definitely not something we can contend with. Let's run away first. Can you escape? Xiaoyu turned her head slightly and looked at Sun Yin and asked. Forehead. Sun Yin looked at the huge Tao Tai in front of him. Even if they were fast, it would only take 2 steps for this thing to catch up with them. I will never show my back to the enemy again. Hattie was also full of fighting spirit at this time. When facing Tao Tai, she was not afraid at all. Instead, an excited smile appeared on her face. Crazy. These 2 women are crazy. Sun Yin thought to himself, Hey, Xiaoyu, Hattie, don't do anything stupid. Help me untie the rope first, and then we'll... Hey, Sun Yin, what are you doing? Li Muhan was carried up directly by Sun Yin. Brother, just be happy. There's such a good woman willing to cover for you. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Then he glanced at Xiaoyu and Hattie. Good luck, ladies. Then he suddenly spread his legs and started to run away. Someone escaped. They can't escape. Then a short and round man slowly followed in the direction Sun Yin fled. After confirming that Sun Yin carried Li Muhan away, Xiaoyu and Hattie looked at each other. Don't hold back, Xiaoyu said coldly. I'm returning these words to you. You're so weak right now. I don't have the energy to protect you. I'm really annoyed with you, stupid wolf. Same here, little moon. Then the sun in the sky turned blood red in an instant, and Hattie revealed his true form. However, the originally huge white wolf looked as small as a puppy in front of this Tao Tai incarnation. Ah! Dinner is ready! Tao Tai roared and then bit the white wolf and Xiaoyu. At the same time, on the other side of the city, after several men in black cloaks dealt with a group of alien members of the Special Management Bureau who wanted to launch a sneak attack, the petite girl yawned in boredom. Are these aliens used to a good life? Why are they so weak? Her white and tender little feet, wrapped in white stockings, stepped on the head of an alien from the Special Management Bureau, who had already lost consciousness and was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. Owner, the tall, cloaked woman walked up to the girl and asked in a low voice, Should we speed up the process? If the Special Management Bureau finds us, it will be very troublesome. Don't be so nervous. The girl smiled and patted the woman's shoulder. It's such an interesting activity. Why don't we enjoy it more? Hee, you just said you were bored. Behind the girl, a strange creature who looked cute but had a long tongue hanging out all the time said with a smile, I'm really bored, but you guys seem to be enjoying it, and She slowly raised her head and looked at the sun above her head, which was gradually turning blood red. I also want to see how long that child can suppress his emotions. When the war broke out between the Special Management Bureau of Yuehuang City and Tianhai City, some other Special Management Bureau teams also wanted to join in the fun, but after seeing the huge figure of Tao Tai from afar, they shook their heads helplessly. This damn Yuehuang City, isn't it just an exchange conference? Is it really necessary to bring out such a powerful weapon? During this period, there were also many people who complained. Of course, the 5 ghosts of the Yuehuang City Special Management Bureau don't think so. They have been suppressed for so many years. They have great potential, but cannot use it. This feeling is really painful. Fortunately, Lei Jian from the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau is straightforward and too lazy to set those rules. In his words, if you want to fight, just fight to your heart's content. If someone dies, you can only say that it's your own fault. It is precisely under this high-pressure environment that we can test which outliers are just getting by in the Special Management Bureau and which are really working. Although I don't know how his theory can be used to test the difference between a slacker and an ambitious person. But the 5 ghosts don't care about that. They just want to vent now. When the director of the Yuehuang City Special Management Bureau handed these treasures to them, he only said one sentence. If you can't win this, don't come back and retire to the mountains. So they also have reasons to win. At this moment, the sword formation formed by the Xianyuan swords almost covered the sky. Under this boundless sword formation, even if Jinwu and Qiyuan tried their best, they could not compete with this ancient divine weapon. Every flap of their wings, every dodge, seemed to be just a slight resistance to the sword attack, but could not really escape this deadly threat. The wounds on the two giant birds were getting more and more, and blood was stained. However, time slowly slipped away, the sword array's attacks becoming increasingly intense and vicious. Jinwu and Shiyuan's stamina was rapidly depleting, reaching their limits. Gazing at the sword array before them, they knew that if they continued like this, they would ultimately be pierced by thousands of swords. Don't be so foolish as to think we'll be lenient, especially you, the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Wu Gui pointed at the two huge black shadows in the sky and cursed fiercely. His voice echoed in the night sky, carrying a gloomy and terrifying deterrent. Every time. It's you every time. Do you remember how you got us eliminated? Wu Gui's tone became more fierce, and his eyes became more gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly, and there was a crackling sound between his knuckles. Their hearts were filled with resentment and anger. The resentment and anger of being eliminated by the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau in every competition. He will never forget every moment of humiliation. Sister, that guy's so weird. We don't even know him. Jinwu shouted to Qiyuan after dodging a rain of swords. Flames ignited around Qiyuan's body, and he forcibly forced back a wave of sword attacks. I can't remember either. It seems we've never had a direct confrontation with the Huang City Special Management Bureau. Both of them were very confused about what deep hatred the Huang City Special Management Bureau had with them. Whether it's these sword formations or the Tao Tai, they're all aimed at taking your life. Looking at the battle situation on the ground, the giant wolf transformed by Hattie was extremely agile. Every attack seemed to be accompanied by a cold wind, sweeping over, making people shudder. Moreover, the ice storm caused by Hattie has a unique attack method. Every time the ice and snow blow through, the ground will freeze. The huge Tao Tai would slip whenever it stepped on it, which was just enough to neutralize the attack of the ferocious beast every time. Tao Tai roared angrily, but was unable to launch a powerful counterattack. He could only watch helplessly as the giant wolf attacked him again and again, and then was blocked by the ice and could not launch an effective counterattack. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was looking for opportunities in such battles. She spread her wings, and when the Tao Tai was temporarily blocked by the ice storm, she would suddenly attack. But it had little effect. Whether it was her claws or Hattie's sharp teeth, every swing could only leave deep marks on the Tao Tai's skin and could not effectively kill it. This monster is too tough. Hattie and Xiaoyu reunited again. Both of them felt a little tired. Hattie even stuck out his tongue and panted like a dog. This is not a solution, Xiaoyu said. We can't stop attacking. If he seizes the opportunity to counterattack, we won't be able to compete with him now. Hattie gathered himself together again and pounced on Tao Tai. But this time, the bulky beast suddenly jumped high. What? Hattie and Xiaoyu were both startled. Just as the enormous creature was about to fall towards the giant wolf, Xiaoyu pounced and grabbed Hattie's tail, escaping with the giant wolf by keeping close to the ground. But the huge impact force generated when falling also knocked the two of them flying out. A terrible earthquake struck the entire Beiyuan city. The earthquake even had some impact on the real Beiyuan city. So at this moment, in the command center of the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau, Lei Jian picked up the phone and started cursing. Director Zhu, are you trying to destroy my city? Damn it. You brought this thing in. Do you still want others to play with it? The person on the other end of the line was Zhu Wenyu, the director of the Huang City Special Management Bureau. Old Lei, didn't you say there are no rules? What? Are you afraid of my Tao Tai? If so, just give me the award directly. I'm going to give you a leg. You fat B asterisk 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 D. You better stay the F asterisk asterisk K away from the year-end summary meeting. If I see you, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. After saying that, Lei Jian slammed the phone down. This is the third phone he has broken today. The first time was a call with Director Chanyu of Tianhai City. This was something everyone was used to, so the phone must have broken. The second time was when he spoke with his team in Beiyuan City, which is not difficult to understand. This damn Tianhai City Special Management Bureau has been attacked twice, and they're still on the way. The weirdos in the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau team also have something to say about this. They have made countless enemies in the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, and we are no less so. They have a Director Chanyu, and we also have a Director Lei Jian. It is not certain who is more annoying between you and Director Chang. Therefore, the Beiyuan City Special Management Bureau was constantly attacked along the way, and it can be said that it was not much better than the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Angrily, Lao Lei punched the table, smashing the phone and the table to pieces. The third time was a bit surprising. Could Old Lei and the mild-mannered director, Zhu, actually quarrel? It seemed Old Lei was even more irritable than Chanyu. After all, Director Chang and Director Zhu were good drinking buddies. No, what's wrong with these people from Huang City? Doesn't old Zhu have a good relationship with that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D Chanyu? Why do they keep killing people? A staff member said with a wry smile. Commissioner, you don't know this. This is an old grudge. What's going on? Tell me quickly. In every competition before, every time, the Huang City Special Management Bureau couldn't play any role due to various restrictions. And every time they were eliminated, it was because they were affected by the battles between other teams and the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. It can be said that their losses were unclear. Just like last time, the 5 goes from the Huang City Special Management Bureau were starving and wanted to find a place to rest and eat something. But then, that vampire collapsed the building, and they were eliminated. For example, the time before last, the Huang City Special Management Bureau made it to the finals for the first time in history. They finally found a spot on the edge and thought they could rest easy. But then, a red kite's fireball missed the target and wiped out the Huang City Special Management Bureau in the distance. You say, can the 5 ghosts of the human world not feel resentful? Director Lei scratched his head and chuckled twice. So, there are 5 unlucky ones. Then you guys should keep an eye on them and make sure no one gets killed. If that be asterisk, 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 Deep Chanyu really makes trouble, Beiyuan City will be in ruins. Don't worry, Director. Director Zhu has already sent over treasures that can restrict various magical instruments. If the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau really can't hold on any longer, we can just flip a switch here and all the magical instruments of the 5 ghosts will be ineffective. At worst, we can just declare them the winner. Lei Jian was convinced by Zhu Wenyu. This fat guy was really thoughtful. At the same time, Sun Yin carried Li Muhan and ran all the way until he could no longer hear any sound behind him. And then he put Li Muhan down in the lobby of a bank. Sun Yin, why did you take me away? My companions are still fighting. Come on, you're like a caterpillar now. What else can you do besides break dancing on the ground? Just hide here honestly. As long as you're still here, your team won't lose. Sun Yin leaned against the wall, panting and patting his chest. It seems like I'm going to faint in the next second. Hey, you're a champion after all. Why are you so cowardly? Aren't we allies? You should be playing a role. You turn invisible as soon as the fight starts. What use are you? Hey, I took you away with good intentions, and you're blaming me? This is all I can do. What do you want me to do? Just as Li Muhan and Sun Yin were arguing, suddenly, there was a rustling noise outside the bank door. Lai! Sun Yin suddenly made a gesture to keep quiet, and then pricked up his ears to listen to the noise outside. There's a sound. Li Muhan also heard it, and, at this moment, all the glass doors of the bank suddenly shattered, and then beans were scattered in one after another. These beans melted into the ground as soon as they touched it, and then one after another, armored soldiers crawled out from the floor. There were actually hundreds of them in total, almost filling the entire bank lobby. It's over, it's over. Forming an alliance with you guys was the biggest mistake I've ever made. Looking at the puppet soldiers in front of him, Sun Yin screamed in fear. You can't escape. Then one of the 5 ghosts, a particularly short and fat man, slowly walked in with the soldiers. He raised his hand and pointed at Sun Yin and shouted, "Kill them." The soldiers shouted in unison, then picked up their weapons and slashed at the 2 men. Oh my gosh, beings become soldiers. They even use this kind of magic weapon. Go ahead and leave. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sun Yin immediately tried to escape, and Li Muhan shouted anxiously on the ground. Old son, you son of AB ***ch. Don't forget me." Sun Yin seemed to have had a great psychological struggle, and finally turned back, picked up Li Muhan, and ran towards the back door of the bank. Brother Sun, you are so kind. Damn it. Shut up. I'm carrying you so you can be a human shield later, and you can also help me block a few attacks. Sun Yin raised his foot and was about to kick open the back door of the bank, but a long knife pierced through the door and almost pierced Sun Yin's foot. Oh my god! Sun Yin subconsciously threw Li Muhan on his shoulder towards the soldiers who were about to rush in through the back door. Li Muhan's bound body slammed hard against the door, knocking the soldiers back. F***K. Sun Yin, you son of a B****ch. You're going to die a miserable death. Li Muhan fell to the ground and cursed. Sun Yin lifted him up from the ground again. Since he couldn't get out through the back door, he had to go upstairs. This was the central bank building in Baiyuan City, which was quite high. Sun Yin climbed up to the 5th floor in one breath. Just when he was about to take a breath, he turned around and saw the elevator ding. F***K young girl. Sun Yin and Li Muhan cursed almost at the same time. The elevator door slowly opened, and a group of soldiers actually caught up with them in the elevator. After the elevator door opened, they suddenly rushed towards Sun Yin and Li Muhan again. What's going on? Why are they still taking the elevator? Li Muhan was carried by Sun Yin and almost bit his tongue when he spoke. Sun Yin was already sweating profusely and panting as he spoke. How about I throw you to them and ask them yourself? So the 2 were chased by the soldiers and ran to the 10th floor. This time they learned their lesson. Li Muhan asked Sun Yin to carry a few large tables to block the stairs and elevator entrances. After doing all this, Sun Yin was so tired that he could not move. He slumped over against the wall and waved his hands. I can't do it anymore, brother. I try my best. If they come later, I really can't run away with you. What are you still running for? We're already on the top floor. If you keep running, you'll just end up on the rooftop and get some fresh air. Li Muhan struggled to sit up, and just as he sat up, he heard the sound of the elevator and a group of footsteps coming from the corridor. Damn it. Why did they catch up so quickly? Sun Yin, can't you resist? You are a cholera-level alien after all. Beat them up. I've lived this long, and I've never fought another alien. We in Fulin City value fighting with words, not with fists. Then why are you attending this conference? Find out what this conference is called. It's the National Special Management Bureau's Outliers Exchange Conference. Exchange, you understand? I understand your grandmother. I just know that if you don't resist, we'll both be in trouble soon. Ding! The elevator door opens. The soldiers, armed with their weapons, began to chop and smash the table that blocked the door. The corridor entrance was also filled with soldiers, who were also smashing tables. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I won't run away anymore. Sun Yin seemed completely desperate. Soon these soldiers broke through the obstacles and, led by the short and fat Wugui, walked towards Li Muhan and Sun Yin with weapons in hand and in a menacing manner. At this moment, Li Muhan suddenly felt dizzy. His consciousness began to gradually blur, and Sun Yan's voice came to his ears. Hey, big brother, what are you doing? Are you F***G pretending to be dead? They'll just play ball. You son of a B****ch. Get up. But Li Muhan fell directly to the ground and fell into a coma. At the same time, on the main battlefield, the 5 ghosts with green faces and fangs seemed to realize something and spoke in a low voice. Brother, that's not right. Why do I feel like someone is missing? Ah, the Slender Man let out a puzzled ah, and then counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Adding the 2 who just escaped. That's 6 people from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. What's missing? No, Big Brother, you forgot. That red-haired man is not from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau at all. That guy is from the Fulin City Special Management Bureau, the champion of survival. After being reminded of this, the Slender Man also realized that there seemed to be someone missing. Oh, never mind. Anyway, almost all the people from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau are dead. If one gets away, then so be it. We could just chase them later. That's true. Big Brother is wise. Then, they began to enjoy the performances of flying swords and Tao Tai. At this moment, Qi Yuan and Jin Wu finally couldn't hold on any longer. As the first flying sword pierced their bodies, the 2 giant birds let out a mournful cry, followed by the second and third swords. Countless sword rains directly wrapped the 2 giant birds in the middle, and blood all over the sky fell like raindrops. Ha! He's finally dead. The Slender Man opened his arms toward the sky, as if bathing in the blood of the 2 birds. On the other side, Tao Tai also bit off Hattie's neck. Just when Xiaoyu wanted to rush over to rescue him, the giant beast raised its foot and stomped down hard, and the vampire was silent. We won. We defeated the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. We are the champions. We are always the champions. We are the champions again. For the 5 ghosts hugged each other, tears welling up in their eyes as they immersed themselves in this hard-earned victory. The blood rain in the sky, the victorious roar of Tao Tai not far away, and the colorful bubbles around them all seemed to be celebrating their victory. Look, there are so many bubbles. What are these? Who cares? It's theirs. Come on, keep celebrating. However, the real situation was that the 5 ghosts were completely immersed in a beautiful dream woven for them, and were now tied together by the golden rope. The one who accomplished all this was Nightmare, the best 6th man of Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, who was ignored by them. What sweet dreams are these gentlemen having? They're all laughing so hard that their mouths are drooling. Li Muhan asked, pulling one end of the golden rope. Well, it's a beautiful dream I prepared especially for them. Sweet dreams? They want to kill us, and you let them have sweet dreams. Jinwoo said with some dissatisfaction. I checked their memories. Nightmare sighed, then turned his head and gave a bitter smile. I have to say, these 5 ghosts are really unlucky. Just when the 5 ghosts thought they had victory, the Nightmare had already activated its characteristics and opened its boundary, dragging the 5 ghosts into the dream it had created. What happened afterwards, such as thousands of swords piercing the heart, Hattie's neck being bitten off, and Xiaoyu being trampled, were all beautiful fantasies of the 5 ghosts in their dreams. The moment they fell asleep, the Xianyuan sword immediately lost its effect. The originally violent Tao Tai also immediately lost its will to fight, and lay back down in its original position in the aquarium and continued to sleep. Thanks to you, Ming Ming. Li Muhan patted Nightmare's shoulder and said, Old son, and I almost died at the hands of those soldiers. Luckily, you activated the realm. Ming Ming was suddenly stunned. She looked at Li Muhan, then at Lao's son, and finally said with some confusion, But my power shouldn't have affected the alien that left. How could it be? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was a little surprised, and then turned their eyes to Li Muhan and Sun Yan. What on earth did you go through back then? Sun Yan scratched his head, also confused. Huh, I thought it was you. The man suddenly fell down, and the magic weapon that turned beans into soldiers was ineffective. Hattie and Xiaoyu both cast suspicious glances at Sun Yan. In the end, it was Li Muhan who smiled and patted Sun Yan on the shoulder. Forget it, never mind all that. Anyway, we were saved this time thanks to Meng Meng and of course Lao's Sunday. He never gave up on me until the very end. Li Muhan and Sun Yan were trapped on the 10th floor of the bank when he suddenly lost consciousness. When he woke up, the soldiers had disappeared and one of the 5 ghosts had fallen into a coma. Sun Yan told Li Muhan that after he fell into a coma, the man seemed to be attacked by some force and suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Thanks to this, they escaped. Just as everyone was discussing how to deal with the 5 ghosts, a car with the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau logo drove over and several staff members got out. Congratulations on your victory. We will transport these 5 ghosts and the magical instruments. Li Muhan felt a little disappointed. He originally thought that he could possess these magic tools. The staff member smiled awkwardly and said, "After all, this is a magical weapon from the Huang City Special Management Bureau. We must bring it back safely to others. As for that, Tao Tai, this thing is difficult to handle for now, but it won't go crazy without the feast bell. This Tao Tai is just an incarnation. It should disappear automatically in a couple of days due to exhaustion of power. Let's just leave it here." Watching the car drive away, Li Muhan was still reluctant to part with those magical weapons, especially the Xianyuan sword, which looked so majestic and simply fulfilled his dream of becoming a sword immortal. Then they found a convenience store to take a break. Before entering this time, they conducted a detailed investigation and only went in after making sure there were no traps. "Everyone, let's discuss what to do next." Sun Yin seemed to want to say something to others, but at this moment, Li Muhan suddenly pulled down the shutter door of the convenience store. After he turned around, his expression became very serious. He stared straight at Sun Yin and said, "Old Sun, do you really think you're an idiot?" Sun Yin was a little confused by what Li Muhan said. "What do you mean by that?" Then Sun Yin saw Hattie and Xiaoyu also looking at him unfriendly. "Wait a minute. Are you guys from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau going to get rid of me? We should still be allies, but we cannot accept an alliance that harbors secrets and won't reveal them." Li Muhan said with a sneer, "You were the one who killed that weirdo on the 10th floor of the bank, weren't you? You were the one who knocked me unconscious, weren't you?" He is not a fool. Just now, after Meng Meng said that her power did not affect the 5 ghosts who left, Li Muhan had already determined that there was something wrong with Sun Yin. "No, how can you repay kindness with hatred? If it weren't for me, you would have died in the stomach of the Tao Tai long ago, right?" "Indeed," Hutti said, "but this also deepens our suspicion of you. How could you judge the situation so quickly? Why do you know the magical weapons used by the 5 ghosts so well?" "What's that to me? I've participated in many competitions." Sun Yin couldn't continue speaking halfway. He seemed to understand the loophole in his words. Li Muhan walked up to Sun Yin and said with a sneer, "That's strange. Weren't there restrictions in previous tournaments? These 5 ghosts have never used these magical weapons. Even a Huasha monster like Qi Yuan, who has lived for so long, couldn't recognize them. Yet, you recognized every magical weapon at a glance. How did you do it?" Sun Yin clearly felt that everyone in this convenience store was wary of him. He sighed and said with a forced smile, "Everyone, I do have a little secret, but I promise I have no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run away with you just now, right?" The next second, a sharp spike made of blood suddenly appeared in front of Sun Yin, scaring him so much that he staggered and sat on the ground. "Tell me your secret or die here." Her eyes glowed scarlet. Now Sun Yin could no longer sit still. I didn't do anything excessive to you. Why did you treat me like this? I even saved you." Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu, seemingly not understanding why Xiaoyu suddenly took action. In fact, he just wanted to force Sun Yin to tell his secret. But Xiaoyu's actions seemed to have completely ruined the relationship between the two sides. As expected, Sun Yin stood up with an angry look on his face. All right, this is your Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. I thought you were somebody, but you turn out to be such a narrow-minded bunch. Since you doubt me, our alliance is dissolved." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the rolling door. The spike suddenly stabbed Sun Yan's back of the head from behind. Swish! At the critical moment, Li Muhan suddenly grasped the sharp thorn, and blood dripped from his palm. "What the hell? You really want to kill me?" After Sun Yin turned around and saw this scene, he looked at Xiaoyu in astonishment. "I've already said it. Tell the secret or die." "All right, if you guys from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau are really that awesome, just kill me. Go ahead." Sun Yin also took the risk and yelled at Xia Yu at the top of his voice. Just as Xia Yu's eyes glowed red and she was about to swing the second spike, Li Muhan glared at her. Enough. Xia Yu. Li Muhan's voice seemed to pull the vampire back from her abnormal state. The blood red in her eyes instantly dissipated, and then the girl lowered her head slightly, not daring to look into Li Muhan's eyes again. Sun Yin, I thank you for saving me, and I hope to continue to be your ally, but we really hope to be honest with each other. Li Muhan turned and said to Sun Yin. Sun Yin snorted coldly, then pulled open the shutter door and walked out without looking back. He left a sentence as he left. Good luck to you. Crash. He also politely closed the shutters for everyone. In the end, the atmosphere in the room was depressing and no one knew what to say. In fact, Sun Yin really didn't do anything. Although Sun Yin lied when fighting with the Luoyun City Special Management Bureau, the worst that happened was that he just found a place to hide and didn't take action. In the battle with Yuehuang City, Sun Yin really helped, taking the unable to fight Li Muhan away from the main battlefield. And then when Li Muhan was unconscious, although the coma seemed to be caused by Sun Yin. But Sun Yin still helped defeat one of the 5 ghosts. It was neither moral nor logical for Xia Yu to treat him like that just now. Okay, everyone, let's discuss what to do next. In order to ease the current atmosphere, Li Muhan clapped his hands and asked everyone to gather together. He took some food from the shelf and distributed it to everyone. But Xia Yu didn't answer. She stood in the corner, seeming to have some sense of separation from the current group. This attack by the 5 ghosts should serve as a wake-up call for us. We really don't have any means to deal with emergencies. Li Muhan said. Qi Yuan nodded. In fact, we were in a similar situation before. If a full-scale battle really broke out, we wouldn't be afraid, but every time we were defeated by surprise attacks. But, sister, the White Tiger from the Luoyun City Special Management Bureau confronted us head-on. Although Jinwu was unconscious at the time, he was already a little frightened after hearing that Baihu defeated all the members except himself by himself. Speaking of the White Tiger, everyone felt a little gloomy, especially Hattie. I originally thought it was just a clone, so at least we could fight on equal terms. But she and Meng Meng together couldn't even survive 10 moves from the opponent. Teamwork is so important. Li Muhan said, we're fighting our own battles now, but this time, every member of the Special Management Bureau seems determined to win the championship. Whether it's White Tiger or Tao Tai, they're indeed very strong, but I don't think we are inferior to them. Everyone looked up at Li Muhan, waiting for his next words. Although White Tiger and Tao Tai are strong, they are not invincible. We may not have found White Tiger's weakness yet, but as for Tao Tai, can't we use the power of the team to let Meng Meng launch a surprise attack and turn defeat into victory? Yes, everyone seems to have realized only now that although they did not defeat Luoyun City, they did not lose either. And when facing Yuehuang City, it can even be said to be a beautiful comeback. They're the winners, so why are they looking so sad here? Meng Meng did a really great job this time. Qi Yuan also said with a smile. Well, if the power of nightmares can be fully utilized, it can achieve unexpected results. I also think Meng Meng plays a big role. In the end, even Hattie recognized Meng Meng, which made the girl a little overwhelmed. I didn't do anything. That's right, she didn't do anything. Just then, a voice came from the corner of the room. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xia Yu, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Meng Meng with hostility and said, Xia Yu, did you take the wrong medicine? Li Muhan hurried over and tried to tell Xia Yu to shut up, but was pushed away by Xia Yu. Her eyes flashed scarlet light again. She glanced at everyone and finally looked at Meng Meng. What did she do when facing Luoyun City? Why did she come and hinder us when she was so weak? Didn't she do what she was supposed to do in the battle against Yuehuang City? Now you're treating her like a savior. I'm sorry. Meng Meng lowered her head and dared not say another word. Bat, have you eaten gunpowder? Qi Yuan was also a little angry. She stood up and looked at Xia Yu and said, no one is messing with you, right? Can you please not take your bad mood out on your own people? Isn't what I said true? Everyone in this team should have their own role. She just did what she was supposed to do. In my opinion, Even without her, we can still win the battle against Tao Tai. So, she is completely useless. That's enough. Li Muhan pressed Xia Yu's shoulders with a serious expression. It seemed that this was the first time he spoke to Xia Yu in such a harsh tone. No one in this team is redundant. No one is useless. Xia Yu, please, don't say that again. The red light in Xia Yu's eyes slowly disappeared. She stared at Li Muhan blankly, and finally lowered her head without saying a word. Everyone was a little surprised. First, they were surprised by Xia Yu's abnormal behavior, and second, because of Li Muhan's actions just now. In their eyes, Li Muhan has always been the kind of good guy who is kind to everyone, but his actions and words just now made everyone feel a sense of oppression. Hattie folded his hands, and after seeing Xia Yu calm down, he hooked his finger at Li Muhan. Li Muhan, I have something to say to you. Come with me. Not knowing what Hattie wanted to say, Li Muhan still followed Hattie into the convenience store's workshop. Xia Yu raised her head slightly and looked at Li Muhan's back, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. After entering the employee workshop, Hattie closed the door and whispered to Li Muhan, Do you feel it? Something is wrong with Little Moon. Li Muhan nodded. He was not a fool and had already sensed it. Ever since the battle with the White Tiger, Xia Yu's mood has been very unstable. At first he thought that he had provoked Xia Yu, but now it seems that Xia Yu bites everyone she catches, and she seems to be a little manic. Although I don't know why, I can feel that the power that has been suppressed in Xia Yu's body is being released little by little. After hearing what Hattie said, Li Muhan asked in confusion, Why on earth would Xia Yu suppress her own strength? Hattie shook his head. As Baihu said, Xia Yu's current strength is less than 1/5 of her peak. Even when she fought me in the Northern Kingdom, she was much stronger than she is now. But I suspect it has something to do with this conference. I can sense that there is some kind of power in this fake Beiyuan city that makes me very uneasy. Is it White Tiger? Hattie shook his head. White Tiger's blue flame is very domineering. He won't restrain his aura at all. It's not him, but another kind of power, something similar to Xia Yu's. Li Muhan immediately thought of the vampire who had attacked him on the street. Could it be that she was here too? As if guessing what Li Muhan was thinking, Hattie smiled and waved his hand. You probably mean Qian Gongyue. Don't worry, it's not her, and she's not to the point where she can make me feel uneasy. That's true, Li Muhan nodded. At that time, Qian Gongyue was almost controlled by Hattie and had no room for resistance at all. It shouldn't be her. Don't think about these unanswered questions for now. She raised her hand, patted Li Muhan's shoulder, and said, Among these people, Xiaoya trusts you the most, so I hope that if anything happens, you will definitely help her. I would definitely do it, even without you telling me. Looking at Li Muhan's determined eyes, Hattie smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. It seems I'm meddling in other people's business. No, Hattie, thank you for telling me this, but I'm also curious. Aren't you and Xia Yu old enemies? Why do you want to help her now? Hattie shrugged helplessly and said, Like you said, we're a team, aren't we? After leaving the lounge, Li Muhan found that almost no one said a word. What happened in the past 2 days made Li Muhan feel the pain of leading a team. Although he was originally the captain of the 7th team. But Team 7 was originally a relatively mature team. Whether it was Lin Ziyu, Su Shui, or even the taciturn Yin Qi, they all had a tacit understanding with each other, and they all regarded each other as someone they could trust. Li Muhan also understood that all this was not his credit, but the result of the deceased Captain Huatian. The current team is different. Qi Yuan and Jin Wu are like sisters, but they don't trust others too much. Hattie is not under the supervision of the Huaxia Special Management Bureau, let alone gaining the trust of others. Xia Yu is even more of a lone wolf and can hardly fight in a team. As for Meng Meng, she was originally a rebellious outcast. Although she was recruited later, she felt that she did not fit in. This seemingly luxurious galactic battleship is actually in tatters everywhere and in urgent need of repair. The only one who can repair this ship now is Li Muhan, who still has a human identity. So Li Muhan made a decision. He walked over to the group and said, Everyone, I have an idea. If we continue like this, we'll definitely become suspicious of each other over various issues, and the cracks in the team will only get bigger and bigger. Besides, we have too many people now, and the target is too big. It's easy for us to be wiped out all at once. So I suggest that we split up into groups of 2, supporting each other. This way we can better disrupt the enemy's target and support each other when the enemy attacks. After hearing Li Muhan's words, Qi Yuan and Jinwu looked at each other and asked with some confusion, "But we've never been separated before, so you never win." Li Muhan replied with a smile. Qi Yuan also smiled a little embarrassedly. Indeed, they were always defeated by sudden attacks. When they reacted, Xiaoyu was basically the only one who could still fight. But the aliens on the other side were not vegetarians either. They were quickly defeated when Xiaoyu suppressed her strength. Hattie had no objection to this either. Xiaoyu remained silent. Li Muhan glanced at Xiaoyu slightly and found that the other party was still emotionally stable, so he spoke to everyone. "I've made the following assumptions about the groupings. Feel free to raise any opinions. First, Qi Yuan and Jinwu. You two have the best coordination and excellent mobility. You two will form a team and take charge of the high ground. Try to observe the movements of the entire city. Then there's Hattie and Meng Meng. Meng Meng's special ability takes time to activate, and Hattie's large-scale snowstorm can buy you that time. Finally, Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu and asked tentatively, "Xiaoyu, can you be in a group with me?" Xiaoyu seemed to be in a daze. After being called by Li Muhan, she trembled and then nodded slowly. After deciding on the groups, the first ones to leave the convenience store were Qi Yuan and Jinwu. We will choose a high point so that even if an attack is coming, we can notify everyone in advance. After Qi Yuan finished speaking, he took Jinwu and walked out of the back door of the convenience store. "Then we'll leave first." Hattie stood up and hooked his finger at Meng Meng. Meng Meng was still a little uneasy, but after seeing Li Muhan nodded to her, she also walked to Hattie's side. "Meng Meng has established a mental link between us. If you encounter any danger, please call the others. We are all nearby and can ensure that support will arrive as soon as possible." Hattie smiled and waved at Li Muhan and glanced at Xiaoyu at the same time. When he saw that Xiaoyu had no reaction at all and didn't even look up at any of them, Hattie could only sigh helplessly and then left the convenience store. In the end, only Li Muhan and Xiaoyu were left in the convenience store. Neither of them spoke. Li Muhan felt that the distance between him and Xiaoyu was getting farther and farther. It was an indescribable feeling. He didn't know what was happening, but something must be gradually changing in Xiaoyu. "Let's go too." Li Muhan couldn't help it any longer. He walked up to Xiaoyu and spoke to the girl in the gentlest voice possible. The girl raised her head slightly, her eyes full of fatigue. Seeing Xiaoyu's eyes, Li Muhan instantly felt like he was back in the park half a year ago. In that heavy rain, he also reached out his hand to the girl who was about to be swallowed by the rain. That time, Xiaoyu held his hand. But this time, Xiaoyu nodded, but did not touch Li Muhan's hand. She walked straight to the rolling door. Li Muhan looked down at his hand, still hanging in the air, and felt a sense of loss. But in the end, they walked towards the rolling door together. After opening the rolling door and leaving the convenience store, Li Muhan took Xiaoyu along the route they had planned. In fact, there is no destination. We just need to keep moving. It is too easy to be attacked if we stay in one place. Actually, real aquariums aren't like that. I've never been there, but I've seen them on TV. They're beautiful, and the fish won't stare at you, let alone attack you. Li Muhan was walking in front, and he kept trying to find topics to talk about, but the girl following behind him didn't respond at all. "It's really cold in Beiyuan City. Is Tao Dai also an alien? There was Coke in the convenience store just now. I got you a can. Here you go." When Li Muhan turned around and handed the Coke to Xiaoyu, the girl suddenly raised her hand and knocked the Coke in Li Muhan's hand to the ground, as if she was stimulated by something. "No, don't come near me." Xiaoyu's voice was trembling, as if she was trying hard to endure. Li Muhan couldn't even tell whether it was because of fear or anger. I just spoke too harshly to you. Sorry. It's okay, but after that, don't come near me, don't touch me." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Li Muhan also frowned. He also had a temper. Xiaoyu was very abnormal, but he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Hey, what's going on with you? If you've encountered anything, at least tell me. Li Muhan took 2 steps at a time towards Xiaoyu. The distance between them was very close. Just when Xiaoyu wanted to step back, Li Muhan suddenly grabbed her wrist. I said, stay away from me. Xiaoyu raised her head and looked at Li Muhan. The sharp teeth in her open mouth flashed with a cold light, and her blood-red eyes seemed to be filled with uncontrollable hunger and murderous intent. Crackle, clackle. At the same time, heavy rain began to fall from the sky without any warning. The two stood facing each other in the rain. Li Muhan's hand was still holding Xiaoyu's wrist, but the other party was like a frightened beast, baring its teeth at Li Muhan. Xiaoyu, get out of here! The girl suddenly shook off Li Muhan's hand with such force that Li Muhan almost fell to the ground. This time Li Muhan finally couldn't help it. Are you sick? Li Muhan yelled at Xiaoyu, but he immediately suppressed his emotions, and after taking a few deep breaths, he tried to make his expression calmer. Okay, Xiaoyu, let's find a place to shelter from the rain first. No, I won't go on with you anymore. Leave me. A layer of thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Li Muhan's pupils slowly shrank. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. What did you just say? Xiaoyu's chest was heaving violently, and she seemed very excited. But now, her breathing stopped, and she slowly stood up straight, looking up into Li Muhan's eyes. Her eyes were bloodshot, showing no emotion at all. That's enough. I don't want to go on with you anymore. What did I do wrong? Li Muhan didn't expect that things would happen so suddenly. He stood in the rain, feeling hesitant and helpless. The boy wanted to reach out and grab Xiaoyu's shoulders, but the vampire raised his hand and clawed at him, forcing him back several steps. Leave now, and don't let me see you again. Xiaoyu's words were extremely cold. Li Muhan felt like he was back in half a year ago, also a rainstorm, and also himself and Xiaoyu. But this time, she rejected herself and no longer wanted to let herself touch her. I thought we knew each other well enough, Xiaoyu. No, you will never understand me. I'm just a monster, human. Turn around and go. You said before that you like. Maybe it was just a boring attempt. My life is long, so long that I have to do something to entertain myself so that I can pass the boring time. But now I'm tired of it. You are bored? A pastime? Are you serious? Li Muhan suddenly noticed that Xiaoyu, who had been calm just now had a dim look in her eyes, but it was only for a moment. Soon she regained her indifference, looked at Li Muhan and nodded. Yes, short-lived creature, you are not worthy to travel with me. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sky, seemingly tearing the space in front of the two people. Li Muhan slowly loosened his clenched fists. He had felt this powerless before when he faced the devilish teacher in the orphanage and when he was abandoned by Guru Ashi. And now, he once again realized that no matter what changes he made, this feeling of powerlessness would always hang over him like a shadow. He didn't say anything, but just turned around slowly, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. His rain-soaked hair covered his eyes. Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan's back. She was still enduring. Not yet. He is still within his sight. We must never relax. Absolute. Her vision became blurry, and her consciousness began to fade. The voice seemed to be getting closer and closer to her. Shalia, get out of my head. Just hold on a little longer, and soon, very soon, Li Muhan won't even realize what's happened to him. Just a little longer. But in the end, she couldn't hold on. Thump! Xiaoyu slowly knelt on the ground, and then fell sideways into the rain-soaked ground. In the last moment before she lost consciousness, she only saw the man who was about to walk away was slightly stunned, and then turned around and looked at her. Don't look, idiot, just go away. Let's go. Although Xiaoyu hoped that Li Muhan would just leave like that. After all, she had just said such harsh words to him. But when she saw that idiot rushing towards her like crazy, Xiaoyu felt extremely relieved. You were such an idiot. Just like that, Xiaoyu completely lost consciousness. In the heavy rain, Li Muhan held Xiaoyu tightly in his arms. He took off his coat and wrapped it around the girl's thin and slender body. Xiaoyu, as he called out, He carried the girl to a room in a nearby motel. After wiping the girl's body as best he could with the sheets and quilt, he gently touched the girl's forehead. It's so hot. Vampires can also get fever? This thought arose in Li Muhan's mind. Soon Li Muhan discovered that not only Xiaoyu's forehead was hot, but her entire body was hot. Her originally fair face was now a little red due to the abnormality of her body. Xiaoyu, wake up. Li Muhan gently patted Xiaoyu's cheek, but was of no use. Soon Qi Yuan's voice rang in his mind. Li Muhan, what happened between you and Xiaoyu? I just saw you carrying Xiaoyu into a hotel from the vantage point. Li Muhan was slightly stunned, and then he remembered that it must be Meng Meng who linked their consciousness together, so they could communicate across the air without worrying about being monitored. Xiaoyu suddenly collapsed and is now very hot. Can vampires also have a fever? He asked anxiously. Vampires don't have fevers. If her body is hot, then there must be something wrong inside her body. The one who answered Li Muhan was Hattie. Don't panic. Wipe her body clean and then soak her in cold water. Okay. Under Hattie's guidance, Li Muhan carried Xiaoyu to the bathroom, took off her wet clothes, and put her in the bathtub. Are you sure it's cold water? She has a fever now. Li Muhan asked again. Yes, and the water must be kept flowing. Hattie said again. The flowing water will paralyze the vampire's body, but it will also allow the vampire to generate a self-defense mechanism that reduces its energy consumption to a minimum, just like a power-saving mode. Even if Hattie didn't explain, Li Muhan wouldn't doubt anything. After all, Hattie has saved her more than once. When Xiaoyu was in estrus, it was Hattie who helped Xiaoyu recover. He turned on the faucet, and soon the bathtub was full of water. Even though the water overflowed, Li Muhan did not stop draining it. He had to keep the water flowing. How is it now? Ha asked. Li Muhan carefully observed Xiaoyu, who was naked in the bathtub. Her breathing is gradually calmed down, but she still looks very uncomfortable. After all, it's just an emergency measure. Now we have to find out what happened to Xiaoyu. Li Muhan hurriedly crawled into the guest room and took out his cell phone from the coat that had just wrapped Xiaoyu. He opened Lin Zhe's phone. Just as he was about to dial, the temperature of the entire space suddenly began to rise, and a scorching breath began to gather behind Li Muhan. He turned around suddenly and saw a woman in a black robe with a sexy figure and exquisite appearance standing in front of him. Her hands and body were bound by chains, and even her face was restrained by a mask similar to the one created by her necklace. But even so, the moment those deep purple eyes stared at Li Muhan, he understood what the woman wanted to say to him and her identity. I can help you save your lover. Li Muhan took a breath, because this woman is none other than Lucifer. At the same time, in the monitoring center of the Baiyuan City Special Management Bureau, Lei Jian leaned back in his chair, drinking liquor and humming a little tune. The staff around seemed to be accustomed to this kind of scene, and no one found it strange. Until a medical member of the Special Management Bureau walked into the monitoring room in a panic. Director Lei, the captain of the Baiwu City Special Management Bureau who was just transported out, has woken up. That tiger dragon? It only woke up after being beaten so badly. Lei Jian tilted his head drunkenly and said disdainfully to the medical staff at the door, Now that you're awake, don't waste my medical resources. Hurry and pack up and send back to Baiwu City. But the medical staff still stood at the door and did not respond for a long time. What else? Lei Jian saw that the medical staff's expression was not right, so he looked at him impatiently and asked, Director Lei, Captain Hu Jiao said, a strange alien has infiltrated this competition. Bang! Lei Jian smashed another table with his punch and stood up, saying angrily, Bullshit! This tiger dragon has been alive for over 1,000 years. Why is it blaming the organizers now? Because it can't stand losing. Damn, there must be a reason this useless thing is still a dragon after 1,000 years. Director Lei, please don't be angry first. After hearing what the medical staff said, a staff member of the Special Management Bureau in charge of monitoring retrieved the last combat records of the Baiwu City Special Management Bureau. Look here. He pointed at the surveillance video and said to Lei Jian, Baiwu City's last battle was with Looming City, and Baiwu City won a great victory. Lei Jian moved closer. Indeed, the tiger dragons from the Baiwu City Special Management Bureau were very good at fighting. The several aliens from Looming City had almost no ability to fight back and were knocked to the ground. Is this the last one? Lei Jian asked doubtfully. The staff nodded, and then the question arose, since Hu Jiao won the last battle, why was he carried out? Did that be D, say who eliminated him? Lei Jian turned and asked the medical staff. He said it was an unknown alien disguised as Bazho City. Bazho City? Lei Jian became even more confused. Bazho City had almost never participated in a major competition, so much so that he had almost forgotten about them. What kind of creature in Bazho City could defeat the tiger dragon? Lei Jian didn't believe it. So he picked up the phone and called the director of the Bazho City Special Management Bureau. Hey, Sun Chuanfu, what the hell are you doing? As soon as the phone was connected, Lei Jian asked viciously, and then he was answered by the sound of mahjong rubbing. You be D. You're playing mahjong again, in broad daylight and late at night? Director Lei, I'm sorry, please wait a moment. Director Sun Chuanfu on the other end of the phone immediately got up and left the mahjong hall, walked to a secluded place and said, Director Lei, why did you think of calling me? Isn't it time for the exchange competition now? I called you to ask about this. Where's the list of outliers in Bazho City? Why can't I find it? Sun Chuanfu on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, and then asked Lei Jian in confusion. What list? Director Lei, our Bazho City has never signed up for the exchange competition. You haven't participated? But your city of Bazho is on the registration form. Damn it, because you're so insignificant, I didn't even check your list. Stop playing tricks on me and fill in the list right away. Sun Chuanfu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Hey, Director Lei, you're making fun of me. Our Bazho City is a peaceful place. We don't have the energy to send people out to participate in any competitions. Anyway, if we participate, we will be killed in seconds. By then, we won't even be able to earn back the money for his grandmother's travel expenses. Lei Jian frowned. You really didn't send anyone to participate? I'm warning you, Sun Chuanfu. If I catch you playing tricks, Director Lei, would I dare to lie to you? Even if I were to eat the courage of a bear or a leopard, I wouldn't dare to offend you. Lei Jian knew Sun Chuanfu. Although he was a sly old scoundrel, he probably didn't lie. After hanging up the phone, Lei Jian was half sober. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and said to the people in the monitoring room, Send a message to everyone. Suspend the competition. But half a minute later, he received news that completely sobered up the other half of his drunkenness. Director Lei, all communications have been cut off. We can only receive information from inside now, and we can't transmit any information at all. How is that possible? Didn't someone carry those 5 ghosts out an hour ago? Lei Jian shouted in astonishment. From then on, our people could no longer enter Baiyuan City, which was created by the realm decree. K this. This is the city I built, and you're not letting me in? I'm going to break this crap out of this place. Lei Jian was furious and was about to leave the monitoring room, but was immediately stopped by several staff members. Director Lei, calm down. You are violating the boundary decree now. The copy of Baiyuan City will instantly overlap with a real Baiyuan City. A massive disaster will then occur. Veins bulged on Lei Jian's forehead. It seemed like he was being set up. Director Lei, do you want to notify the Director General? A staff member said. Notify the hell out of this. We're the organizers. We don't deserve to be left to clean up after them. Get the technical and engineering departments to the scene immediately. Even if they have to tear the door open, they'll have to find a way in. And the intelligence department. You stay here and keep a close eye on the situation. Find those idiots who sneaked in. Lei Jian's fist clenched into the ground, making a creaking sound. He could imagine that if this matter got out, his Baiyuan City would become a laughingstock. Lei Jian could almost imagine how that idiot Changyu would laugh at him. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. He would make those rats who dared to sneak into his city pay the price. Inside the hotel, Li Muhan looked at the woman in front of him and swallowed his saliva. Ever since this woman appeared, he could no longer hear the voices of Hattie and other team members. He seemed to be dragged into another dimension and completely isolated from the world. He slowly put his hands behind his back, preparing to call Lin Zhe. Just as his finger was about to press the dial button, in the blink of an eye, the woman appeared in front of him. Those captivatingly beautiful eyes stared at Li Muhan, making him unable to move even a finger. "Now, only I can save your woman. Make a deal with me." The woman's voice seemed to have some kind of magic power that kept pouring into Li Muhan's mind. Li Muhan tried his best to stay awake and not be confused by the voice. He sneered, "You're the only one who can do this? That's too arrogant. I know you're placing your hopes on the Special Management Bureau, but they can't do anything about it, believe me." The devil's words were directly imprinted in Li Muhan's mind, and he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. For some reason, he believed that the woman was telling the truth. "Aren't you sealed? How did you appear in front of me?" Li Muhan asked cautiously. He had confirmed with the system several times, but he was actually not sure whether the thing in his body was actually a system. Lucifer's current sealing level is 100%, and she has definitely not touched any of her seals. Unlike Baal, who was hollow inside and lacked a true soul, he had made a pact with King Solomon to help the nations of his time prosper. In fact, if you can show Baal your sincerity, he may provide you with knowledge and power. It can be said that Baal is not a demon that will cause harm to mankind. His past and present are full of complexity and contradictions. However, Lucifer's situation is completely different. This once proud angel, after betrayal, has transformed into a demon. She no longer possesses the purity and kindness of an angel, but has become synonymous with deception and betrayal. She is the enemy of this world, filled with hostility and malice towards all living things. There is nothing missing in her soul. It can even be said that Lucifer is in his peak state here. However, in such a peak state, Lucifer is burdened with heavy shackles. That was the confinement from the opera house in Li Muhan's body, a bondage that surpassed the power of God. Li Muhan didn't know whether the goddess of night did it on purpose or whether the unlocking of the temple was random. As luck would have it, she opened a very scary door to hell for herself. "Your Highness." The woman bent down slightly, and although she was bound by shackles, she still saluted Li Muhan and even showed some humility. "The extraordinary existence within you has indeed restricted my power, and I am convinced of this. However, my characteristics allow me to use my clone to meet you, which is why I can help you." Li Muhan didn't want to make a deal with the devil. After all, she was different from Baal. But just when he was about to refuse, Xia Yu's moan came from the bathroom. Li Muhan rushed into the bathroom, squatted beside the bathtub, and held Xia Yu's hand tightly, not caring at all that the water overflowing from the bathtub would soak his pants. "Li Muhan." Xia Yu closed her eyes and seemed to be in great pain. Li Muhan even saw blood vessels beginning to appear on the arm of the little hand he was holding, as if these flowing blood vessels would gush out of their owner's body at any time. "I'm here. I'm here. I will save you. I will definitely save you." Li Muhan hurriedly hugged Xia Yu in the bathtub. It was hot, very hot, and Xia Yu's heartbeat was stronger than ever before. This is not a good sign for the cold-blooded vampires, just like a human body with a constant temperature that is abnormally cold. "Your Majesty, she is running out of time. You need my help." Li Muhan turned her head slightly and saw Lucifer standing behind her. She was standing on the bathroom floor with bare feet, but the water stains on the floor did not reach her toes at all. "Whatever you plan to do, I'm warning you. If you dare to play tricks on me, I'll never let you off even if I die." Li Muhan's eyes were a little bloodshot. He knew he had made a very wrong decision, but he had no time, just like Lucifer said. I could ask Lin Zhe and Changyu for help, but it was too late. Perhaps Lucifer's words really bewitched Li Muhan, or perhaps Li Muhan had his own considerations, and he even forgot that he could ask Baal for help. After hearing Li Muhan's words, a faint smile appeared on the woman's face, which was firmly restrained by the restraints. Hurry up and tell me what you are going to do. I am out of patience. Although the woman's smile was almost stunningly beautiful, Li Muhan really didn't have the time to waste with her anymore. Xiaoyu's physical condition was getting worse every minute. If he could save Xiaoyu, Li Muhan would probably not refuse, even if he had to sell his soul to Lucifer. Your Majesty, I can only guide you, but it is you who must take action. Then hurry up, damn! Li Muhan roared. The woman bowed slightly and saluted Li Muhan again. My lord, you need to untie one of my restraints, and I will use the flames of the red dragon to suppress the restless power within this vampire. Li Muhan said with a cold snort. Your foxtail is showing, right? So you really want me to remove your seal? The woman shook her head slightly. You don't need to remove too many of my seals, just 10% so you can use my flame. How can I trust you? The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. Although she acted very humble, her eyes could not lie. She knew that Li Muhan could no longer refuse her. Your Highness, because you have no other choice. That's hard to say. You just said I only need to remove 10% of your seal, but I can now seek Baal's help. Baal's power has recovered 50%, so, Your Majesty, although Baal and I are both from Hebrew mythology, the contracted demon is powerless against the power of the vampires. At the moment Lucifer finished saying this, a golden light flashed in Li Muhan's pupils, and then the space in front of him began to distort instantly. The next moment, a black-skinned, silver-haired boy walked out of the distorted space. He stood in front of Li Muhan, looking at the woman with disdain in his eyes. Baal. Li Muhan called out Baal's name in surprise. I was wondering why I smelled such a foul odor. It turns out it's you, a bug rotting in hell, Lucifer. Baal stared at Lucifer. Lucifer lowered his head slightly. Greetings to you, great lord of the Legion, the sovereign. Now, explain the situation to your host. Do you have a solution for the vampire's current situation? Then Lucifer raised her head slightly, as if she had expected Baal's appearance. She was not panicked at all and waited for Baal's answer. Baal snorted coldly, but did not make any rebuttal or excuse. Li Muhan also seemed to understand the current situation. Although Baal appeared in front of him, just as Lucifer said, he was helpless against Xiaoyu's current situation. Human, if I were you, even if this vampire died here, I would not make any deal with this thing in front of me. This was Baal's final advice to Li Muhan. I won't let her die. Absolutely not. Li Muhan held Xiaoyu's hand tighter. The silver-haired devil tilted his head slightly, looked at Li Muhan behind him, and then sighed. As you wish. Then he turned his head, his golden pupils staring at Lucifer. Viper, I'll keep a close eye on you. After saying that, Baal's figure disappeared again. The woman shrugged slightly, and then looked at Li Muhan with eyes full of pity. Your Highness, you are a man of compassion and righteousness, and I am willing to serve you. Okay, now you can tell me what I should do. There's a prison in your body, and that is where I am imprisoned. The prison has 10 floors, and each floor has a key. You need to get the key from the prison guard to unlock one of my seals. Li Muhan gave a helpless smile. He gently combed Xiaoyu's wet hair with his hands, and then gently put her back into the bathtub. It seems you have made all the calculations, devil. Let's go. The woman bowed again, as if inviting Li Muhan to come to her. Just as Li Muhan stood up and walked forward, he heard faint voices behind him. Li Muhan, I'm sorry. I don't want to leave you, and I don't want you to leave me. I'm sorry. Xiaoyu's eyes were still closed, and she seemed to be in a semi-comatose state. The words she said were completely subconscious. A gentle smile appeared on Li Muhan's face. Yeah, I know. I accept your apology. Wait until I get back. Then he came to the woman without looking back. The woman closed her eyes slightly, and then a shadow enveloped the two of them. When Li Muhan opened his eyes again, he saw a fiery red burning world in front of him. The volcano in the distance continued to spew out terrible lava. Every inch of land in this world seemed to be burning with flames. The scorching breath made Li Muhan's throat smoke a little. What shocked him even more was that in the magma in front of him, there was a huge black wolf lying. A huge key was hanging around the giant wolf's neck. "Your Highness, welcome to the first level of prison, the blazing inferno." The scorching air almost made Li Muhan unable to breathe. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the sleeping giant wolf in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Lucifer's seal is so tight. Do I really want to release him?" "Your Majesty, time waits for no one." The woman's voice entered Li Muhan's mind. He certainly knew that Xiaoyu's condition was very dangerous. Every minute he delayed, Xiaoyu would suffer more. Now the only one who could save Xiaoyu was Lucifer. Baal's silence indirectly proved that what Lucifer said was not a lie, so there was only one thing to do. Li Muhan suddenly pulled out the Fujiang Jinma sword from behind him. In an instant, he turned into a half-demon form. The pendant on his chest turned into a mask covering the lower half of his face. Thunder and flames echoed with each other, composing a hellish rhapsody. Perhaps disturbed by the thunder, the giant wolf lying in the lava slowly opened its eyes. The pair of scarlet eyes stared at Li Muhan in front of him. After standing up, Li Muhan found that the size of this wolf was far beyond his imagination, and there was even flames burning at the end of its black hair. It suddenly opened its huge mouth, and the hot magma slowly moved from its abdomen into its mouth. Then, with a roar, magma gushed out of the giant wolf's mouth. Li Muhan suddenly opened his eyes wide, and then his figure flashed to the side like lightning. Boom! After the loud noise, Li Muhan looked back and saw a deep pit melted by magma where he had just stood. Li Muhan was gasping for breath. The environment here also weakened his strength a lot. He realized that this prison seemed to have weakened the power of demons a lot. At this moment, his heart was beating rapidly, not only because his strength was weakened, but also because Li Muhan knew that he had encountered an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Whether it was the narrow country, the nightmare, or even the judo bird, none of the enemies he encountered before had given him any tough battles. But now this monster truly possesses overwhelming power and is full of murderous intent. Roar! A ball of magma erupted again. The speed was so fast that Li Muhan almost didn't have time to react. He rolled over violently, and his clothes were burned by the burning ground. The handle of the sword in his hand became extremely hot. He kept changing hands to hold the knife, and then wrapped the power of lightning around the blade. After the magma cooled down, Li Muhan suddenly gripped the handle of the knife and attacked the giant wolf. Every time the Tang sword was swung, it carried a fierce momentum, and the blade, wrapped in thunder and lightning, seemed to be able to defeat everything that stood in his way. The giant wolf showed no fear at all. Instead, it pounced towards Li Muhan. Its body was filled with the power of magma, and all its hair was burning. The closer it got to Li Muhan, the more uncomfortable he felt. The burning sensation almost dried up every drop of moisture in his body, and he even felt that breathing made his lungs hurt. The giant wolf roared, its eyes flashing a ferocious scarlet light. It opened its mouth wide, revealing fangs made of magma, and pounced towards Li Muhan. Li Muhan dodged instantly and swung his knife with a flash of lightning towards the giant wolf's neck. The blade collided with the giant wolf's skin, making a harsh metallic collision sound, and then there was a loud bang, and the lightning and magma produced a huge explosion reaction. The giant wolf didn't seem to be afraid of Li Muhan's attack. At the moment when Li Muhan was knocked backwards by the explosion, it suddenly turned around and kicked Li Muhan with its strong hind legs. Li Muhan gritted his teeth in midair and quickly adjusted his body posture, while swinging his knife towards the giant wolf's hind legs. However, the giant wolf reacted very quickly, and it suddenly retracted its hind legs, and, at the same time, its flaming tail slammed towards Li Muhan. Li Muhan was startled. His chest was swept hard by the giant wolf's tail. The heart-wrenching pain made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood seeped through the mask. Li Muhan fell heavily to the ground and almost had no strength to stand up. Xiaoyu cough cough. Li Muhan coughed violently almost every time he took a breath. Wait, wait for me. I will save you. His consciousness was almost fading, and perhaps only his obsession with Xia was keeping his body from collapsing. Li Muhan could already feel that the half of his face covered by the mask had cracked. He wanted to take off the mask, but he couldn't. After trying several times, he found that the mask seemed to have grown on his face. An indescribable feeling of anger filled his mind. Special Management Bureau, aliens, Lindsay, Changyu, Ball, Lucifer, and a giant wolf in front of him. Everything became the source of his anger at this moment. The golden light in his eyes was gradually covered by a hint of fiery red, and the golden lightning around him was also dyed blood red at this moment. The woman not far away seemed to finally see the scene she wanted to see. Every bit of Li Muhan's anger was like a spring breeze that made her extremely happy. Just when Li Muhan was about to be engulfed by the flames of anger, a green light suddenly rose from Li Muhan's body and quickly enveloped him. In this green power, all of Li Muhan's anger disappeared almost instantly, and the surroundings began to become extremely cool. The woman's eyes became increasingly cold. The next moment, Hypnos appeared in front of Li Muhan in a white long dress. Do not be consumed by the flames of anger. I will help you. Her hand gently stroked Li Muhan's cheek, and the green breath smoothed the bloodstains and dry skin on Li Muhan's face like a spring breeze. Not only that, Li Muhan felt no pain in his lungs, and his body strength returned to the feeling before he was weakened. Thanks. Li Muhan looked at Hypnos in front of him and exhaled a hot breath. Behind the mask, his voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes became more determined. Hypnos nodded, then turned around and looked at the giant lava wolf that was about to rush over, and just raised his finger and tapped it lightly. The ground beneath the giant wolf's feet suddenly cracked, and then vines sprouted out like bamboo shoots after rain. These vines covered the originally burning ground, and the flames could not burn these dream plants. They grew unrestrainedly and soon turned the entire world into a vibrant green land. A towering tree envelopes the entire volcano. The giant wolf was entangled and bound by countless vines at the roots of the giant tree. No matter how it struggled and bit, it could not break these strange giant trees. The giant wolf, entangled by countless vines, could no longer spit out lava. Hypnos looked at Li Muhan and said tiredly, "From now on, I'll leave it to you." Then her figure turned into a green light and disappeared in front of Li Muhan. Li Muhan did not hesitate any longer. Holding the Tang sword in his hand, he walked towards the imprisoned giant wolf step by step. The giant wolf kept roaring at Li Muhan, but the flames inside and outside his body had been extinguished by Hypnos's dream tree. "Kill it and take the key, Your Highness." The woman appeared beside Li Muhan again. Her voice seemed to have some kind of magic that made Li Muhan irresistible. Then Li Muhan slowly raised the Fu Jiangzhen Mo sword in his hand and swung it towards the giant wolf, releasing its tremendous power. But after the thunder, the woman was stunned, because she found that the giant wolf was not dead, but was just knocked unconscious by the thunder, and Li Muhan was not going to chop off its head, but the key hanging on its neck. Li Muhan held the huge key in his hand, exhaled heavily, and then released the boundary. The moment the mask on his face turned back into a pendant, Li Muhan could no longer hold on. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which spilled onto the ground covered by vines and was quickly absorbed by the green plants. He wiped the corner of his mouth, stood up again, and walked towards the exit. "Your Highness," the woman behind him called Li Muhan. "You haven't killed the guard on this floor yet." Li Muhan didn't look back, but raised his hand and shook the key in his hand and said, "That's all you want. It's just a guard." The woman raised her head slightly and looked at the giant wolf, which was exhausted but still had a fierce look in its eyes. Her eyes were full of disappointment, kindness, justice, and the persistence to risk everything for the one you love. "Your Highness, all of your virtues make me sick." Li Muhan slowly stopped, turned around, looked at the woman with a face as cold as frost, smiled and said, "Why? Are you going to regret it now?" The woman shook her head slightly. Your Highness, I still choose to help you. The more noble the soul, the more pleasure I can enjoy when it falls. It's a shame you won't see me fall. Li Muhan sneered, and then he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the prison where Lucifer was imprisoned. This time, he did not see the red dragon, but the restrained woman. Her limbs were bound with chains, and half of her face was restrained. After seeing Li Muhan walk in, she slowly stood up. The chains clanged as she moved. Li Muhan walked up to Lucifer, shook the key, and then reminded her. Don't forget your promise, Satan. The woman bent down slightly and lowered her head to show her humility. At this time, Li Muhan discovered that the keyhole of the restraint on the back of the woman's neck, which bound half of her face, appeared right in front of him. He looked at the key in his hand, then at the keyhole, and finally aligned the key with the keyhole and inserted it. Kata! After a crisp sound, the restraint on the woman's face fell to the ground. After seeing the woman's full appearance, Li Muhan finally understood what the Bible said about Lucifer using the most deceptive appearance to make people follow him by mistake. This woman is simply the embodiment of the word beauty, and her slightly cold pupils are even more captivating. Even Li Muhan was almost stunned. Your Highness, I can do anything for you. Seeing Li Muhan's surprise, the woman smiled slightly, and then spoke in a very seductive voice. Although my body can't do it right now, I can. After saying that, she squatted down slightly, opened her mouth, and looked at Li Muhan, her face full of lust. Even her cold eyes seemed to be filled with hearts at this moment. Li Muhan suddenly grabbed the woman's collar and pulled her up. Don't play tricks on me. Now, keep your promise. The woman smiled. I thought all the men in the world would not refuse this kind of temptation. Then Lucifer suddenly leaned close to Li Muhan's ear and recited a spell in a very low voice. Li Muhan suddenly felt a burning breath beginning to flow into his body. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking Lucifer's first seal, the mouth seal. The current progress of unlocking the seal is 1/10. At the same time, the host has gained new realm power, Red Dragon Purgatory. In this purgatory, you can gain the power to use the Red Dragon's flames. The Red Dragon's flames can burn all tangible objects and suppress all living things. In the realm, every time you use the flame, your life will be burned. When your health is about to burn out, the Red Dragon flame will be strengthened to the maximum extent. Li Muhan was stunned. This is simply a skill that burns health in exchange for damage. It now seems that the power of this realm is not stronger than that of Baal. If it can be combined with the powerful recovery ability of the Baal realm, it should be able to achieve something. You have obtained everything you desired, Your Highness. Now, go and rescue the princess. Lucifer leaned forward slightly, as if wanting to get closer to Li Muhan, but the chains instantly pulled her back. Li Muhan gave Lucifer a cold look, then turned and left the prison. Lucifer, who was left alone there, looked at Li Muhan's back, and the smile on his face gradually became distorted. This is a start, Your Highness. I hope you enjoy the taste of the forbidden fruit. Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes and found himself back in the hotel. Just as he was about to rush into the bathroom, he suddenly felt a sharp blade slashing towards his neck. He dodged the attack with a sudden movement. Then he looked up in the direction of the attack. On the ceiling of the hotel, Xiaoyu was hanging upside down on the ceiling light. She had completely transformed into a vampire, with long silver hair hanging down. The expression on her face was bloodthirsty and excited, which Li Muhan had never seen before. It's not enough. Blood, more blood is needed. Xiaoyu suddenly pounced down for the chandelier and pushed Li Muhan to the ground. The huge wings suddenly closed, wrapping Li Muhan tightly under itself and making him unable to move at all. Xiaoyu, calm down. Li Muhan's shout received no response at all. The smile on the girl's face and her eyes, which had completely fallen into madness, were staring at the person under her. He discovered that there was no white in Xiaoyu's eyes, only darkness, and her pupils were blood red. Blood! Give me blood! Xiaoyu let out a creepy roar, her voice filled with endless desire and fanaticism. The sharp fangs revealed in the open mouth were covered with crystal saliva. Li Muhan knew that Xiaoyu had completely lost control, so he no longer hesitated, slowly closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and then suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils seemed to be burning, flashing with black and red flames. The realm is open. Red Dragon Purgatory. Boom! The black and red flames spread out from Li Muhan's body and soon reached the girl's body. At first, Xiaoyu didn't seem to care about her burned body. It wasn't until the flames began to spread to her cheeks that she suddenly realized something. Then she let out a terrifying scream, and Li Muhan took the opportunity to escape from Xiaoyu's confinement. Just when he found that Xiaoyu seemed to want to escape through the window, he hugged Xiaoyu tightly from behind and threw her to the ground. "Let me go. Get out of here. Get out of here." The black and red flames continued to penetrate Xiaoyu's body, burning her skin, and the wings behind her tried desperately to flap. A chain made of black flames suddenly appeared in Li Muhan's hand. He used the chain to tightly bind Xiaoyu's wings, forcing her to struggle on the ground. "I'll be with you. I'll be with you. Be patient." Although Li Muhan knew that this would be painful, he still tried his best to hold Xiaoyu tightly to prevent her from escaping, because he could gradually feel that the madness in Xiaoyu was gradually weakening. At least in this matter, Lucifer did not lie to him. The power in Xiaoyu's body is still struggling, and Li Muhan must continue to increase the intensity of the red dragon flame in order to suppress that powerful force. Blood flowed silently from Li Muhan's nose. He felt that while he was using the fire was also burning his life. He didn't know how long he could hold on, but he couldn't stop increasing the intensity of the flames until Xiaoyu recovered. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Li Muhan hugged Xiaoyu tightly from behind. One of his hands tightly grasped the chain made of flames, and the other hand gently stroked Xiaoyu's hair. But the girl continued to struggle, even letting out desperate roars. Every time she struggled, it triggered an outburst of strength within her body. This outburst will soon be suppressed by the flames, but it will also cause great damage to Li Muhan's body. There is no doubt that the red dragon's flames are extremely suppressive. Even the unknown power in Xiaoyu's body can suppress it, and this is only 1/10 of Lucifer's power. "Let go me. Let me go. Xiaoyu was lying on the ground, bound by chains but still struggling. She grabbed the window with her hands, but was immediately dragged back to the ground by Li Muhan's chains. "I'm sorry. I promised you that I would never leave you alone." Cough, cough. Li Muhan's blood dripped directly onto Xiaoyu's hair through the mask. As if stimulated by the blood, the vampire in his arms struggled even more violently. It was because he was afraid that she would suck his blood that Li Muhan chose to tie her up from behind. But now Li Muhan's consciousness has gradually begun to blur. "The first day at the park, I didn't really want to talk to you, because you don't have a good reputation in school. You know, Xiaoyu, I even think you must have some shameful reasons for showing up there so late. Do you know why Why I talked to you? Because of the look in your eyes. Even though you said to keep your head down, your eyes kept asking me for help, like a helpless kitten." Cough, cough. "It hurts." At this point, Li Muhan felt a hard hit on the abdomen by Xiaoyu's elbow. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the girl's silver-white hair. "You didn't tell me you were so violent at the beginning." "Ahem, no wonder. Captain Huatian and the other members of Team 7 are so afraid of you, ahem. But I know that this is not the real you. Xiaoyu, I won't leave you alone." The power in the girl's body gradually began to subside. Her struggles became weaker and weaker, and the power of the red dragon's flames and chains that bound her body also weakened. "Thank you so much for appearing in my life. Xiaoyu, if possible, I hope you." Li Muhan simply couldn't hold on any longer. The chain in his hand shattered into sparks. The red dragon's flames gradually died down, and the boundary surrounding the room was completely lifted. "I hope you." Li Muhan's pupils had begun to dilate. He had overdrawn too much of his vitality. Just when he was about to faint, his wings, which had been restless, suddenly folded in slowly, just enough to lift up Li Muhan's weak body. Then Li Muhan felt someone holding him in his arms. Thank you, Li Muhan. Thank you. This was the last sentence Li Muhan heard, and then he completely lost consciousness. Then Li Muhan had a dream. It was a very long dream. In the dream, Baal scolded him and warned him to pay attention to Lucifer's actions. The red dragon's flames were burning his life force. If he wanted to die, he could do it. Then Baal told Li Muhan that his strength had remained at 50% for a long time. If the regulations of the Special Management Bureau prevent him from harvesting souls, then he should leave the Special Management Bureau. Then Hypnos also appeared in the Temple of Baal and seemed to have quarrel with Baal. Li Muhan was completely confused. Unlike when he took the initiative to enter, he was like watching a movie, until the end when Baal walked in front of Li Muhan, grabbed Li Muhan's collar with his hand, and spoke word by word. Repair my soul. Only I can help you suppress Lucifer's flames. Although Hypnos was very unhappy, he seemed unable to refute what Baal said. Li Muhan nodded blankly, and then Baal pushed hard, and Li Muhan seemed to be floating in a gravity-free space, his body flying backwards. Finally, he saw a huge red dragon in the endless darkness, opening its mouth towards him. Li Muhan suddenly woke up from his sleep. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, and he gasped for breath as he recalled the dream he had just had. The pain in his body had disappeared, and the mask had returned to a pendant. He looked at the quilt covering him and the bed underneath him, and found that he was lying on the bed in the hotel. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Li Muhan looked around, but didn't see Xiaoyu. He began to get anxious. Had he failed? Had Xiaoyu escaped? Why hadn't she killed him? Li Muhan dragged his still weak body off the bed. He held onto the wall and looked around. Apart from the things that were destroyed when he restrained Xiaoyu, there were no new traces. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, where are you? Li Muhan became increasingly anxious until he turned around and looked toward the balcony of the room. On the balcony, a petite figure was leaning on the balcony handrail, looking out the window. Li Muhan immediately recognized that the figure was Xiaoyu, and he walked quickly towards the balcony. I was so anxious that I almost fell. When he pushed open the window and walked to the balcony, the dazzling sunlight shone on his face, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. When Li Muhan's eyes gradually adjusted to the dazzling sunlight, he found that the girl had turned around. She leaned lightly on the armrest, her eyes revealing a unique charm. The sunlight shone on her face, casting a golden glow, making her smile seem even warmer and more intimate. The somewhat messy long black hair seemed to sparkle with golden light under the sunlight. The hair forms a sharp contrast with the girl's face, making her facial features more three-dimensional. In the backlight, the girl's face appears softer, as if shrouded in a faint halo. Li Muhan couldn't help but feel a little obsessed. The girl was so beautiful, and her smile seemed to dispel all the haze. He felt as if he was deeply attracted by this scene and couldn't extricate himself. The rain has stopped. The girl gently lifted a strand of hair from her ear and looked at Li Muhan and said, Li Muhan's nervousness finally relaxed. He slowly walked to the girl, held the handrail, and then looked at the rising sun in the distance. Night had passed, and now it was sunrise again. After the baptism of heavy rain, the city showed a brand new look, as if the power of nature had given the city new life, making it more lively and vivid. The colorful rainbow hanging in the sky looks like a gift from nature, adding a touch of mystery to the city. Xiaoyu's body moved slightly closer to Li Muhan. Why? Now you won't let me stay away? Li Muhan asked with a smile. The girl raised her head slightly in dissatisfaction and looked at Li Muhan. Just kidding, haha. Li Muhan ruffled the girl's hair with his hands. Li Muhan. Xiaoyu looked up at Li Muhan, and there was no longer the malice in her eyes. It's just, I'm sorry about what happened before. You've already apologized to me. When you're in the tub. The girl's face suddenly turned red, as if she remembered that she was naked when she woke up. Stop talking. What happened? You were lying in the bathtub like this, and when I was about to leave, you called me. I said, stop talking. Your body was so hot at that time, and when I held you in my arms, it was simply... The next second, Xiaoyu glared at Li Muhan, followed by a scream. Li Muhan was thrown directly from the building.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.